From Show Me.
Good evening. I'm Matt McLean in the Show Me Live newsroom, and thank you for joining us. We have a tornado warning that has probably the first of many this evening across the listening area. Let's get right to it. For those of you joining us on Facebook Live as well as YouTube and a whole bunch of other aspects here, you can actually see a radar picture. We're going to be deep diving into that. So if you're listening on the audio side and you want to see a radar, obviously if you're driving, you don't want to do that. You want to practice an awful lot of safety. But if you happen to be where you can safely watch the actual video stream of all of this, that is something that we certainly recommend that you do. But right now, we have a tornado warning in effect for Crawford, Franklin, and Gasconade counties. Now, this is for a particular storm that has a history of producing a tornado. Just about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, the Rolla Fire Department reported a tornado on the ground going through the city of Rolla. There's an unknown amount of damage at this particular point, but as you can see right here, it is a roof off a house. There is some damage there, and it's a possible tornado going on with that as well. So let's get right into the warnings in our listening area right now. Buddy Jan joining us as well. We do have a team of folks out there. Kyle Douglas is going to be joining us here momentarily. Believe it or not, he does anchor our sports coverage. However, he is, believe it or not, a trained weather spotter as well. He's a man of many talents, so he's going to be joining us here momentarily as well. So for right now, here is what we've got going on. A considerable threat tag on a severe thunderstorm warning in and around that particular area, but for the tornado warning we're looking at northwestern Crawford, southwestern Franklin, and southern Gasconade counties until 8:45 this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 12 miles west of Cuba, moving northeast, get this, at 60 miles per hour. The storm produced a tornado in Rolla, as reported by the fire department. Also, golf ball size hail. That's something that'll certainly create an awful lot of damage, and it looks like at this particular point, as far as rotation on the radar source itself, now keeping in mind the radar that is being used for the St. James and Rolla area is either Springfield or St. Louis's radar. It's very far away in either direction. So the further away you get from the radar, the more difficult it becomes to see rotation. And the reason for that is because of the curvature of the Earth. The radar beacon and beam just sees higher and higher up into the atmosphere the further away it gets away from the actual radar dome. And so for this reason, right around that Rolla, St. James, Crawford County area, it becomes a little bit more difficult to see a lot of that particular radar rotation that's there. It's not impossible, but it really has to be high up in the atmosphere before the radar is going to be able to see that. So that is a particular warning that we are looking at. And we're probably going to be here for a good while because at this particular point, I'm going to zoom out just a little bit on the radar, and you can see a line of thunderstorm activity that is all the way back almost into Springfield proper itself, all over again, and coming out of Arkansas around Mountain Home, Arkansas toward West Plains. All of that is moving in an easterly, northeasterly direction. So for you folks, let's say in Reynolds County, Carter County, even in toward the Van Buren area, Poplar Bluff, Patterson, Piedmont in Wayne County, your storm area, gonna be a bit. It really, truly is. However, for you folks in Washington County, Franklin, obviously the leading edge of the tornadic activity is already there, and into the St. Louis metro area, this is an area that we're watching very closely because we have an awful storms that have developed really to the east of Jefferson City. They are all storm-warned storms, severe thunderstorm at this point. But as we have been even saying on some of our social media posts, these thunderstorm warnings are unique, and here's why. The atmosphere has been so stirred up by this storm system, this is the most simplistic way to put it, that you, even this afternoon, have been seeing very high winds. Earlier in Farmington at the airport, there was a 52-mile-per-hour wind sustained there for a brief period of time. So that's before a storm even arrives. As you can maybe see on this, 70-mile-per-hour winds are certainly an option. And the Storm Prediction Center saying this evening that we could see winds up to 100 miles per hour in thunderstorm warnings in those particular storm cells. So this is certainly something to take a very, very serious attribute there, and just be very cautious. We have a brand new warning out there, and this is a thunderstorm warning, and it has a considerable threat tag. This is for Washington County. It is also for southeastern Franklin County, and it is for central Crawford County and on into Dent County, basically from Salem through Steelville and just to the north of Potosi. We're talking about places like Richwoods, just about the Berryman area along the Washington Crawford County line, the Huzzah area towards Steelville and Cuba. Let's go ahead and take a look at what some of this is showing. 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size until 9:15 this evening. The thunderstorm warning is expected to remain, but is moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. It is currently 19 miles southwest of Steelville. That was 3 minutes ago. At 55 miles per hour, it's about 16 miles southwest of Steelville currently and moving fast. So we're going to be keeping a watchful eye on that. If you are watching the stream, you may have seen a statute sweep. It's that crawl that goes across the screen that indicates we have moved it into live mode for the radar. And whenever you see that go through, that is a real deal. It is actually not some kind of an animated graphic. It's actually a real live feed from the NEXRAD out of the National Weather Service in St. Louis. So for folks in and around Crawford County, especially, this is a storm currently that has even had tornado warnings on it. Now, what that simply means is there is a possibility as it continues to move throughout Crawford and Washington counties, southeastern Franklin counties, it is entirely possible to once again see a potential for tornadic activity because it has a history of it. And these storms have an awful lot of juice in the atmosphere to pull from and remain severe as we go along in those particular areas as well. It looks like Kyle is now joining us here. Hey, Kyle, we've got a lot going on, and normally we've got you in for sports. Tonight, it just happens to be severe weather, and we are very much in the thick of things when it comes to all the stuff that's taking place. You and Merity were actually scheduled to broadcast a ball game at about this time, a little bit earlier in Potosi. That has been postponed, and certainly an understandable reason for why. We've got an awful lot of stuff going on with this particular outbreak of severe weather right now. So we've gone through the warning there in Crawford as well as Washington and Franklin for thunderstorms, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then a tornado warning in from basically Cuba on to the north from there along Highway 19 toward Owensville and Gasconade County, Franklin County, and then an additional tornado warning that still remains in effect just south of Rolla in northeastern, Dent County as well. Bear with me for just a quick second there. And that is a radar-indicated tornado, but also 70-mile-an-hour winds are certainly a possibility. So, Kyle, a lot of stuff going on for sure. And so it's just one of those things that I tell you, there's an awful lot of spin in the atmosphere tonight.
Well, I'm telling you what, it's something else watching all this pop up, but we knew this was coming. They've been warning us about it all day, and the radar I'm watching here, I'm kind of going back and forth between Channel 4 and here, just kind of going off different reports. I kind of like to go off different ones just to see, what they're seeing, what we're seeing, and things like that. They're showing 3 different tracks right now, and it is really starting to spin up and fire up there right along that 44 corridor. It seems like every time we have really bad, severe weather, it starts right there along I-44, and it just works its way right up. So it's about go time here for us. It will be before too long. You were mentioning the game. I had a lot of people asking me today whether or not they were going to have that game, and I said, well, boy, if they do, they're going to have an awful lot of people in a big area. Of course, the game would probably be close to, or if not over with now, but then you would have a lot of people on the road trying to get back home and maybe trying to go through Potosi and like DeSoto, Festus, maybe even on up to St. Clair. They're going to be driving right in the middle of this. So I commend Misha for, thinking of everybody else, thinking of the students, the parents, the teams, and everybody for, saying, let's just do this another day when we know it's going to be nice out. So.
Absolutely. I don't know if you're able to see the screen or not, but I've actually put things in more of it's called storm relative velocity, but basically the rotation. You're a trained spotter. You understand exactly what this is as well. Looking just to the north of Salem and basically between Salem and Rolla along Highway 72, looks pretty obvious right there that there is some radar indicated rotation. You see the reds and the greens. That just basically means winds are coming toward the radar dome or away from the radar. And this is off the Springfield radar as well. It's just a touch closer, not by a lot, than the one in St. Louis for the Rolla area. It's almost a dead split even mileage wise, but definitely a night. I'll tell you one thing that's at least on the Springfield. Let me click over to the St. Louis before I point it out just to make sure. And not seeing it there in that, but I was a little bit concerned about some possible rotation near the Steelville area. The St. Louis radar is not picking up on that at all. But I tell you, there's an awful lot going on. You can even see in the storm relative velocity here, you can actually see the intensity of the winds. If you look at that for just a moment, you almost see what's called more or less an inflow. Basically, it's the atmosphere sucking wind into the storm, if you will, and pulling the energy out of it. And the higher and brighter the colors that you see, basically the higher the expected winds are, as far as what the radar is able to see anyway. And so that's an area of concern really for those of you in St. Clair, Union, New Haven, all the way Warrenton through Wentzville. There's an awful lot going on there as well.
Well, there sure is. And anytime you see that much energy coming into the storm, and that's one of the things I was actually teaching students about that today, because they were asking, what should we know about this? What should we be looking for? And, ordinarily that's a little bit out of the, well, I'm just looking now at a big old hook echo not far from New Haven. It looks like it just kind of propped up there on the one radar up right by Highway 50. State Highway 50. So kind of in between Gerald and Morrison and south of Herman. But I was pleased that they asked, I kind of stepped outside of my role of a social studies teacher today and kind of educated students a little bit on, what to expect and everything like that. I actually thought that was really neat that the students actually took the time to ask that question because they wanted to know. And the more you can educate them and prepare them, the more, educated they can be and prepared for, severe weather at any given time. So, and hopefully, it got through. But I remember last year we had some that were very worried about storms rolling through, the Rolla, Cuba, Bourbon area. We had students that were worried about their parents. And so, I think as a teacher, you drop the tags for a minute and you just say, okay, listen, this is what I know. This is what I can tell you. Your parents should be okay. So just, it's okay to be concerned, but just,
and Kyle, there is one thing we had just talked about, the storm that was moving into Crawford and Washington County. We had a history of producing tornado warnings. There is now a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued for Crawford and central Washington County, as well as south central.
Sorry about that. My alert just went off on my phone.
That is until 9 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles southwest of Steelville, moving again to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. By the way, this does include I-44 in between the exits 214 and 218. If you know anything about it, like exit 180, 82, 84, well, that's the Rolla area. The further up you get from there toward Cuba, I think Cuba is 220 or something along those lines, or maybe not quite that high, but whatever the case, basically between Rolla and Cuba at this particular point is an area that is moving straight for you. So yes, we do now have a brand new tornado warning. And it is going for you folks in Steelville. For you folks, let me zoom on in. I know Berryman, as well as Statute Sweep going through and providing just a quick live update. Right, basically, Huzzah off to the west from there, Steelville, the Thousand Oaks area toward Cuba, and then the Midland area. This is an area of concern. You can basically almost see kind of what's going on there. I don't know if you can see my mouse moving back and forth over that, Kyle, or not, but I mean it's a pretty obvious
we can see the
you got going on there.
It's
a pretty obvious little notch. So areas of big concern right now for those of you in Washington, Crawford County, as well as into southern Franklin County. Franklin, you actually have Franklin County yourself, you are under 3 separate tornado warnings currently. There's a lot going on there as well. So that is certainly something to keep a watchful eye on there. And of course, we will make sure that all of that is brought to attention there whenever a new warning is issued. I'm seeing some of the polygon warnings getting pared away just a little bit there. And I'm wondering, is that an observed? It says a radar indicated tornado with the one that is for north central Crawford County, southwestern Franklin, and southeastern Gasconade counties. But there sure is a little bit of a notch toward the end that just, if you know what you're looking for, it's a little bit of almost like a comma shape. It's a pretty classic looking thing there. So we're going to keep a very watchful eye on that as well. Excuse me. And for those of you where it's not doing anything right now, let's say Viburnum, for example. Well, you've got a little bit before anything is going to be making its way toward your area. And by a little bit, I'm not talking hours. I'm talking probably 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes maximum. Because if you can look at the line, it's moving off in an easterly, northeasterly direction, as Kyle said, right along I-44. And so you've got a little bit of time before you have to start wondering if anything's going to be impacting the Viburnum area. But ultimately, eventually, the whole line is going to be moving off gently toward the east as each individual cell kind of skirts off toward the northeast. So you've kind of got this kind of a double thing going on here with some of the storms. There are so many storm warnings. If you look basically all the way up to the Iowa border with Missouri and portions, you've got thunderstorm warnings, you've got all kinds of stuff. Now moving off a little bit to the south here, I don't want to get away from the St. Louis radar. If I move it too far, it'll move over to Springfield's radar. But you've got storms now beginning to really rapidly intensify as they're crossing out of Arkansas into Missouri. Places like West Plains, it's out of our listing area, but you know what? Places like Reynolds County, it's only a county and a half away, a couple of counties away from you, and they are moving very rapidly. 60 miles an hour, you're talking 45 minutes to an hour and 15 minutes, maybe an hour and 30, depending upon where you are in Reynolds County, like Ellington and other places where this is going to be, if it holds itself together, right on top of you. That's going to put portions of Iron County eventually into that track as well. So we are monitoring this very carefully. Just to the north of Potosi, right along Highway 185, basically between Potosi and toward the Sullivan area. This is a tornado warning that has taken place, and it is going to be in effect really for another 33 minutes or so. Let's take a look at that. I think I said until 9 o'clock for that one. I did. Central Crawford County, South Central Franklin, Northwestern Washington County, and a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. We want to stress Rolla Fire Department has already reported a confirmed tornado with this particular line going through Rolla. There's a report of some damage already that has made its way to the reporting stations and to let us know that there's a little bit of a damage confirmed already. So whether it was a straight line wind, whether it was an actual tornado on the ground, well, it really doesn't matter when your roof is being ripped off, I can promise you. It's still a very severe storm and one to keep a very close full watch on, and making sure that you're taking the necessary precautions wherever you happen to be. Driving down the road, in listening in your home, watching us in your home, whatever that may be, that is what you really want to be cautious about. I'm really curious, though, as this is moving towards Steelville, you're almost seeing a little bit of a tightening up of that notch, and that's certainly an area of concern. Let me go over, and Kyle, feel free to jump in, and Buddy, whenever you want as well. But I'm curious, and it's so far away from the radar site, it's tough because it's so high up in the atmosphere. You got a little bit of a stuff going on there. I mean, I can actually draw. But you've kind of got a little bit of a rotation stuff going on there, and you got other stuff that's kind of in the way. So it's a lot of it just kind of basically looks like scattered returns at this point, and it's really kind of hard to pinpoint. But if you look at the actual radar itself, it looks a little bit of an area of an ominous concern. You got some areas. I call them notches. Some people call them other things. But regardless, you've got stuff that's kind of like developing along the edges of the very strong weather, and that's basically what you want to be very cautious about. that's where you kind of get like a rotating of winds. And that's where on the radar, as it comes back and you start looking at it, well, that's kind of what it starts to appear like on a radar screen. And that's where you want to watch and monitor very carefully. So for folks in Steelville, I sure hope you've taken some shelter at this particular point. Basements, in most interior room. I sure hope you're not in a vehicle right now. This storm is moving in, basically your direction, and you've got mere minutes before it's going to be right on top of you as well.
And Matt, I do want to say that for those who maybe didn't hear this earlier, Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe actually signed an executive order activating the state emergency operations plan for this severe weather. The storms will be extremely fast moving, so it's critical to make sure you identify a safe place in advance. And that's why we are on here right now, letting everybody know who is listening or watching the live streams that these things are to be taken extremely seriously. We haven't typically had these types of dangerous storms in quite a while. In fact, earlier they were, Storm Prediction Center, who never goes live on Facebook, actually went live to discuss more. But they're actually comparing tonight's activity to the Good Friday storm from 2011 and a few others that we've had since then in the area. So it's a very dangerous situation. So yes, you want to make sure you have shelter, somewhere to go if you need it, and also as our own Merity has, a bag ready to go just in case anything can happen. So you want to make sure that you are being cautious out there, and we're going to be here all night if needed, just to make sure you're safe.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the things that we're monitoring very carefully. And by the way, I have on the radar, I've pulled them off, but the tornado watch, for those of you that were not under the original tornado watch, it has now been extended for the rest of southeast Missouri, the rest of southwest Illinois, and beyond into places like western Kentucky and beyond at this point. And that's going to be in effect for a little while. That was just to go. As well. So, this obviously we've got a good several hours here of things that we're really going to be monitoring right now. For those of you listening on Show Me Live, if you can, or if it's safe is a better way of putting it, and you want to watch a radar return while we're talking, you can go to our social media channels, our YouTube channel and beyond. And we are actually carrying this information live because of the seriousness of what's going on. We're kind of, I don't want to say pulling out all the stops, but the reality is we're trying to make sure that you stay as informed as possible. So,
right.
Kyle,
and
what is it that you're seeing right now?
Wait,
we may have lost
Kyle. While
you
you fix your audio, I'll say we do have confirmed Rolla took a direct hit from a large tornado. I'm trying to verify details of that as well as the size of it. As of 8:11, just about 20 minutes ago, a large wedge tornado was reported on the ground near St. James, moving northeast. We probably had that on the radar as well. Tornado warning as of a few minutes ago issued for New Haven, Marthasville, and Innsbrook, Missouri until 9 p.m. So about another 27 minutes. And I know they're outside of our listening area, but that's just, it's all moving.
But at the rate that the storms are moving, what's out of the area will not be in a very short order, if that makes any sense.
Correct.
So,
Correct.
Things are moving. For those of you, one county that is in our listing area, Dent County, Salem, I am watching, and I'm going to wait. If you see the statute sweep moving through, it's what that's called. Let's look at the latest update. There we go. That notch that I was getting concerned about kind of filling in just a little bit there. I was starting to get a little concerned about some additional rotation there and a potential additional warning that could be issued. Dent being under, if I'm not mistaken, the Springfield Weather Service there as far as the warning area, like Perry County on south comes out of Paducah, and then St. Louis carries some of our counties. We're kind of in a hybrid where we have 3 national weather services in our listing area to pay very close attention to. And so some of our counties are, depending upon where they are, comes from different weather service offices. So,
I think we got Kyle back now.
Yeah.
We do. You know what? The storm I was just talking about, brand new warning.
Was that the Wonder Sullivan?
Near Salem, actually.
Oh,
For
Salem.
folks in
Okay, I
Dent
hadn't made
County,
it that far down
northwestern
yet.
Dent County in south central Missouri until 9 o'clock. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Salem, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. It's a radar indicated tornado, but you literally not 90 seconds ago, I was talking about this notch that looked a little concerning. And then the latest sweep kind of moved it around a little bit to where it wasn't quite as prominent, to be honest with you. So if you live in Howes, Bangert, and Sligo, this is an area that it is moving toward. It is moving to the northeast at 65 miles an hour. We're going to zoom in very quickly. And yeah, what was the other one? There was a secondary one there.
They just detected one near Sullivan, but they said that one's weaker. But there was confirmed damage at Rockwood Summit High School. That's a little bit further, closer to St. Louis. I was just seeing that one. Looks like there's still more rotation splitting right down the middle between Cuba and Steelville right now. So right there along the I-44 corridor, just south of that. So I know that stretch of road, I believe that's Highway 19 in between Steelville and Cuba. So it looks like that's some rotation there. There's definitely a hail core there just looking at that radar. And that looks to be headed up towards Sullivan as well.
Yeah, that is certainly, this is kind of the core area, the portions of our listing area right now that are really under the gun. It's definitely an area of concern. Folks in Jefferson County, heads up. Folks in central and northern Washington County, you've got a little bit of time, but not a lot. It's moving very quickly. So you've got very minimal amount of time here, maybe 10, 15 minutes to make whatever emergency preparations you need to do. What that means, move to the basement if you've got one, an interior portion of your home. This is something that you want to take very seriously. As you heard Buddy mention just a little bit ago, the Rolla Fire Department confirmed a large tornado. Buddy, I don't want to take words out of your mouth. Did you say large tornado or just a tornado? What was out of Rolla?
It was a large wedge tornado. I was not able to find the EF status or anything at this point.
That won't be determined for a few days.
Yeah,
that won't be determined until an assessment crew goes out. But the matter of is that the fire department is indicating, yeah, there's a wedge tornado, and that's basically the ones that no tornado is great, but a wedge tornado is one that means it means business and it's going to be on the ground for a minute. Yes,
well,
Matt, if you could look up.
Hold on, buddy.
Look up just north of Sullivan there. That one looks like it's tightened up real nice, if you can. And then the one in between, I'm looking at it now. That looks like a pretty nice little wedge that they've or a little hook there that we've seen there. And then in between Steelville and Cuba, they were looking at that one as well. I don't know if you can zoom down to that one or not. Yeah, there you can see that rotation right there.
Yep,
it looks like
right there,
and then right there, right around Cuba and Steelville, headed up towards, I believe that's Leesburg and Bourbon. Yeah,
these areas that I've highlighted in blue is exactly what Kyle is talking about there.
Those are ones right there that if they're not on the ground, you better believe they're probably in the air. It's some pretty tight rotations in there. So they were trying to throw up a debris tracker on News Channel 4 just a second ago, and I wasn't able to get a real conclusive look at it. But I would say if you're up in the Bourbon, the Sullivan, I would say maybe even Rich Woods area in Washington. I believe that's in Washington County.
We just got an update.
Probably want to be heads up.
Look, take a look at this now, Kyle, if you can see it. The system just updated. That's a little too large. I don't want to confuse anybody. I want to try to get. I'm drawing this with a mouse, not a pen, so forgive me. But especially between basically Sullivan toward the just north of Stanton, and I don't want to say Sullivan as in you're in the path. Folks in St. Clair, folks in Union, in Franklin County. Absolutely. This is moving toward you right now. So if you're south of Gerald, south of Nozier Mill and Leslie, and towards St. Clair and Union, this is an area that is a major concern. Also, for folks just to the east of Cuba, toward the Leesburg area, basically Bourbon itself, this is an area of major concern that we want to keep a very watchful eye on there. Let me get rid of the way to mark that and zoom that in just a little bit more there so some additional towns will kind of show up there a little bit. Somebody took a breath. Go ahead.
I was going to say the tornado warning radar indicated in effect till 9 p.m. for northwestern Franklin and southeastern Warren counties, with quarter-size hail detected. At 8:37 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles west of New Haven, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Locations impacted include Washington, Warrenton, Wright City, New Haven, Marthasville. I know we talked briefly about that
Yep.
earlier. Some flying debris is possible as well. Not to take away from this, but I do want to say that in the Bonne Terre area, avoid Highway E because there's a large fire with lots of trucks. Use
Yes.
67 and
We,
Primrose
we have
Road.
had a lot of that, no question. We
Yes,
have a brand
a
new
lot of
tornado
fires
warning.
coming through.
We have a brand new tornado warning, and this one will include central Franklin, western St. Charles, northwestern St. Louis County, southeastern Warren County until 9:30. At 8:40 right now, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 6 miles southwest of Beaufort or 8 miles west of St. Clair, rapidly moving northeast 55 miles an hour. That means it will not take long to get to your areas. So tornado and quarter-size hail, certainly a possibility on this. It's radar-indicated rotation if you live in the following areas: O'Fallon, St. Charles, St. Peters, Chesterfield, Wildwood, Baldwin, Wentzville, Maryland Heights, Manchester, basically the suburbs of St. Louis, as well as Creve Coeur, Overland, Lake St. Louis, Washington, St. Anne, Bridgeton, Prairie, Darden Prairie, Town and Country Union, Eureka, and Ellisville, and beyond. This also includes Babler Memorial State Park, First Missouri State Capitol Historic Site, and Robertsville State Park, as well as I-70 between exits 212 and 231, and I-44 between exits 230 and 261. So, folks, this is it's a real deal kind of a night, and there's just really no other way around it. This is what we're looking at. And folks in Washington County, central and northern, already under a tornado warning. That's not going to go away for a minute. It's going to be with us for a little bit longer, and expected possibly around 19 more minutes or so. Whether or not that's going to be extended, as of this point, the radar returns certainly are not showing much there. We've got an additional tornado warning. They're just kind of popping up left and right. We've got a hail report, 1-inch magnitude, 1 mile west of Cuba. We've got another hail report. So basically, an inch in diameter. We are getting some storm reports, so they're popping up right on the screen.
Tornado sirens going off in Arnold right now. So if you're listening to us there, take shelter, as it's not there yet, but it is vastly approaching.
That is interesting because tornadoes, there is, at least as of the moment, there's really doesn't seem to be a warning there. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to be anything that's going to be, basically it's probably a pre-warn, and it's justifiable in all honesty. So
Right.
It looks like we've got a radar confirmed tornado. This is an observed radar confirmed tornado near New Haven. This is for southeastern Warren County's northwestern Franklin County, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour, damaging tornado and quarter-size hail as well. For folks, I'm going to be very curious to see what they do with this initial line. And we're kind of pacing ourselves a little bit. Remember those storms that we were talking about along the Arkansas and Missouri border and how quickly they were strengthening? There's now thunderstorm and tornado warnings on them toward West Plains. So for you folks in Shannon, Reynolds, Carter County, these storms are moving very rapidly. It is an observed tornado in that area, and tennis ball size hail a possibility. It's moved to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. I could put a storm tracker on this, but I'm not going to stay there very long. But basically, at 45 miles an hour, you're looking at Shannon and Carter County and toward Reynolds County. Reynolds County probably within the next 60 minutes or so. Let's go back to the St. Louis radar here for just a moment and get a little bit closer. As we are seeing things, there's just so much there happening. And we are seeing some leading edge, some little popcorn thunderstorms near Perryville so far, and toward Chester in southern Illinois. So far, nothing warned about them. They're still kind of weak in nature, but I'm going to watch those because those little stragglers are really feeding out of some moisture there. May overall help the line, but those are the ones you want to watch very carefully for future development They're lifting off in a northeasterly direction, kind of along with the rest of the line there. But we're going to watch this very cautiously and see exactly what happens. We have multiple tornado warnings now. This is taking place basically for you folks in Viburnum. I'm going to be honest. I'm getting a little nervous, and I'm getting a little bit of a cautious observation here, and here's why. This particular storm that has a tornado warning off to your west towards Salem, it is beginning to expand a little bit and kind of tail off a little bit further south. So where the warning box is right now, it's almost outside of that box, and it is continuing to lift off into the northeast. So basically, if you are in the Cherryville area, the Dillard area along Highway 49, I am definitely concerned, and Davisville, definitely concerned for you folks. Viburnum itself, I'm growing a little concerned, but nothing concrete as of yet. Folks off to west of Potosi toward Berryman and the Huzaw area, well, you're looking at the leading edge of this and barely for the moment outside of a tornado warned area. Folks in Steelville, we're seeing 1.2 inch diameter observed hail right now in Steelville. And then you've got this other pocket that I think Kyle was referring to, and I don't know if he's still with us or not, but we really were watching that core of stuff that was taking place there near the Bourbon area, and it's just off the charts almost as far as the radar returns near West Sullivan in the Bourbon area, Elmont, Japan, and basically right along just to the east of Argo as well. So folks in Sullivan and Oak Grove Village, at the very least, you've got something quite intense moving in your direction very soon. So we're going to watch that very cautiously.
Matt, are
yes.
you able to hear me, Matt?
I can, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I jumped off just for a second so I could update some people on Facebook who are, I've had a lot of people messaging me, so I've told them to tune in to, if you can't reach us, tune in to something that's going to be tracking. But there's a big debris ball just to the west of St. Clair, according to Channel 4's
it's
radar.
a destructive tornado on the ground heading towards West St. Louis.
Okay. And then
well,
there was
is
also,
that what you're talking about right here, Kyle? I'm going to circle it very quickly. I just want to make sure. Right here?
Yes. So just to the west of St. Clair, they said there is a lot of debris being thrown up in the air being detected by the Doppler. So that one apparently, I believe that was the one, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know, was that the one that was by, that was the one that was the northern one between
It was.
the Steelville and the Cuba one, and then we had the one that was closer to Sullivan. I believe that one's over by the St. Clair area now. There.
Oh, it looks like we've.
So,
oh, there you are, Kyle. Go ahead.
But yeah, that's what they're showing there.
Yeah. So if you are watching us right now on one of the social channels, we have moved this over to it's called basically a storm velocity. Basically, we're looking at winds, not rain or anything along those lines. What Kyle was just talking about there, rotation, a debris ball, very prominent right now, just to the north of Sullivan. We're also watching this one basically between Steelville and Cuba. It's not quite as organized and obvious. And take a look, that one just exited out of a warning. They just allowed that one to lapse. So I don't know if that one's going to hang around or not. But it's just certainly just so much there that we are monitoring. And we have a brand new tornado warning. This one is for, I was just literally talking about this, folks. You folks in Viburnum, I know you're not in the warned area yet. I want you to be very cautious, though. This storm is leading off just to the south of the warning box. It's continuing to develop and expand a little bit. Just because you are a mile or two outside the warning box does not mean that you can breathe easy quite yet. You need to wait for that storm to go through. So for southern Crawford County and most of Washington County, until 9:30 this evening, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 10 miles southwest of Cherryville or 15 miles south of Steelville, moving, I would say mostly racing to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. I mean, that's darn near close to interstate speeds. Tornado and quarter-size hail, and this is a radar-indicated rotation, but let's let this latest sweep. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, that is certainly an area. And I don't know if Kyle is still with us or not, but I'm going to circle. You're
I came
looking at
back
it.
whenever my phone's emergency thing went off, and when it does, it mutes my microphone, and I have to jump off and then jump back in. So I apologize for that.
Understood.
But there is a lot of people I know, a lot of people I teach with, and a lot of students that I teach in that area between Viburnum and Cherryville. There's a lot of people right through there on State Highway 49.
Yeah.
And I believe that's Y Highway as well, and V Highway, C Highway. Boy, if you're listening and you're in that area, take cover, because it looks like it's going to be a dandy coming through there. And as you know, you grew up in that area. I teach out that area.
I did.
There is not a whole lot of, there's a lot of farmland, a lot of open area out there. There is not a whole lot of structures out there in between Viburnum and Cherryville and Steelville to knock those winds down. So it's going to be
Let's see what
pretty strong stuff.
We are so far away from the radar when we get to places like, southern Crawford County, that it's really tough when you're starting to see what you think might be a debris ball forming on the radar site that far away, that's usually an indication that there's a problem.
It looks like there's a confirmed tornado moving into the west side of St. Louis, Chesterfield, and Weldon Spring, and also Union, Missouri.
Yes,
I believe that could be that. I believe that's that St. Clair tornado.
Yep.
If you are listening to us right now, take shelter immediately, whether your sirens are going off or not. This very potential dangerous storm here.
I tell you what, for those of you listening in Crawford County, please exercise plenty of safety. When the storm passes and you are able to give us a safe update, we would love to hear some information, but do not do it where your safety is in jeopardy. We are please don't do that. But right now, you need to be sheltering in place all the way around. But we're really concerned. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, with the live stream on Facebook, which appears to be where we are right now, besides the radio, obviously, comments are enabled. So if you guys can safely share pictures and videos, we'll be glad to pass those along here as well. As I'm searching social media, I see a pretty nasty video of some people stuck in a car in the Rolla tornado. I don't have permission to share that on air here, so you'll just have to, I guess, search for that on social media. But if you guys want to share what you can, of course, safely, don't risk your life doing it, and you do get some type of photos, maybe, or video from maybe your alarm systems or whatever, and you want to upload that to our Facebook page here, we'll be glad to give you credit, of course, and share that here as well. Let's see. I am looking right now at another report of a potentially or a particularly dangerous situation. This is outside of our area, but Bakersfield in southern Missouri is also being highly affected. Like I said, outside of our area, but that's just the stretch of how much this is showing or affecting the state.
You say it's out of our listening area, and that is accurate, but here's the concern that I've got. It will not be out of our listening area for much longer. And this is, as Buddy just mentioned,
massive tornado is what being told here.
Yeah, according to the National Weather Service out of Springfield, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Bakersfield, or 19 miles southwest of Salem in Fulton County, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So the weather spotters have confirmed this tornado. Now, the reason why I'm focusing on this a little bit and why Buddy has brought it up, if you are watching us right now, I just checked. We are streaming on multiple different streams, but for some we are they're just for whatever reason not streaming. But I'm not going to take the focus off too terribly much. But for you in Shannon County, Carter, Reynolds, basically toward Iron County, these storms are moving so darn fast. I don't want you. It's going to be a few hours away. I mean, 50, 60 miles an hour. It'll kind of move through a county, and it looks like at this particular point, For those of you in the central and southern portions of our listing area, your leading edge of severe weather is about to move into the area. And right now there is a considerably dangerous and large tornado confirmed on the ground. I'm going to go back into Washington County, more the heart of our listing area, Iron, Crawford County, Dent County. We just got a brand new update. Let me move this back over to the St. Louis site because we're now getting a little bit closer where the rotation is a little bit more obvious. And for those of you watching again, if maybe you're just joining us, this is not rain return. This is actually wind so that we're able to see some of the rotation. I'll flip it back over on the actual returns, rain returns, so that you'll be able to see here in just a moment. But here a little bit earlier, well, to very clearly see, and Kyle, if you're with us, feel free to make some things. But right here, I'm going to zoom in just for a little bit more here. Basically just to the east of St. Clair, this is an area that we are watching very carefully. That green and that red intermingling. You've got like a little ball area that we are watching very cautiously. Now, keeping in mind, our radar returns are fairly quick. They're fairly there, but they're on a tiny bit of a delay. And then the stream that we utilize, all digital streams, not just us, also exercises a little bit of a delay. So if we say 60 seconds, you've probably got 30 seconds. And that's just the way that the digital realm of the world works. At this point for now, it's really almost not possible to get a more of a true live situation. So,
yeah,
yes.
I was looking down around the Salem area. It looks like the one that, like you said this one was kind of wrapping around or developing right there to the west of Licking.
Yes.
And Houston, Missouri, Robidoux, I think is how you say that. I apologize if I said that wrong.
That sounds about right.
That's an area. There's some stuff coming up now by Kabul, to the west of Kabul. It's got some weird looking, I would call it weird looking shapes. Almost looks like the back of a dinosaur down there by State Highway 60. And then I'm moving down. I moved down here to my laptop. West Plains is in the middle of one right now. They're getting that.
Yeah, that's the particularly dangerous situation with a confirmed extremely large tornado on the ground. We were just talking about that because you folks in Eminence, you're not in a warned area yet. Winona, Shannon County here, not in the warned area yet. It's moving so rapidly, it is not going to take a very long time if this storm holds itself together, it's going to be moving through Mountain View, Birch Tree, Winona, Eminence, and then off again, you folks in Reynolds County. That's where you've got time now, right? You've got an hour, maybe for folks in Reynolds County. But for folks in like Birch Tree, you've got probably 30 minutes, Winona maybe 35 before the leading edge of this storm. And there is a confirmed tornado on the ground at this point. And let me tell you, it looks pretty ferocious.
Well, I do want to jump in. Sorry, Kyle. I do want to jump in real quick. For those who are listening in St. Louis, Metro West County 911 lines are down, as well as St. Peter Police Department emergency 911 lines are down. If you need an emergency in West St. Louis County, you'll have to call 314-737-4600. And for emergencies in the St. Peters area, 636-278-2222.
All right. Well, as we were talking about just a little bit ago, from Perryville and Chester, I'm watching some of those little developing little storms. This is an area of concern only because this is where, if you're going to have a problem, I don't want to use the term supercell, but this would be an area that if they were going to develop, this is what's going to start happening ahead of the leading front. You have basically rogue or renegade storm cells that are beginning to pop up basically from Perryville toward Chester. And we're going to be watching that very, very carefully because every time I see the statute sweep go through there and provide an update, they're getting a little bit stronger as well. So, folks, if you are listening in Fredericktown, you're listening in Piedmont, Patterson, Ellington, Ironton, toward Annapolis, all the way down, the South Iron School District, all the way through toward the Wayne and Iron County line. You right now, nothing. Probably nice outside, to be honest with you. But very
Matt,
soon, you're going to be looking into a problem. Yes.
Not to cut you off, but a tornado warning just issued for southern Crawford County and Washington County, Missouri, till 9:30.
Yep, that's the one we put on there just a little while ago, actually, for Southern Crawford and Washington. And then we've also got it looks like another overlay of one. Yeah, they've extended that. The radar indicated, so they are extending the tornado warning in time because the current one was supposed to expire roughly in about a minute. They are extending it for another 31 minutes there, like you said, until about 9:30, and we'll be keeping a watchful eye on that. So what that basically means is forecasters at the National Weather Service are seeing something that is certainly not showing any signs of weakening, and the area of concern is what they're really wanting to monitor very carefully. I am counting right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active tornado warnings, but they're polygon warnings, which means they incorporate a multitude of counties, not just one county at a time. Then just outside our listing area, when I say just out, Shannon County is in our listing area. If I zoom in and I circle with my mouse, that is the Shannon County line. So you're talking a half a mile before we would have to count a 6th tornado warning. And that one is a particularly dangerous situation with an observed tornado on the ground. So we are really, at this point, we're going to be on the air for a while as these things particularly happen and they continue to make their way through. For folks in and around, I can't say this enough. I am genuinely concerned. When I'm looking at a St. Louis radar return showing so clearly the storm in West Plains as clearly as it is, it's got some fuel to work with. And so for folks in our southern listening area right now, you need to be concerned enough to be very aware of what's going on in the atmosphere and be ready at this point to take some necessary shelter as we go through the next couple of hours for your area. Right now it's calm, may not be for much longer.
Well, I will tell you.
And Matt, can you
go ahead? Go ahead, Kyle.
I just walked outside at my house here in Deloge, Missouri, and I'm telling you that wind is howling. Something else we might want to mention.
Yeah.
While we got a minute, let's maybe give you time to kind of reload and let Buddy get his stuff too. There was a massive brush fire, wildfire, and it actually closed Highway 8 from Potosi to Berryman. And these strong winds did not help that today. As we know, they said that was, they believe that was started by downed power lines that were arcing. And it was just racing through that area. And I believe it was Meredy, or maybe somebody else who saw on there that was saying they were actually headed towards the YMCA there in Potosi in that area. I'm not sure if this rain will help that or not, but there was that before. But I was just looking here. I was trying to update. Looks like they just sent out a severe weather statement. Yeah, they were updating the one that was near Cherryville and Steelville.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. I'm seeing a notch kind of form in that area as well.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you if you could zoom into the Villa Ridge area because there's one about 55 miles an hour, moving at about 55 miles an hour through there.
Villa Ridge. Help me out just a little bit. Which county are we talking about here?
It is between Union and Pacific, Missouri.
So in Franklin County.
Yes.
There you go. Oh, yeah.
We basically have a 30 county coverage area, so it takes some time.
Yeah. So to the left, right. Go to your left a little bit. Yeah, right between.
I see it there.
Burns. Yeah, there you go.
So this one right here that you're talking about, that one is under a thunderstorm warning, under a considerable threat, which means 70-mile-an-hour winds or more, and up to a golf ball size hail. It's scheduled to expire in just a little bit. And so, yeah, that's, for folks.
Gray Summit, yeah, in those areas,
yeah.
Wentzville, Moscow Mills, St. Paul, all those areas.
And you folks in Jefferson County, basically from Hillsborough, more or less DeSoto through Hillsborough, Scottsdale, Burns Mill. It's now your time to be weather aware at this point as well, because it is not going to take a huge amount of time for some of this to begin making its way toward you in the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes. So now a good time to figure out, what do I do if a tornado warning is issued? Where's my surroundings and what's the safest place for me to be? That's where you want to start focusing on right now. I'm going to zoom in very quickly here. I think for right now, these particular storms, folks in Viburnum, I said a little bit earlier, is a little bit concerned. Some of the stuff that we have seen, let me make sure I'm on the right radar. I am. I'm on St. Louis's radar. It's kind of been pulled into some of the stronger storm activity. You're kind of okay for right now, but off to your west, basically around Salem and Licking. Let me put this in motion here for just a moment. Let me do this. Bear with me for just a moment.
While you're doing that, I will confirm Union, Missouri was hit with a tornado. The direct hit was on the east side of town in the heart of the business district, and a large structure collapsed near the football field at Rockwood Summit High School.
Yeah.
Due to heavy winds.
That Channel
tonight.
4 was at that location just probably 10, 15 minutes ago. I believe they said it was maybe one of the dugouts had collapsed or something around there, but you could see a lot of damage to their baseball field area.
Yeah.
I'm looking at that. I'm looking at that storm over by Sherrill, kind of southwest of Salem, down by Houston, and all that. That one.
Okay. According to the Missouri State Highway Patrol, Troop C in Weldon Spring, per Franklin County Emergency Management, a tornado was spotted near Massey Ford Road, Union, Franklin County, moving at about 55 miles an hour, which we just discussed, and then a tornado with large debris signature in Gray Summit, heading toward Wildwood, Chesterfield, and Baldwin.
I'm looking
so
at
just
that
be careful
now.
out there,
If
folks.
it's the one that and you said it was by what road?
It just refreshed on me, and
sorry.
Kyle, are you able to see the screen?
no,
right
no,
now?
it's all right.
I am.
What I just circled in blue, what's kind of your interpretation of that?
Can you zoom in just a little bit? It's hard for my old eyes to see.
I sure can. Let's zoom in just a touch here.
And
Let
then,
me recircle what I was referring to.
That's very interesting.
It's a very interesting area, isn't it?
Kind of a square rectangular notch there.
Almost look like a wrench socket or something.
We are
the way
seeing
that's
some
shaped.
rotation. I just flipped it back over onto that.
That's around the Cherryville area?
Yes, it is. Just to the west of Cherryville. Let me see if I can zoom in. AA Highway, between basically 19 and AA Highway. Now, again, that radar return, that's a little bit older on the storm relative velocity. Let me go back over to here. This is only just a minute or two old. And this is under a tornado warning. What we are circling and taking a look at there, this is under a tornado warning. It's interesting at how they are drawing the polygon warnings this evening, and by that I just simply mean they're kind of leaving a variance as these things are moving off to the northeast. So it's more narrow on one side. I realize kind of sometimes it's how polygon warnings work. But on the other side of this particular warning toward the Jefferson-Washington County line, they've really extended that warning box out, basically almost to Caledonia. And all the way to the north near the Washington-Franklin County line along there on Highway 47. So, I mean, this is it's certainly something to keep a watchful eye on as to exactly how these storms will continue to morph and develop. We do have a brand new thunderstorm warning for folks in Dent County, lime size. Been a minute since I've seen that, 2 inches in diameter.
Lime size.
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Wow.
2 inches in diameter, 70 mile per hour winds. It has a considerable threat tag on it. For folks in Phelps County, Dent County, and outside of our listening area, North Central Texas County, 9:45 this evening is when this expires. A severe thunderstorm is located 7 miles northwest of Licking or 14 miles southeast of Fort Leonard Wood, moving to the northeast. I would say, again, almost racing to the northeast at 65 miles per hour, 70 mile an hour wind gusts and 2-inch hail. That's the area of concern. We're going to go through all of that. Now, here's the aspect. We just talked about how Rolla was hit by a tornado not probably 45 minutes to an hour ago. And once again, the same area is hit again and just off to its south with additional severe weather. And so this is why we're in it for the long haul. And for you folks in Shannon and Reynolds County and toward Iron County, we are still watching very cautiously this storm cell that is in the West Plains area, because it still has an observed tornado tag with a confirmation, visual confirmation, a large destructive tornado is on the ground. And the atmosphere really is, I mean, there's not a lot there that these storms are going to run into, atmospherically speaking, to kind of put a cap on them and stop them at this point.
Okay, Matt,
I heard
not
somebody
to,
trying to talk. Go for
yeah,
it.
yeah. Getting a report actually from my mom. She got an emergency alert in Arnold, tornado warning in the area till 9:45 p.m.
Yeah, that's a brand
So,
new issue just about 60 seconds ago.
Yes.
And also,
growing up.
the storms have already moved into southwestern Illinois. Calhoun County and Jersey County also have tornado warnings till 9:45.
So the warning that about there, it's a radar indicated tornado warning up to a quarter size hail for Franklin, southeastern Franklin, northern Jefferson, southwestern St. Louis County, and northeastern Washington County. This is until 9:45 this evening. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Lonedale, or about 11 miles southeast of St. Clair, moving to the northeast rapidly at 60 miles an hour. This is, again, a radar indicated tornado. But I also want to remind you, it started out as a radar indicated tornado that went through Rolla. We are seeing some situations here that are taking place. I want to see.
You know, and one of the places that was, you know, just some places included, I'm reading that same warning, you know, St. Louis, Wildwood, U City, Baldwin, Kirkwood, Webster Groves, Arnold, Creve Coeur, Clayton, Crestwood, Town and Country, Eureka, Richmond Heights, Ladue, Sunset Hills, De Pere, Brentwood, and Maplewood. And it also includes Route 66 State Park, Castlewood State Park, and a place you were just at, Matt, Mastodon State Park.
Yes. Yeah, I was just there a few days ago, earlier this week, and in and around that area. So, yes, basically southwestern and south county of St. Louis County itself, the metro area, again, moving off toward the south. Folks in Jefferson County, about 20 minutes ago, we gave you a heads up, and sure enough, that's what you got. We have a report of a tornado. This was about 20 minutes ago, again, 4 miles southwest of Union. Emergency management reporting that. It was information from a resident off Massey Ford Road near the Burbus River. A tornado took down several trees and power lines down. Power is currently out in that area. But the Weather Service feeling it was a good enough of a report to post it now to where we can see it on the radar returns. I'm going to tell you that the radar itself, the radar dome in Weldon Springs there for the St. Louis metro area, is currently under a tornado warning, and it is also being pelted very heavily with some very, very heavy rain and precipitation. Generally speaking, NexRad does a decent job still, but there may be a slight decrease in its ability to see things the further out you get away from the radar, because it's being pelted so directly on its radome, if you will, that we're going to have to watch that just a little bit. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to flip over to Springfield for just a moment and look exactly what I'm talking about. You've got these radar returns now coming from Springfield, which are showing up just a little bit better in Crawford and Washington counties. And again, that's just the natural ability of radars. When they are under such a huge amount of precipitation falling on them and whatnot, they get a little less sensitive in being able to pick stuff up super far away. So it's a natural tendency on those areas. So we're watching that very carefully.
And Matt, not to cut you off there, but there is still an ongoing tornado west of Wildwood. That's what I'm seeing here, and then so that's a very large tornado apparently near West.
Well, that's
Plains.
exactly what I was talking about there. The tornado warning that was over the radar dome. Yes, it is an observed tornado, damaging tornado, and ping pong ball size hail. Weather spotters confirmed. This you don't see often by a National Weather Service warning. You are in a life-threatening situation. That is not something that you see a whole lot of in warnings. It is a particularly dangerous situation. It's called a PDS. They have issued a PDS warning for this one. And typically speaking, I've talked about the fact that you have different radars and different National Weather Service offices. When one radar office or weather service office is under the gun with something like this, typically they will pass off their responsibilities temporarily to a neighboring office, whether that's Paducah or Springfield or another one, Kansas City, not sure. But in other words, the warnings will still be issued out. You don't have to worry about that. But certainly, I mean, where you see the green dot, that is exactly where the National Weather Service office is at. Their radar dome is very much right beside where they are. And so, yeah, this is an area, bear with me because it's so close. Let me tilt up just a little bit more. It's going to look a little grainy, and that's actually the way the radars naturally look. You just see a lot of imaging that is placed over to smooth all of that out so that basically, you and I can look at that and go, oh, that looks really obvious. But there's a lot there. The closer to the radar you get, the more of a tilt you want to move the radar up so that it's actually a little bit more accurate. And the further out you get, the lower the tilt because of the curvature of the Earth. So let me pull back just a little bit. And see some of this. Some of this is a few minutes old. Yeah, it's certainly something. I mean, there's a confirmed.
Yeah,
it's confirmed. It's
yeah.
on the ground. So
some of these are long track tornadoes, so that is very.
That's a concern.
Well.
You mentioned that. I'll walk right into that. You've got tornado reports now popping up throughout Franklin County. Emergency management. Multiple buildings suffering damage near Highway AT and Highway 100 near Villa Ridge. And also another one, this is right along I-44 in Franklin County. Multiple buildings suffering damage as well in that area. Let's go back to this one for just a moment. A tractor trailer impacted on I-44 near mile marker 247 near Union. No further information available at this time, but the emergency management reported that as a tornado report. So, guys, we are in this for a little bit longer haul. I'm watching at this point to see exactly. Let me go back over to the regular returns here. And Kyle, if you are there, he's checking on.
He's
lot of
gone.
Stuff.
He's checking on some stuff for us. I'm trying.
He will be back in just a moment here.
Yeah, if I ask the same thing or say something, it's because I'm obviously looking at something and I missed what you said. So
Absolutely.
Please bear with me on that. Looks like Kyle is back. I'm going to put him on the air here and see if Kyle, you got anything for us?
I was updating different things there. I'm going back through, so catch me up. Where are you guys just now?
We're just talking about the tornado warning in places basically on top of the National Weather Service office in Weldon Spring in the St. Louis metro area. There is an observed, confirmed tornado on the ground. Moving not far from the National Weather Service office. And then we still have tornado warnings across Jefferson, Franklin, and Washington counties in our listening area. The warning box for Crawford has been allowed to drop for a moment, but don't let your guard down because where Kyle was talking about just a little bit earlier, the thunderstorm warning stops at the Crawford County line, and it is moving straight again for where those tornado warnings were just listed. So go ahead, Kyle.
Well, I was going to say I'm kind of catching up here a little bit, but let me. I've got my own little radar pulled up here.
While you guys are doing that, the National Weather Service just said the tornado warning continues for Potosi, Mineral area, and Richwoods until 9:30. This was issued in the last minute.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was just 9:14 when that one came across, buddy. Yeah. Tornado, golf ball size hail, radar indicated rotation, Laddie, Shirley, and Cadet. So that would be up by the Kingston, Washington State Park area, where they were having some brush fires up that way earlier today. So.
And two possible tornadoes south of West Plains.
That's the area that we said we were monitoring very cautiously on that. And
this 14 minutes ago, now. The Shannon County first responders posted that 14 minutes ago there were two possible tornadoes just south of West Plains, telling everybody don't relax just yet, which is what we've been telling
reading
everybody
this one now.
well.
This was at 9:14. Thunderstorm producing a tornado near Ott, or 13 miles northwest of Salem. Tennis ball size hail, radar indicated location. That may be a different one than what you saw. Oh, here we go.
for those of you that are watching us and again listening to us on Show Me Live on our app and other aspects and watching us on the socials, I've been talking about this, and it is relevant no matter where you are, really in the coverage area. I'm getting very concerned for our friends at the National Weather Service office in St. Louis, Weldon Spring proper. There is a confirmed tornado, and if I am circling correctly, and Kyle, please, as a double look there, make sure that you kind of are in agreement with that. That is moving straight for the radar site that we're using at this particular point. So I am growing a little concerned. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there are contingency plans in place. If you have a National Weather Service office that gets in the way of severe weather harm, they toss it off to a neighboring weather service office. I don't know if that'll be Paducah, Springfield, or Kansas City, but somebody will take over from that point and continue to issue the warnings. But my main concern is for the radar returns itself. That's a little bit more difficult if the radar itself suffers any kind of damage. I'm going to be watching that very carefully, and if that timestamp starts showing a little bit dated, I'm going to move over to a different radar source at this point out of Paducah or Springfield, so that we can continue to get necessary feeds of live information coming in.
And Matt,
very
you
concerned
may
about that.
you may want to check the Bakersfield, Missouri area again. I'm seeing reports of a very strong and damaging tornado just hit that region and is continuing on the ground as it heads northeastward, which I believe you've already discussed that area a little bit, but this is just fresh information.
Yeah, right now those returns from the St. Louis side are 4 minutes old. I'm going to flip over to a neighboring radar. It won't be quite as efficient for the St. Louis and Jefferson and Washington County. I'm going to pull out of the Paducah radar source at this point, but I'm a little apprehensive now when the radar returns are over 4 minutes old and we haven't received an update. There may be a little bit of something. I'll check back in a little bit. We'll see if that maybe the power flickered, something along those lines. But we're going to watch that very cautiously.
Violent tornado. I'm being reporting a violent tornado heading toward Winona, Missouri.
That is the one that we were talking about, yes. And there is now a tornado warning. Folks in Shannon, Reynolds County, we've been talking about this for 45 minutes to an hour, maybe longer. The storms that have moved out of Arkansas and into Missouri are moving in your area. When Buddy just said violent tornado, that's not his particular verbiage. That's actually what the National Weather Service out of Springfield, Missouri is indicating. Southwestern Shannon County, there's Howell and Oregon County. That's outside of our listing area. This is until 10 p.m., but Shannon County is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located 8 miles east of West Plains, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Emergency management confirmed tornado near Rover. So folks in the Ellington area, you're not under a warning area yet for Reynolds County, Annapolis, a little bit further away. But as we have been talking about this particular storm cell, I've been exercising a great deal of concern over because it has a confirmation of a tornado. It doesn't seem to be weakening. It continues to get confirmation that that a tornado is on the ground by multiple different emergency responders as it's moving through. You folks in Winona, you're on the leading edge of this, and you need to be seeking shelter right now. Somebody's trying to talk to you.
I found an interesting radar return, Matt. If you go down there by Rover, that's just going to be, I'm not sure if you know where that is, but mine just updated. But there is it's actually just to the north of Rover, near kind of Thomasville and Call. If you find Rover and go straight up, what are you seeing there?
I am not seeing Rover, so give me a county and I can go from there pretty quickly.
Let's see, that will be where Alton and Thayer are.
All right. Well, that was basically there. There it is, right there. Found it.
Yeah.
It popped up when I zoomed in clearly enough. I was close, but you got me there. So, folks in Thomasville, yes, that is definitely interesting.
Look. Let's see. It would be almost. Well, now mine just updated, so give me a minute to get back here. But there's a little notch. It's almost like an eye, right around State Highway 160. It would be.
If you're able to see the screen, are you talking about this right here?
Yeah, that's pretty
Yep.
close right there. There's almost like a little eye forming right there, almost like you would see in a hurricane. And I've only seen that happen a
A
few
few times.
times with weather like this. So there is definitely some high winds right there. I'm wondering if that's where that tornado that they're talking about is. I'm wondering if that's where that is.
I mean that you're a trained weather spotter. You know this stuff. I very much agree all the way around that if there's going to be something there, that's probably it. I just switched over to for a brief moment to the velocity to see if we could see the rotation or a debris ball that was evident, but for whatever reason, our system is not giving us updated information on that. In fact, it's about 20 minutes old. So I'm going to keep it on the radar returns, which is basically what you're seeing right now. Brand new tornado warning for folks in and around the Van Buren area, Elsinore. This is for Carter County until 10:15. A particularly dangerous situation, a damaging tornado. Emergency management reporting a tornado near Rover. And so this is for Carter County until 10:15. The tornado will be near Fremont at around 10 p.m. Carter County, Shannon County, it's along the edge of our listening area. You folks more toward the heart of our listening area. This is not far away from you. Reynolds County, Iron County, eventually northwestern Madison County, possibly St. Francis County. Why am I going that far out? Because these storm cells formed in Arkansas 2 or 3 hours ago, and they're still kicking in there. Will they dissipate? We sure hope so. But the fact of the matter is they haven't so far, so we've got to give you a heads up and let you know that this is an area of concern you need to be monitoring very, very clearly. I'm going to see if we've got... All right, so we've got
Matt,
radar returns back from St. Louis, so that's a positive.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because I was going to report earlier that apparently from reports I'm seeing, the tornado was headed towards Lambert Airport. About 5 minutes ago.
Take a look at this.
Geez.
I don't even really need to circle it. That's a problem. Folks in Kimmswick, Arnold, the Peevely area, Hillsborough. This is why we have so many eyes on everything, so that we can keep a watchful eye, because one person, too many warnings. It's one person cannot handle all of this.
Exactly.
You folks in Otto and Antonia, Shady Valley, Seckman, basically... I mean, if that's not a tornado on the ground, I don't know what is. Let me see if the storm velocity, no, it's still like 40 minutes old. Let me go back over here where it looks really relevant at this point.
While you're
that
doing
little
that,
notch
apparently,
area.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
This little notch area, forgive my crude drawings here because I'm drawing with a mouse, and it's not as easy as it may seem, but that little notch area that kind of forms, that's what you want to really kind of take a very close. It doesn't always happen that way on a radar, but when you see something like that, it's a pretty big indicator that there is something going on. And while it is still indicating radar indicated for this particular warning, I will be very surprised if there is not a tornado on the ground. Folks on Highway M, Highway 21 between Goldman, Otto, and Jefferson Heights, you've got minutes or less. In fact, you have seconds. If you're looking at the Seckman area, you've got minutes, and you've got probably less than 5, because this radar return is about 3 minutes old, and it is moving so rapidly, you've got a very short amount of time. Folks in Arnold, you've got less than 10 minutes. Maxville, Tenbrook, Kimmswick, I know you're just outside the watch box, but I am looking at this the warning box, I should say. But I'm looking at this, and I'm very concerned, because it looks at this point like it's going to go right over Otto and Antonia if it's not there already. And again, we're just having a little bit of a difficulty there with the St. Louis radar. Forgive me, I'm going to go to a different source here.
Even KMOV. Even KMOV in Maryland Heights, they're broadcasting from downstairs because it's going right towards
No doubt.
them.
No doubt. There is no doubt at this point at all. I'm still showing some old returns, and so I am trying to find a source. The St. Louis radar has really been under the gun with its own warning. The actual radar, physical radar itself, has been under tornado warnings itself, and so it's been a little sporadic. And so we're just trying to find the most current returns that we can. You know, the thing is, I'm looking at this. This is from the Springfield radar, but it's really just outside of its fringe coverage area. But it really is highlighting exactly what the Storm Prediction Center said that they feared was going to happen. Individual cells, supercell type of a situation forming, and this is what we are finding this evening. It looks like the tornado warning for Washington County has been allowed to expire at this point. And there is a thunderstorm warning, though, that is still in effect. 70-mile-an-hour winds, you might as well treat that as something that's very damaging, and golf ball size hail. And that still expires in 31 minutes or so. Yeah, that's still about a 7-minute-old return. And I've got a fresh return from Paducah. So we're going to go with that right now at this particular point. But because it is so far away from the Paducah site, it's a lot more difficult to see that echo, that notch that we could see so clearly from the St. Louis site. The problem is the St. Louis radar is now running almost 10 minutes behind when it comes to its radar returns, what we're able to see and where that storm is at. They're moving so rapidly that 10 minutes of time at 55, 65 miles an hour in movement is a very large amount of real estate between where the actual storms are at and where things happen to be. So yeah, as you mentioned, KMOV is reporting probably from their basement.
Yeah, they are. Can you zoom in closer to Arnold? It looks like there's a wild hook feature. I don't know if you've done that already, but
there's definitely a hook forming there if it hasn't already.
Most definitely. I can see it.
I'm on a different radar than what I was using because that one apparently decided it was going to crap out on me there. So I'm actually using one from Weather Underground right now.
Yeah, Channel 4 has evacuated the studio.
I am not surprised by that.
No, I'm not either.
And it's something we would do in our own respect as well, out of safety, because you can't report on something if you've got a building coming apart around you. So I've been there, I've done that. It's not fun, and I've also done hurricane coverage, and let me tell you, it's not fun whenever you do that, because our intent is to help you stay safe and ahead of the storms. But sometimes we get right over the same situation where we ourselves are in danger. So I've been there and done that.
Or in an earthquake when you're reporting as well. So
it can happen. Yeah. We had that happen on our election night coverage with Buddy, who's joining us from California and is originally from our area here in southeast Missouri and southwest Illinois, in St. Francis and Washington, St. Francis County, right along the county line there with Washington County, but lives in California. But we let him on the air from time to time. So
yeah, and you know what? I will say we've had our fair share of rain and some nasty looking weather here as well.
Yep.
And
then back to here at this particular point for folks in Carter County, we're looking at a considerable threat tag with a particularly dangerous situation. And out of the Paducah radar, we are seeing folks in Ellington, Piedmont, heads up. This is going to be moving in your direction a lot faster than you realize because it is moving so fast. I just put a movement on this, and that is so interesting.
Man, that thing just blew up.
Right? Yeah, it did. Out of West Plains, and then there's still a tornado warning in effect for just south of West Plains, out of our listing area. But folks in Shannon County, the Winona area, Birch Street County, Van Buren, basically from Big Spring on to the north from there, there's a national park there with the Ozark Scenic Trail, Ozark Scenic Riverway, I should say. It's looking pretty obvious at this particular point as to what we are seeing. But folks in Ellington, Piedmont, Patterson, Desart, Annapolis, you are not under a tornado warning yet. I'm going to tell you right now, prepare as if you are about to be. This storm is not weakening. It has not weakened in at least 2 to 3 hours. And there is no indication in the atmosphere that it is going to weaken between now and the time that it is over the top of you. So those of you there is no official warning, so we're not going to say it as such. But here's some very serious friendly advice. Folks in Ellington, folks in Piedmont, folks in Desart, Annapolis, Patterson, almost over to Greenville, basically the northwestern portion of Wayne County, basically the central portion of Reynolds County. Let me zoom in for just a moment here. Just south of Centerville toward Ellington. This is an area, Oakley, Chitwood, Fruit City, Desolate, and Beale. This is an area I'm very, very worried about, and I mean worried about at this point, because this is a confirmed, very large tornado on the ground. It has been confirmed. It is a long track tornado. Multiple spotters and emergency responders throughout its path have confirmed over and over that it remains on the ground. You folks in Ellington, Reynolds County, Iron County, northwestern Wayne County, possibly into Madison and St. Francis County. Folks, you folks right there, we've got a little bit of time, but you need to be weather aware at this point. So right now it's quiet, very calm. It may not be in the next 60 to 90 minutes, depending on if you're in the farming area, Fredericktown. It's just really, really an area of concern. I cannot stress that enough for those of you in those counties. There are no warnings right now, so we obviously we ourselves don't issue those warnings. The National Weather Service does. But I'm very, very, very concerned for those of you in Reynolds, Iron, northwestern Madison, portions of northwestern Wayne County, and possibly now into St. Francis and St. Genevieve counties. It's a little ways off. We'll wait another 15, 20 minutes, and we just hope and say a prayer and cross our fingers that the storm will start weakening. That is the hope. But for right now, it doesn't seem to be doing so.
And Matt, can you just go back to Arnold? It looks like it's just west of Arnold proper, according to what I'm looking at here as well.
This is approximately 4 minutes old. Its radar returned. There's that notch. And so the Weather Service radar in St. Louis is really struggling right now. Not sure what's going on, but I mean, the radar itself has been under the gun for some severe weather and even its own tornado warning just a very short time ago. So who knows? But this is now back to the St. Louis return. It's about 4 minutes old. What I have circled is that notch that he's talking about. It has, and because it's moving so rapidly at 4 minutes of where it's at, they've just issued a brand new tornado warning. And let's see what we can get here. It is an observed tornado. Yeah. It is an observed tornado. So here's what we've got. National Weather Service in St. Louis has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Madison County in Illinois. This is Illinois Madison County, not Missouri Madison County that I was talking about just a short time ago. Northwestern Monroe County, St. Clair County in Illinois, on into Missouri, northeastern Jefferson, south central St. Louis County, and St. Louis City proper itself. This is until 10:15 this evening. A confirmed tornado was located over Arnold, moving to the northeast, racing at about 60 miles per hour. Weather spotters have confirmed the tornado with power flashers near Arnold. Power flashers, that's an indication that substations and or transformers are blowing. So when you see those green sparks popping up in the darkness that you have seen maybe during hurricane coverage and other aspects, those power flashers going on, that's exactly what they're talking about there. Folks they said it's over Arnold. This return out of St. Louis, again, it's showing it's struggling right now. But you can clearly, there's a brand new update. There is still that notch right here. I'm going to circle it once again. Yeah. Let me zoom in. I really want to hone in on that. And folks in Reynolds and Madison and Iron counties in southern Missouri, our southern listening area, we are not ignoring you. We've got other folks watching that, and if they see something, we're going to immediately go back to that. But right here, my mouse got in the way here. Let me redraw that for just a quick second. Right here, in this little area, this is an area of concern, and that would be very indicative of an actual tornado on the ground. No question about that. Let me do something here. I haven't done a lot of that, but I want you to see something that the radar can see. Take a look at this. This is what's called a 3D form. It is essentially that notch. It's showing a clear area, essentially where that tornado could potentially be. So I'm going to zoom out just a little bit. See that notch? We're going to reset things. I know it's a little discombobulating, but there's that little notch right here. If you see my mouse circling that area, and you want to see that, that's basically an inflow that's creating that spinning rotation right there with such extreme echo returns, radar returns all around it, indicating either a debris situation, because debris can flip back to the radar as showing extreme intensity on radar, or just a lot of hail or heavy rains. But that is on the upper end of what the radar, the actual legend is going to show. And so I'm a little concerned that that may actually be a portion of debris. Yes, Kyle?
They just said confirmed tornado crossing I-55 at Arnold proper,
Yep.
right?
Yep, that's where we are. And so that's that's the area of concern. In fact, I would say that this return, there we go. It is basically South County at this point, Melville, Jefferson Barracks, I-255. I mean, basically from Oakville to Cliff Cave, it's on top of you. This one is, let's see, we're less than 60 seconds of age. So let's make use of a really good radar return right now and show you exactly what we're talking about. Folks in Dupo, the Centerville, the Columbia area, Millstadt, and then a lot of open farmland. This is getting ready to move over into Illinois at this point. But for folks in and around the Arnold area, there is that has been a confirmed tornado. I am not going to be shocked in any way to start seeing storm reports of a lot of damage, because the radar returns is really showing. It's been showing a very intense notch there, and that's a big indication that we've got something going on.
Looks like
also Hazelwood.
Like a free ball.
Hazelwood, and I'm seeing reports that Lambert was hit by a tornado. I'm just trying to confirm that.
Yeah, unconfirmed reports that Lambert Airport may. That's right. Not the first time the airport has been hit by a tornado, if you recall that.
An observed
about 10 or 15 years ago.
Yeah, an observed tornado warning has been issued for Arnold and St. Louis. The spotters have confirmed a tornado on the ground. It's in effect till 10:15, which you mentioned. Definitely need to seek shelter immediately if you're in those areas. Right. Tornado observed in Florissant.
This return is approximately 10 minutes old as far as the echo return for debris and for rotation. It was over the Antonia area. It is very clear, as I'm circling this right now, very clear that there was something indicative of being on the ground at that point. That notch that we're still talking about right here, this notch right here, that is still very much an active tornado warning with a confirmation of a tornado on the ground at this particular point. So for those of you, it's moving off toward Dupo. It's already making its way out of Jefferson County right now, if it hasn't already. Let's go back over here for just a minute. We do have a thunderstorm, a thunderstorm warning. And, okay, for folks in Washington County, I've got some concerns. There is a thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. Let's take a look at that for just a moment. They are indicating that there is obviously some rotation going on, 70-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail in Washington County, Missouri, 6 miles west of, Hillsboro, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So it's moving toward Jefferson County right now. Fletcher, Morse Mill, Ormond, Grubbville, Victoria, Hematite, Mapleville, I should say, Otto and Kimswick moving in your area, as well as Mastodon Historic Site. Literally was just there a couple of days ago. Sandy Creek Cover Bridge Historic Site and Governor Dunklin's Grave Historic Site as well. And it includes I-55 in Missouri between exits 175 and 191. Again, possible tornado by the National Weather Service warning. We are not saying it's possible. The Weather Service is saying it's possible, and we are repeating that to you at this point. So for folks in southern Jefferson County, I realize in northern Jefferson County, that confirmed tornado around Arnold has now begun making its way out into Illinois. Southern Jefferson County, don't be surprised if another tornado warning is issued in a very short amount of time. You're about ready to say something, buddy?
Well, yes, I wanted to say that a tornado warning has been issued for St. Louis City, St. Clair, St. Louis counties, Madison, Jefferson, and Monroe counties.
Yep, that's the one. Yeah, that's St. Louis City right there. It expires in 33 minutes. An observed tornado on the ground, and an observed tornado, a separate warning also that in the northern part of the suburbs of St. Louis. So folks in the St. Louis metro area for sure. Definitely under the gun right now. We love our folks in the city of St. Louis. You all have an awful lot of news media that can handle your stuff there. We do cover it. And so we know that you all have multiple sources there. We know that folks in and around the heart of our area doesn't have as many selections for a local type of a source. And so we will pay attention to that because, hey, a lot of people who live in and around there have relatives that live in the St. Louis area. So we do. A new thunderstorm warning's just been issued. Just Now, for Crawford County, Central Crawford County, and Washington County in east central Missouri until 10:15. 9:43 p.m., a severe thunderstorm located near Cherryville, or 6 miles southeast of Steelville, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. If you are in Steelville and Cherryville, about 9:45, you got 2 minutes. That's where it's moving toward right now. This is what I keep saying. The stuff, and I feel bad for you all, along the I-44 corridor and just off to the south from there, it's one round after another, and we hope that some of this will start moving off. But for you folks, I keep saying, Ellington, Piedmont, Ironton, Annapolis, on in toward the Fredericktown area. I really want you to pay very close attention. I want to give some time expansion onto this because this is still an active tornado warning with a confirmation of a tornado on the ground. Carter County, the National Weather Service office in Paducah issues that one. We're right on the fringe of St. Louis, Paducah, and Springfield with the counties. An observed tornado. That's what you got going on there, Carter County. But so far, also in Shannon County, as well as Northern Oregon County, the Springfield office, if I'm not mistaken, is yes, a KSGF. That is the Springfield office, and they are also indicating on some of that same cell a particularly dangerous situation as well. A PDS type of a storm is not issued very often. Multiple ones in a night is extraordinarily rare. We want to point that out. We're back on the Paducah radar site here for just a moment. And so for folks in Reynolds County, I'm going to call it out again. Maybe you're just tuning in. You're starting to kind of see some things changing around in the atmosphere a little bit, and it's kind of starting to act a little ominous, or maybe you're seeing some lightning off to your south. Folks, there is a confirmed tornado on the ground. You are not under a warning yet, but if this storm holds itself together, it is very possible that you will be in a very short order. So folks in southern Reynolds County, let's just say western Wayne County. I don't want to leave a community out when I start naming things, but let's say western Wayne County, more or less Elsinore being in Carter County, but let's say Mill Spring, Piedmont area. This is an area of concern. Des Arc, Annapolis, possibly not as north as Ironton, but it's just an area of concern. Let me put some movement on this. Let's see what we get here and how things are moving along. And yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing. For those of you watching us, you know exactly what I'm seeing. Those of you listening to us on Show Me Live through our apps and our website at streamingrules.com or showmelive.net, this is an area that you actually can hop on one of our socials, our YouTube channel, and actually watch what we're seeing as well. But we know if you're driving and you happen to be listening, obviously you don't want to be watching stuff. So we're simulcasting audio and video here for you tonight so that you kind of keep track of what's going on. Go ahead, buddy.
Matt, again, correct me if you've already mentioned this, but a tornado south of Eminence right now. Did you report that? I've been checking on stuff, so that's why I might have missed that.
That is exactly what we are talking about. Actually, I was zoomed in on that, and they are paring away.
Perfect.
As the confirmed tornado on the ground continues to move off. They are paring away a little bit and chopping away a little bit at the warning box, the polygon warning out of Shannon County. Now Carter County is predominantly the county of concern. But I again reiterate, folks in Reynolds County, basically, let's say between Centerville and Ellington. Let me zoom in just a minute there. I'm concerned about you folks in Ellington, very concerned actually. I'm a little less concerned about Centerville, but I am very concerned about you folks from Ellington on south to the Reynolds-Carter County line along Highway 21 there. Highway 34 toward Piedmont, very, very concerned. And folks in Des Arc and Annapolis in southern Iron County, I'm also concerned about you as well, and possibly into southern Madison County, but we're going to take them one at a time. But this continues to show. Here's why I am so concerned about that. Number one, there's a confirmed tornado on the ground as reported by numerous different emergency responders as it made its way throughout certain areas. This thing has been going on since it was in Arkansas multiple counties ago. The main area and the main reason why I am concerned, and I'm gonna stop this motion for just a moment. Those of you listening, here's what I'm doing. I'm gonna stop the motion, and then I'm gonna do something else here. I'm going to show you exactly why I am a little bit concerned here. Let me turn that off here. The reason that I am so concerned is because this is so far, if you take a look at this, the Paducah radar is so far away from the actual storm warning, and Paducah is who issues the warning for Carter County. Now, why am I so concerned about that? And here's the reasoning behind that. The further away you get from the radar source, the more difficult it is to see. There's been an advocating in the meteorological world for years that there is basically a blind spot between Paducah and Springfield. That blind spot is exactly where this storm is at right now. It may not look as impressive as it did when it was closer towards Springfield's radar system. That doesn't mean it isn't just as strong. As it moves toward Reynolds, Wayne, Iron County, either the Paducah radar site or the St. Louis site, it will start getting close enough where these returns on your screen will become a little bit more accurate in exactly what's going on. Will the storm have weakened? Possibly. Will it have intensified? Possibly. Or remaining the same status that it is now. But that's why I'm focusing so much concern for you folks right now, because we're really cautious about watching to see exactly what's going to happen there, and trying to figure out exactly whether or not this thing is going to continue toward as additional tornado warnings toward Reynolds and Carter. Our Carter's already under the gun. Reynolds County, Iron and Wayne County, and even into Madison County here in southeast Missouri. So we're watching it very cautiously. We're being very cautious about it. You're seeing a lot of the tornado warnings near the St. Louis area. Slowly but surely, there's a live statute sweep. Hey, we've got the St. Louis radar back online again, thankfully, so hopefully it'll stick with us after the storms have blown over the top of it. Let's see what we've got here. This is only about an 8-second delay. So if you're watching this, plus a digital delay of probably 15 to 20 seconds of your device, it's about as live as you can get. And so as you're watching this, you're literally seeing the rain, the storm itself, you're seeing it change. Is that what's called a statute sweep? It's going across the storm right now. And that is the most latest information. That is flat out live right now. So folks in downtown St. Louis, basically South County Depot, Illinois, this is an area where you're still under officially an observed tornado warning, meaning a confirmed tornado warning, but for the most part, folks in Illinois, Belleville, O'Fallon, Collinsville, this is moving in your direction for that. And then also a confirmed or observed tornado in the northern part of St. Louis County and off toward Alton and Godfrey, Illinois, as well as just to the east of St. Charles. So that is starting to move out toward the fringe of our listing area as well. And then we still have our thunderstorm warnings and a tornado possible warning now in we've got a considerable threat as well. Let's go ahead and open this up for just a moment. This was just issued a few moments ago. A thunderstorm located near Hillsboro, moving to the northeast at 60, 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and ping-pong ball size hail. Radar indicated it looks like that is showing a considerable tag and a possible tornado. That means that they are seeing some rotation. Yeah, this radar is finally back online. We're getting another live update here, and that's the way it should be as we go about this evening. So that is an area, again, that we're watching and very cautiously. And now we have a brand new tornado warning. Been talking about it this evening. Radar indicated for folks in Reynolds, Iron, portions of Wayne County, southeastern Iron and southeastern Reynolds County until 10:45. You're getting a little bit of notice here, but don't take that note for granted. It is moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. The National Weather Service in St. Louis issuing those warnings for Reynolds and Iron County. It is a confirmed tornado. Actually, this one saying radar indicated at this point. So we've gone from observed to radar indicated. I'm not quite sure what kind. You've got differing weather service offices here. You've got one in Springfield, you have one in Paducah, and then you have the one in St. Louis now saying radar indicated. Here's what we're going to do with this. We're just going to treat it as for what it is. It's a tornado warning. And at this particular point, just assume that this tornado is on the ground because it has been on the ground for a very long time. The National Weather Service office in St. Louis kind of taking over for the warnings now that it's moving toward Reynolds and Iron County. I don't know if there's a possible communication error, but I'm just genuinely concerned because of what we are seeing. Let's just assume that tornado is still prevalent and on the ground. So for folks basically from Ellington, Oakley, Chitwood, Keeney Corner, Hadley, on into Des Arc, Vulcan, Annapolis, near Zabula, minimum, as well as Brunot. This is an area of concern right now. That is how the warning is there. And another reason why I'm a little bit concerned about this polygon warning that the Weather Service, I'm not trying to critique or criticize in any way, shape, or form. Everybody's doing a great job tonight and working very hard. But if you look at something here between the warnings, you have a little kind of a zone here that didn't get put under any warning from any one of the three offices as well. For those of you living or listening or watching in the Beale area, Deslet, the Shawnee area, Owls Bend, or Shawn area, I should say, you just be very weather aware at this particular point as well. It is a little unusual to have a polygon warning issued just off to your east and just off to your south for the same exact storm. And not include a little bit more territory there. So we're going to just treat that with a little extra TLC there for just a little bit and kind of keep you in the warning area right now. So for folks in southern Reynolds County, as well as almost into central Reynolds County and Annapolis, southern Iron County, and all the way to the Madison County line. So a lot right along State Highway C, as well as a couple of other roads. Let's see if I can get some of these on there. Zooming in really big there, and it's not giving me a name. Highway E is an elephant. If you're listening and you're not seeing what I'm seeing right now, this is an area that you're going to want to be very weather aware. Here comes another statute suite. Let's see what we get here. And even that far away from the radar site, we are seeing some areas of major concern when it comes to that. I'm going to purposely pick over to Paducah. I think it's going to pick up the returns just a little bit with a little less clutter in there. It is marginally closer than the one in St. Louis, not by a lot, but it is something that'll give us an extra vantage point. You know what? Just for kicks and giggles, I'm going to move over to the Springfield site as well. Let me move over to there. And it's also picking up some of this as well. So we're right along that fringe. But yeah, you can see little notches. And I'm going to circle some of that. And if Kyle, if you're still here, I don't know if he's made his way through or if he's checking on more information. That's not so, well, it's actually quite a large notch, actually, possibly between two separate cells. But these little notches that are beginning to form just a little bit there, that's an area of concern, and it's right in that warned area as well. So
you almost have like right down there where the two storms kind of in between there. It almost looks like they're kind of almost trying to merge there, and that could be
right there.
Yeah, that could be for some interesting things there because those winds are going to be swirling as it is all through that. And
exactly,
boy, if you get those two combined, you could have a real nasty situation. I believe that if you can zoom in, is that down south of Winona?
It is. Okay. It's just south of Winona, and you're looking at Highway 19, basically U.S. Highway 60 down south of there, Highway 19, Greer, Woodside, Huddleston, Royal Oak.
A very interesting formation there.
It is extremely, very interesting. And for those of you, once again, I'm in no way, shape, or form. We love our folks at the National Weather Service office, not being critical at all. It's just that you have three forecast offices that are issuing three separate warnings for the same exact storm, and they issue something called polygon warnings now instead of entire counties. That little blue line that I just drew manually into there, you're not under a warning. I can't pronounce a warning. I'm not the National Weather Service. How about you just be weather aware at this point, because it is highly unusual for the same exact cell to have warnings skip over a part of real estate and then carry a warning on as if that storm is not going to move through there. So for those of you in that general vicinity, there's technically not a warning there, but how about you stay weather aware and keep yourself safe? It's better safe than sorry at this particular point. I'm just a little bit concerned about that. And again, Springfield, St. Louis, and Paducah all issuing warnings for this storm because all of their fringe counties merge right in that spot. Hey, we just got a statute suite, and Kyle, take a look at that right here. You've got a little bit of a notch forming. I did not mean to do that. You've also, and yeah, that strange, that very unique area right there, it's still prevalent. And then, but there's just a lot there of concern.
Yeah, and that could just be the way that that where you have that notch and then it comes straight down, almost looks like a rounded thing there. That could just be straight line winds, but there's a chance that could easily turn into rotation as well. So
no question. Let me flip over to Paducah. Yeah, Paducah's radar showing the same exact thing. I thought maybe from a different vantage point. I was on the Springfield, and then I flipped over to Paducah, wondering, it's from one direction to the other there, and it's showing the same exact thing there. So that it is unique and an area of concern. So as we were giving you a heads up in Reynolds and Iron County, it has now come to fruition with a tornado warning there. I want to just quickly do a quick assessment here of other warnings that we've got going on to see if anything else has changed.
I wanted to, not to cut you off. I wanted you to see if you could. Dupo, Illinois is under the gun right now with a tornado as well, at least according to radar. And that might have been the one that came through Arnold, which we confirmed had a direct hit at Old Lime Ferry Road with trees cut in half.
Not surprised, given the radar returns that we were seeing. They're a little sporadic out of St. Louis for a bit, but the actual radar itself was under a confirmed tornado with a tornado warning on them.
I just had some stuff sent to me from Rolla. Apparently there were some pictures. I'll try to get those posted on the chat site here in a minute. You guys can kind of look. They're not the best pictures that I've been able to see, but I'll try to get those over there. But it looks like there's definitely been some damage in Rolla as well.
And a trailer park completely destroyed in Villa Ridge.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that, unfortunately, given what we were seeing. Hey, very quickly, I just want to take a look at this for our southeastern Missouri counties. I'm going to flip over to the Little Rock radar, and
they're getting really inundated down there. Pretty.
But I just put it in motion. Here's my concern. Oh, we've got a problem here that just popped up. Stay tuned. We have a threat warning. A tornado emergency has just been issued for Carter County. Northwestern Carter County, folks, a tornado emergency has just been issued, a catastrophic damage threat, an observed tornado. And again, lovingly, our friends in St. Louis, the National Weather Service there, they said radar indicated. I'm trying very hard not to disagree with them, but it's very difficult to see messages come out from one versus the other, and now you have a tornado emergency for the storm that is moving for you folks in Reynolds and Iron County. A tornado emergency has just been issued with a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS, having been issued for this. At 9:59 p.m., a confirmed large and destructive tornado was observed near Fremont or near Van Buren, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. A tornado emergency has been issued for Van Buren and Fremont. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take shelter and take cover now. The emergency management confirmed this tornado. So the Van Buren around 10:05. You have 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes, folks in Van Buren. That's what you've got right now. Folks in southern Reynolds County, I'm raising my voice a little bit with sincerity. I know that the warning is showing radar indicated. I'm going to be blunt. It's time to ignore it. We have a confirmed tornado with a tornado emergency that is moving in your direction. So whether or not there is the warning, it is to be treated as if there is something on the ground at this point, because just off the actual storm cell that has prompted the tornado warning for you folks in Reynolds and Iron County, that actual cell itself is what has prompted a tornado emergency. These things are almost never issued. This is an extremely rare warning that is issued by the National Weather Service. They are issued very sparingly. Last time I recall the National Weather Service office in Paducah issuing one of these was back in 2021 on December 10th. And so that is a very, and they may have issued one between then, but it is extremely rare. Folks in Ellington, off to the south, Reynolds County, Iron County. I'm going to be even more honest. Folks in Piedmont area, I'm going to put this in motion. You're not under a warning right now in Piedmont, As I put this into motion, it doesn't take somebody a long time to figure out the actual motion of this storm. Those of you listening on Show Me Live on our apps and our website, we are streaming video as well on our social medias and YouTube channels and other aspects. Those of you in Western Wayne County, I am very concerned because this is going to move right through southern Reynolds County. It's going to move right through southern Iron County, which is under a tornado warning. And if this return on the screen, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more, is going to continue on with its present movement, it can't miss portions of Western Wayne County, even though you are not under a warning right now. So those of you in Piedmont, those of you in Mill Spring, I know you're not under a warning right now. You need to be very cautious and be very weather aware at this point because of the concern that we're seeing with this particular storm. It is an area of great concern as of this point in time. I cannot stress that enough. When you have a tornado emergency that has been issued, it's a big deal. And it is something that they don't issue often. And I am very, very worried about you folks in Reynolds County, basically Ellington South. And I am very concerned for you folks in Western Wayne County, basically Piedmont on to the north, possibly even Piedmont on toward Highway 34 in Mill Spring. Because if you look, I don't know who's still with me, if you all are gathering additional information or not, but Buddy and Kyle, if you look just very clearly, you see the storm cell, you see its movement, and how on earth could it possibly even miss something like that? That's the key.
Right. Was this the one that you and I were just looking at a minute ago, and I said was a very interesting looking storm?
Yeah, it sure was.
The same one.
This is a tornado emergency.
I'm
now
looking
look
right
at the
now at
look at the line. I want you to look at the line
Fremont.
that I've just manually drawn there. I mean, I don't know. Let's see. How do we? Bear with me. 60 miles an hour is how fast this thing is moving. 60 miles an hour. No. I do not.
That's as fast as you drive a car, folks.
It is as fast as you drive a car. Let me take off the storm plotter for just a moment. I haven't used the storm plotter a lot this evening, but I'm very familiar with it, right? So here's what we've got. I'm going to get that movement one more time. Okay. So here's what we've got. We have a movement right now, 60 miles an hour. And I don't see, if I'm drawing this even remotely correctly, at 60 miles an hour, this is what we are looking at. We are looking at Van Buren right now. Garwood, 9 minutes. Hadley, 13 minutes. Piedmont, 21 minutes. Gads Hill, 24 minutes. Des Arc, 29 minutes. Patterson, 29 minutes. Silva, 33 minutes. Brunot, 34 minutes. Bounds, 34 minutes. About 3,000 people, a total population in and around this area. I acknowledge there is no warning issued for Western Wayne County. I don't, and guys, if you disagree with me, please tell me, and I will back off on this. But the reality is, as I put the radar into motion, I don't see how this doesn't scrape through portions of Wayne County. I just don't see it.
Yeah, it looks like it's going right for it. I would say if you're in the Van Buren, it looks like it would be north of them right now, or they're probably getting the leaning edge of a lot of straight line winds. But I would also say Piedmont. I may be wrong. Des Arc, I think Vulcan's down that area. Clearwater's somewhere in that area as well, I believe.
Yeah, Clearwater Lake. It's Piedmont. You're
I would say if anybody's listening down there, they need to probably take shelter. There's
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of is what it is. Here's a brand new live statute sweep going by here.
Well, not only that, it kind of throws us back north a little bit, but it's possible a tornado may be developing south of St. Louis. Golf ball size hail reported over Oakville. Trying to get some confirmation on that, but if you want to zoom in on that,
I'm
unless you
looking
want
at
to
that
stick
radar
around
right now.
the south.
I'm looking at that radar
Are you
right
seeing
now,
that?
buddy. There is a big hail core right there around Oakville, over the Mississippi River, getting ready to be over by like 255, headed towards Columbia, Illinois.
Yeah, so this just shows you the stretch of where all the way from Iowa through Illinois, through Missouri, Arkansas, and it's unfortunately moving. I mean, it's moving out of our area, thankfully, but unfortunately, it's heading eastward and south. I know parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, and even further south in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama and stuff are under the threat for tomorrow. So it will move out of here late tonight. But right now, I mean, this is just rapid development all throughout the area.
Yeah,
that's going to keep us busy all night.
I really am going to stick with you folks in Reynolds. Yeah, we've got some stuff going on in the metro area, but in all fairness, they have a lot of TV stations and whatnot that can keep them up to date. We love our folks there, and we will do everything that we can. Folks in around this part of our listening area, they don't have a lot. They don't have a lot of options as far as keeping them up to date. And so this, you're getting into Reynolds and Iron County, Wayne and Madison County. That's basically the heart of our listening area at this point. And so I'm going to keep it right here. And again, I just don't know how and or why, but for folks in the Piedmont area, basically Ellington South, all the way to the Carter County line, Des Arc, again, Annapolis, and off to the south from there. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna take it for what it is. So a tornado emergency has been declared for Van Buren. And just approximately 4 minutes ago, a confirmed large tornado and destructive tornado was located near Van Buren, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. A tornado emergency for Van Buren, particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Emergency management confirmed the tornado, and so we are monitoring this very cautiously now. Let's see, Carter County is Paducah. So Wayne County.
Yeah,
is
I'm looking
in
at
the Paducah Warren area.
I'm looking at Paducah's. They shared a screenshot, and it shows that Carter County, as of 9:53, very strong rotation now crossing into Carter County. Obviously, that was 15 minutes ago, but we'll be passing extremely close to Fremont and Van Buren and impacting Highway 60, which is what you were indicating earlier when you were drawing that out.
Hey. Take a look. We do have, and that's 2 minutes old. That I'll take 2 minutes old right here. Let me redo that because my mouse went a little wild. Let's try that again. Take a look at what we have going on right here. These bright colors, indicative of potentially some radar returns. Now the radar is quite far away. No matter which site we choose, the radar is quite far away. But for it to be able to see something like that on the velocity, basically the wind speed of what we are talking about, that's impressive. It is also indicative that there is a tornado on the ground. Here's the problem that I got. We've got areas, remember that place that I drew artificially between one tornado warning from one forecast office to the other from a different forecast office. It is not under officially a warning. But the area that we are seeing on radar returns now with this latest update, that is exactly where it's currently residing at and moving off toward the northeast, toward the newly warned area of southern Reynolds County and southern Iron County. So for folks in and around the Beale area, and off to the east, if what we are seeing was accurate, then that is an area that there's obviously something going on there of some sort, be it extremely high winds, be it whatever the case may be. But you are not under a warning at all at this particular point in time, and it's not our job to actually issue those warnings. We can't. But the fact is, there's a problem. It
is being reported as an extremely large and violent tornado on the ground.
All right. National Weather Service in St. Louis, finally, we've got a confirmed observed tornado warning they have updated. Southeastern Iron and southeastern Reynolds County, a confirmed tornado was located 8 miles west of Garwood or 42 miles southwest of Ironton, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Emergency management confirmed tornado. I'm glad, and I'm in Clearwater Lake Recreation Area. moving straight for you. There's a confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm so thankful that we now have some updated warnings that are consistent with each office here at this point, because I am not that guy that tries to take things back. Now, we have another tornado warning, folks in Piedmont. That has now been issued as well. Carter County, Ripley County, and Wayne County until 11 o'clock. Western Wayne County at 10:12, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Handy, or 14 miles southwest of Van Buren, moving northeast at 80 miles an hour. Tornado and hail up to 2 inches in diameter. This is being shown as a radar indicated tornado. So we've got multiple things going on here with multiple different storm cells, if you will, and that PDS, that tornado emergency that has been declared. So I am very thankful to see that we are now starting to see things kind of unifying the different forecast offices, because I just don't want to disagree publicly with anything. But doggone it, you can't say radar confirmed and then have a tornado emergency 5 minutes away, and it
Right.
just doesn't add up. It just doesn't.
And the warning is till 11 o'clock.
Correct. Yes. We are talking about the one, you're talking about the one for the radar indicated tornado for Carter County, Ripley, and Wayne County until 11. We still
Right.
have the Reynolds as well as southeastern Iron County. It is in effect until 10:45. And it is the one that is a confirmed tornado on the ground, emergency management confirmed. So we have two separate polygon warnings going on here, accurately so, I might add. And folks in Elsinore, parts of Carter County that wasn't under a tornado warning before, you are now. And it's the one that they were talking about being a particular radar. Now that tornado emergency has been allowed to expire for Van Buren. I want to tell you though, it's not been allowed to expire because the storm has weakened. It's been allowed to expire because it's moved out of the Van Buren area. Now, here's the complexities of all. Right here, you see some county lines kind of moving and navigating around, right? You've got the Van Buren area, Carter County. You have Reynolds County. It goes kind of up on in through here, and little squiggly lines here with the hills and the hollers, right? National Weather Service office in Paducah is who handles the Van Buren area. National Weather Service office in St. Louis is who handles Reynolds County area. National Weather Service office in Paducah is who handles Piedmont. So you're going to get some variation on some of the text in these warnings, but it's the same storm system, the same storm cells, and there is an observed tornado on the ground moving throughout that area. So this is something of a major concern for those of you basically from Ellington all the way to the Carter County line. Thankful to see a tornado warning. Actually, I rephrase that. I'm not thankful to see a tornado warning ever, but thankful that that the Weather Service has issued a warning in really good agreement there for the Piedmont area, Spring area, what we were talking about, an area of concern. They have gone ahead and issued that warning to kind of get everything in uniformity depending upon which the Weather Service office is issuing which warning. So they've kind of tried to draw that around just a little bit there to make sure that everything is appropriately covered. So we have all this stuff going around, two separate warnings, radar indicated for folks in the Piedmont, basically from the Elsinore area. And we are so far away from the radar site, but I'm still seeing different notches and stuff that are just so concerning to me that would just indicate that we have a very serious situation, which is why they issued a very rare tornado emergency on the ground. Let's see, 10/14/20, and we are 10/17.
Just a severe thunderstorm warning issued for St. Francis County. I'm looking that I'm guessing that's going to be the extreme northern part of
it's
the county.
The little top of the K. It's basically right there where Jefferson County and Washington County and right there.
Tri-county action there.
Yeah, Blackwell area. And that's what we're talking about. And for northeastern Washington County, and predominantly it's a Jefferson County situation. It does have a considerable threat attached to it. 70-mile-an-hour winds, good. Thank you for catching that, Kyle, because we were really focused on that. But, you know, when you got a considerable threat and 70-mile-an-hour winds, that can do an awful lot of damage as well. So it is something to definitely keep a watchful eye on. For those of you in portions of Wayne and Madison County, let's say Fredericktown on south, Marquand, You're not under a warning yet. We hope you're not under a warning eventually, but you need to be weather aware of what's going on, because off to your south and west, you have a tornado confirmed on the ground that just prompted a tornado emergency in Van Buren. And if you guys are able, one of you are able to look at some of the weather chats coming out of the National Weather Service office. Paducah is the one in charge of Carter County, so one would assume that's the service that they would provide spotters would provide the information to, and see if anything. I mean, when you have a tornado emergency and tornado on the ground, you're going to have a delay in the information because infrastructure is being wiped out, including potentially cell phone towers.
I'm looking at the one for St. Francis, Southern Jefferson, Northeastern Washington. This one. Thunderstorm located 7 miles west of DeSoto, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So that one kind of changed track. It's not moving northeast, it's moving east here. Still a good clip, 55. The big hazard they're looking at here, 70-mile-an-hour wind gust. I imagine those are straight line winds, and those can do some real damage. If you're not familiar with it, we talk about the tornadoes and everything. Those straight line winds can do a lot of damage too. And it's also detecting quarter-sized hail. Included in this area is Festus, Columbia, Waterloo, DeSoto, Peevely, Crystal City, Herculaneum, Hillsborough, Olympian Village, Imperial, Imperial and Arnold, Kimmswick areas. They just got hit by a tornado up in Arnold, so they just missed, but now they're in the line of fire here. So still pretty active up our way as well. I know you're focusing down south there, and for a good reason, and everything.
I do want to jump.
Go ahead,
not to cut you off there, guys. This happens on live radio, of course. I do want to kind of update. There have been 18 tornado warnings. 4 of them were PDS warnings, and 1 that tornado emergency. All we've been on the air for about 2 hours and 10 minutes. So just in that time frame, there's been a lot of action, and it's continuing throughout the region. Of course, these are popping up, and a confirmed tornado touchdown and reported by St. Louis Airport.
Did it actually hit the physical terminal itself, or just the airport properties? 3,000-4,000 acres. Do you know what it hit?
I don't at the moment. I've been trying to find that out. It just said a tornado was reported by airport officials. I will try to find more about that.
All right.
Because they've been hit before.
For those listening in the southern half of our listening area, we haven't talked much about Poplar Bluff. I'm watching a tornado warning just to the south in the Arkansas-Missouri border around Cherokee Village and around Pocahontas. This is moving in a direction toward Doniphan. There was a big brush fire there earlier today that was because of 60-mile-an-hour winds just caused. It was crazy along that, but there was a large brush fire there. That is going to be moving toward you. So folks in Poplar Bluff and Doniphan, definitely keep a watchful eye. Those of you in Piedmont, you're under a tornado warning. It looks like we have had a slight filling in. Oh, okay. We now have a brand new, it's a little bit of an extra warning there. So right there in Piedmont, we have an observed tornado warning that is now issued. Looks like it may have superseded something that we've got going on there. 10:19, so like about 2 minutes ago. Northwestern Wayne County, an observed tornado on the ground, 2-inch hail, lime size, they're saying it, considerable threat. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado just approximately 2-3 minutes ago, 10:17 p.m., about 4 minutes ago maybe. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Garwood, or 9 miles west of Piedmont, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous, another PDS storm, damaging tornado. Emergency management confirmed damage earlier near Fremont in Carter County. All right, let's go back into that. So here we have multiple polygon warnings that have been issued. You've got the tornado warnings that are taking place there, but Piedmont's kind of overlaid over a couple of different areas. But this observed tornado on the ground, and doggone it, let's take a look at this. We're looking at returns that are not as new as they ought to be. What site am I on? I'm on I'm on the Paducah site. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's just a couple of minutes old. All right, so here, here we go. Notch. Areas of concern, not as, well, no, I'm concerned about that as well. You have different areas where you have some really strange things going on with the returns on the radar. It's just like little notches, areas that we're really monitoring very cautiously right now as well. And these are areas, again, that are very much under the gun with a particularly dangerous situation. You folks in Madison County, heads up. Basically from Fredericktown on south until the Madison-Wayne County line, this is moving toward you right now within the next 30 minutes or so. You need to be aware of what it is that you're going to do if you don't already know currently. But for folks in Piedmont, it's basically on top of you right now. And so this is an area of concern. Now, we're also seeing that thunderstorm warning for Washington County, extreme northern St. Francis County, the little top of the K in St. Francis County, and also for Jefferson County. So this is, again, an area that we're monitoring. It's a considerable threat tag on this particular warning. We do have, again, tornado warnings that are off toward the east of downtown St. Louis, Belleville, O'Fallon. These are radar indicated now, tornado warnings by the National Weather Service. Both of them are radar indicated. Again, I'm not ignoring them at all, but for folks in St. Louis, you got a lot more news media there that can keep you up to date. Right now, you don't have a whole lot going on when it comes to media in this area. This is kind of moving straight toward the heart of our listening area right now. And so you got little notches going on. Kyle, are you still with us? I guess we've lost Buddy. Are you still with us?
I am. I'm trying to confirm that tornado.
I got you. Go do your thing with that. Yes, I just wanted to see who we still had with us at the moment. Folks are ducking in and out to just literally gather the most freshest information possible. We have some areas here of just sincere concern. Let's take a look. All right, 1021. I'll take that. That's about 5 minutes old. So basically what you see right here as potential returns, because it's about 5 minutes old, it's moving 60 miles an hour. This right here is probably about right here now, somewhere in this neighborhood, maybe even over a little bit more toward that area. But this is indicative that there is something on the ground at that particular point, confirming what the radar is essentially confirming what the emergency responders are confirming, which is there is a destructive tornado on the ground at this particular point. You live in Piedmont and you've got a basement, take the basement. Do so right now. And so go ahead.
Just hung up with the airport. They did say it went by, but it was not on the ground, and they are safe.
Okay, then we're going to move on. Everything's good with that. And thank you for letting us know on that aspect. For folks in Madison County, let's see here. Let's put this back in motion, see what we've got going on here. Yeah, I mean, we're talking Madison County. We're talking possibly the Noblick area of St. Francis County, possibly, but more than likely, if this will allow me to draw while it's in motion, I didn't figure, oh yeah, it will too. Right here is an area that we're just going to keep a very watchful eye on over the next hour or so, maybe a little bit less than an hour because it's moving very rapidly, but you see this line. And
I was going to say, I'm just looking at that storm coming through southern Iron County right now. It looks like there might be another little notch developing just north of Annapolis.
Yeah, there's the latest update right there. You're talking, where are you talking at? Kyle,
just north of Annapolis, below Glover. Even further below Arcadia would be near the what they call Sabula.
So
area.
Basically, right around this area, if you can see.
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
here we go
I would
with
say
a
there's
brand
a
new
little
update.
notch
Oh,
there.
that's a big notch now.
Yeah,
that update just went through.
And that looks like it is headed straight for Fredericktown, or maybe just to the north of Fredericktown.
Yep. This is why we've been. Yeah.
And then, like you were saying, I heard you mention Noblick. If you're talking about the Boy Scout Ranch, that kind of splits both St. Francis and Madison County. Noblick, Mine Lamont, you might want to be on the lookout. Highway T area by Libertyville, going over into, I believe that's St. Genevieve County, Womack. It could be headed your way. It may take a little bit to get there, but
Goodness.
I would definitely be looking at that. And it may just be a crazy return on the radar, but that I just kind of noticed that just a second ago.
Well, the thing, and if you take a look at the screen, Kyle, and you can see this on your stuff, we have so many active tornado warnings. Some of them are overlaying on top of the others. Some have confirmed tornadoes. Some have radar indicated tornadoes, but there's multiple areas. I'm going to circle another notch here that kind of just honestly just looks a little concerning. You've got one just south of Van Buren. Van Buren's under a tornado warning again from Carter County again, and they just had a tornado emergency not 30 minutes ago. So we're seeing this concern, and there's an update. So I'm going to wipe out all of the stuff. That notch that I think Kyle was referring to was very clear whenever he referred to it. I'm thinking it's probably this. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's what it looks like now.
Yeah, that is what we're talking about now. Radar indicated observed tornado. Goodness. I mean, yeah, that's what we've got going on. It's just so much. And so for those of you, talking about, places like Madison County, again, as I said prior to the warnings going into effect for Reynolds and Iron County and Wayne County, unless something happens, you all need to be very prepared for Madison County as well. This is such a unique area right there. I don't think that there's a whole lot to it. And again, it's like, well, show the rotation. Okay, that's great. But this is kind of in a blind spot for the radars at this point. It's picking it up, but it's tough. And see, that's what you get.
Always maybe one or two. Go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, sorry. It looks like Jefferson and St. Louis also issued another tornado warning till 11:15, as well as Monroe and St. Clair, Illinois. And I know we're focused on the south, but these, that's what's just issued.
Yeah, this is 4 minutes old. Take a look. This is 4 minutes old. Radar returns out of Paducah. Right here. Definitely those two. This is why we have multiple tornado warning boxes here. You've got poor Van Buren. Yet again, another tornado, at least radar indicated right now, over what was just an tornado emergency not 30, 40 minutes ago. Not even.
This one here, sorry to cut in, Matt, but the one that Buddy was mentioning, the new tornado warning that was issued, thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Crystal City, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour, possible tornado radar indicated, and quarter-size hail. Arnold could be in this one yet again. Of course, they just had one probably, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, we've
Festus, Evely, Crystal City, Dupont, Redbud, Millstadt, Herculaneum, Barnhart, Melville, all of the Olympian Village, Imperial, all of those areas. Mastodon Historic Site, once again, Governor Dunklin Grave Historic Site. Those are all areas that they are watching with this storm right now. But that was the one that Buddy was just mentioning.
Yeah, we're zoomed in on it right now if you can't see your screen. I'll tell you what's thoroughly interesting to me is we're looking at this Festus area. You see all of this area here. You see these really bright reds. They're brighter reds than off to the west or to the left of your screen. At the very bare minimum, we're talking very high winds over that blue area that I've just circled. At the very bare minimum. But I think we're possibly... but we're just not seeing a huge amount of rotation on, at least for the moment.
Maybe just to the in between Festus and Evely there.
I just circled it.
There.
Literally circled it. Yep, that is exactly what I just circled. Is exactly what I was thinking of. We were right on the same mindset right there. I mean, you've got just. It's a possibility, and only a possibility at this particular point. But there's not a lot of, and we are on the St. Louis radar. Okay, 10:20. Yeah, we're 3-4 minutes old on this radar return as far as the wind return. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at. I don't see a warning yet issued for Madison County. We're trying to keep a watchful eye out on everything right now. Let me go back over to and potentially go over here. I don't like the way that is reading. There's just nothing good there for a radar return. And we will get into a better situation, but we got what we got at this point, and it's tough to see those notches in this blind spot for the NexRad system. It's just there's a blind spot there.
Confirmed high winds in Arnold.
Okay, so exactly what we were just talking about there, that bright red, that leading line, I mean, I didn't see how there could be any other thing other than minimum some high winds. I'll circle that again. Here we go. Right around this area.
Warning is now showing up on the St. Louis NWS forecast office website. Those are often delayed compared to your radar, of course, but that has been finally on their homepage. If anyone is updating that, that will be behind a little bit as we are looking at a different radar system, but live compared to how they are able to update theirs.
Take a look at this. Kyle, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Look, if you're able to see, I'm going to zoom in for those of you watching on mobile. This right here, right here. Those of you in Annapolis, Vulcan, Des Arc, Minimum, Brunot, Gads Hill. I mean,
that's very interesting. Those yellows where the red and the
I don't know that I've seen that before.
Meet. I was just going to say that earlier, where those reds and greens meet, and then there's a big stripe of yellow there. I don't know that I've ever seen anything that defined like that before.
And then look over Van Buren. You have another similar situation, and I'm double checking because it's about 3.5 minutes old. I was double checking, thinking maybe this was an old return from a little bit ago when a tornado emergency was over Van Buren. That's not the case. These are fresh returns from the radar. This is happening right now again. Those of you, let me put this into motion. Let me go back over to high res velocity here. Not velocity, but reflectivity here. Apologies. It's starting to get late. We are looking at, folks in Piedmont, you're not out of the gun. You're under a situation right now, which is essentially confirmed. And then in mere minutes, you're going to have a whole nother situation from the Van Buren area moving toward you and possibly off just to the south of Piedmont near Mill Spring, Highway 34, in a very, very rapid fire here at this point. Now,
I'm just catching up on some Facebook stuff here. I looked away for a minute. There's damage reported in Bonne Terre. This would be straight line wind damage, but in and around Division Street and Pear Street in Bonne Terre, there's bricks and debris in the area around the New Era Bank area. So that would be like downtown Bonne Terre.
Yep. And you know what? It's never been under a warning all night long. That is how crazy the weather is going on right now.
That would just have to be straight line wind damage. I'm checking on some others here real quick.
And while you're doing that, Highway 21 in front of McDonald's in Ironton has shut down due to power lines over the road.
Highway 21 where?
In Ironton.
Ironton, okay.
Yep.
That's actually very close to the Iron County Medical Center.
And we do also seeing
we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground for Ripley County as well. Folks in Poplar Bluff, heads up. Butler County, it's not going to take long for it to make its way toward you as well.
And a jackknife, sorry, Kyle, eastbound interstate. Eastbound I-44 is closed in Franklin County at mile marker 251 near Villa Ridge, where that tornado was, due to a jackknifed vehicle blocking the road. All traffic must exit at or before exit 247. Alternate routes are recommended.
I'm also seeing reports of damage in the Viburnum area. Not too far from the high school. You probably know where St. Joseph Street is.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently there's a shed.
That's actually adjacent to the high school property,
yes,
the school district property.
There's a shed that's been damaged there. I'm getting all these returns from Facebook, by the way.
Yeah.
Let me look here.
And reports from the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department people are getting trapped in their vehicles in high water. Obviously, please do not drive into flooded areas. You do not know how deep the water is, and you could be swept away in rapid moving water. So just be precautious for that as well.
Now, for you folks in the southern part of the listening area, Sikeston, Poplar Bluff, even toward Cape Girardeau, I'm monitoring. We are monitoring stuff in northeastern Arkansas that, quite honestly, is kind of marching off toward southeastern Missouri. In fact, that's going to be a problem for Kentucky in a few hours, the Paducah area and off toward the Fulton area. So we're going to monitor all of that. Paducah is obviously out of our listening area, but folks in Sikeston, Poplar Bluff, Cape Girardeau, Farmington, very much the gist of our listening area, all of southeast Missouri. And we've got a lot of stuff going on. We're going to monitor that stuff in Arkansas because it is marching off toward the Boot Heel, toward places like Poplar Bluff, potentially Sikeston and Dexter in the coming time. A little bit closer to Poplar Bluff, Doniphan. This is for Ripley County. An observed tornado on the ground, confirmed. Tornado-producing storm was located between Dalton and Revaden Springs, Arkansas, or 12 miles northwest of Pocahontas, moving to the northeast at 65. Around Doniphan, you're in trouble here in a very short order as well. So we're looking at different returns there. So, yeah, we've got the tornado warning in Festus. We've got the tornado warning. Let me go back to it for just a moment here. Up to an inch size, quarter-size hail. St. Clair County, Illinois, Jefferson County, Missouri, St. Louis County, East Central Missouri as well, obviously. 11:15 this evening. And again, about 10, 15 minutes ago, it's long gone from Crystal City at this point, but tornado and quarter-size hail, certainly the threat for that. I am not going to be shocked in the very near future, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it is the National Weather Service office in St. Louis that handles Madison County warnings, and I could be wrong. It may be Paducah, but I am not going to be shocked if we see an extension of these warnings because they are confirmed tornadoes on the ground with the warnings there in southern Iron County, at least parts of them anyway. This one is observed. Whoops, there we go. Get back over to the Paducah radar. I think that's the closest one for this area. Folks, in Fredericktown, boy, it sure is rumbling right now, or at the very least, you're seeing the potential of some very heavy rain going on right now very, very, very quickly. Oh, we do have a tornado warning that was just issued. Observed, city of Fredericktown, Marquand. Let's take a look. This was issued less than 60 seconds ago. Southeastern Iron County, Madison County until 11:30. 10:40 p.m., a confirmed and extremely dangerous tornado was located 6 miles southeast of Annapolis, or 22 miles south of Ironton, moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. A PDS has been issued, a particularly dangerous situation. If you're just joining us, my name is Matt McLean. We've got Buddy Yon. We have got Kyle as well here with us. Kyle, you normally hear on ball games, but he's actually a trained weather spotter as well. He's serving double duty this evening, and we're very thankful for everyone here. We have got a very serious situation that has been ongoing now for probably close to 3 hours. If you are near Saco around 10:55 p.m., you got about 10 minutes or so. Cobalt, Fredericktown, Junction City, and Marquand, about 11:15. That's what you're looking at. So 50 miles an hour is what this is moving at. Particularly dangerous situation. Let me double check.
Where did they say that one was at? That new warning that's confirmed on the ground. Where did they say that was at?
And it was issued by St. Louis. I thought Madison County was still. A confirmed and extremely dangerous tornado located 6 miles southeast of Annapolis, or 22 miles south of Ironton, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So here's what we've got going on here.
And that, I'm just looking at a radar here. This is a mobile radar here. That's probably going to be a rain-wrapped tornado, I would imagine.
Are you able to see your screen, Kyle?
I just now clicked over to it. Let me look here.
And you know what's interesting about that? It was almost 100 years to the day that another violent tornado hit Annapolis on March 18th,
right
1925.
All right. So this radar return of what they are talking about, this return is approximately 12 minutes old. But I want to show you right here, I'm going to circle what we're talking here. So everything that the National Weather Service just typed out and issued, this is what they were talking about. This return, or this radar return, is about 12 minutes old. And if it's moving off in that, what they say, 55 miles an hour or so, let's make sure I've got all of that. 50 miles an hour, northeast at 50 miles an hour. All right, we're going to have to do a little bit of some interesting stuff here. So 50 miles an hour, if this is 12 minutes, we're going to go, and this is just approximate here, folks. But this is what we're going to do. Oops.
It is headed towards Fredericktown, Cherokee Pass, and Zion.
And you know, it was just recently that Fredericktown, the western side of Fredericktown, took a direct hit from a tornado. It tore up the power building down there just right off 67. I want to say that was probably within the last year or so.
So here's what we've got. There's about Fredericktown about 27-ish minutes. I've moved it because this return is a little bit older in age, approximately 7 minutes old, and moving at 50 miles an hour. And I just wiped that off, unfortunately. So basically, the radar return is showing it being right here. So I basically took and moved it, hopefully accurately, off to the northeast. Let's go with that. And we're going to go with 50 miles an hour. We're going to calculate some speeds here. And this is what we've got going on. Cobalt, 28 minutes, Junction City. Here we go, a live statute sweep. Give us, did you guys just see right here? This one is, that's 10 seconds old here. So let's, come on now.
Wow.
Work with me. At 50 miles an hour, that's what we've got. We've got, let's move this over here. Mill Creek, 27 minutes. Marquand, 31 minutes. I mean, we're going to include Fredericktown because that box out there is, the Weather Service included Fredericktown. We will include Fredericktown. My box is just not exactly what it ought to be.
Even if it's not going to Fredericktown, people that are in the Fredericktown, especially the southern part of Fredericktown, take shelter immediately, because I mean, one little movement of this storm north or south could mean the difference of whether or not
tornadoes move. They can morph and move throughout the storm cell, and often do. So that is very good advice.
And these are kind of rare, longer warnings, because this one lasts till 12:40 a.m. So it's a 50-minute warning.
12:40.
Yeah, from maybe I'm reading the.
It's going till 11:30.
Oh,
11:30, right.
Yeah, we want to make sure. Yeah, 11:30 on that. All right, I'm going to move. We're going to get. Let me.
Either way, there's still longer warnings than they usually are issued.
You can see. Basically, that one's fresh. You can see that's out of Springfield. You can see the movement. You can see exactly. That is exactly what they are talking about there. And yeah, it is moving exactly that. It's 50 miles an hour. And let's just kind of move
that was issued at 10:40, goes to 11:30 for those counties we're talking there.
Yeah, Fredericktown, 30 minutes. Junction City, 31 minutes. And listen, don't think you've got 31 minutes. You have that's the amount of time you have until the storm is on top of you. You need to be taking this very seriously right here, right now.
It's expected to be in Saco around 10:55, then Cobalt, Fredericktown, Junction City, and Marquand around 11:15.
I'm going to grab some photos here. The big lots in Rolla, the Hobby Lobby, the Harbor Freight, the Price Chopper in Rolla.
I know exactly where that is.
They have damage that was posted in the Viburnum Trend group. It looks like the inside part of the store is okay, but boy, the outside has just been damaged, pretty good there. I'm trying to see if there's some others that are being reported.
There has been confirmed report damage in Jefferson County, Missouri, Imperial, Arnold. A tree fell down on Old Lemay Ferry Road near Timber Creek Road in Arnold. Tree branch fell along that's a pretty busy area through there. Tree branches blocked their route of KTVI trying to head towards Imperial. It rolled through around 9 o'clock, and they're just discovering some damage.
Lots of damage at the Planet Fitness. Looks like about the whole front side of the building maybe collapsed on some vehicles in the parking lot.
If y'all are listening to us, perhaps, or even watching on social media at Sam A. Baker State Park, you have a serious situation starting to move toward your area as well. In and around the Wayne County area. I hated to cut you guys off there. I apologize, but we've genuinely we've got two separate situations that are developing. One is, once again, the Piedmont area is looking like it, and Mill Spring is about to get hit yet again. Patterson moving toward just north of Greenville, but again, Fredericktown, Junction City, exactly what they've talked about. Latest radar returns approximately 4 minutes ago. So that bright area that you see right here is probably moving toward here. You have minutes. You've got a very short amount of time. And then, like you guys are talking, all of these storm warnings are creating, not all, but a good chunk of them are creating are creating damage. So you've got warranted reasons for why these warnings are issued for every certain of the imagination there.
Yeah, and I'm still looking for more damage reports here, but we'll just be getting them. If you guys are, watching us on social media, or even if you're not, our comments are active right now, so you can go to our live video and share your stuff here. Just a minute ago, someone wrote "hailing in Farmington." So I don't know if Matt, you want to zoom into Farmington a little bit. Yeah, we can see that. Share us your storm reports, your videos. Obviously, stay safe. Your videos, your cameras. The best way to get the video is to not obviously leave your house. But if you have security cameras and you can capture that and you want to share that with us, we'll also share it on the air here. Unless you don't want us to, then just mention that. But right now, hailing in Farmington.
Well, if it is, it would be like maybe extreme south of Farmington, like south of the airport, I'd say. Highway.
They don't say where they're from. They just said hailing in Farmington there.
I'm just looking to see where that could be because, the rest of Farmington, if it is hail, it's very, very tiny. There's some heavier rain that just moved out of Viburnum. It's going through southern Washington County here. Park Hills may get a little bit of rain. They're still getting it up north to the east of Festus and near Waterloo, Illinois. Ironton's getting hit with some heavy rain right now. I think one of you guys mentioned there was some power lines down there along the main stretch of
right in front of McDonald's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm very familiar with that area. Went through that area a couple weeks ago, covering some games down that way.
And we were supposed to. You guys, you and Merity, we're supposed to be broadcasting from Potosi tonight, but thankfully they postponed that till tomorrow at 4.
Well, I wondered whenever I saw that, even when they were pushing the storms back, I'm like, okay, well, we might be able to get the game in, but what about the people that have to drive back north? Can you imagine trying to drive back to Clayton when all this was going on? They would have been right in the middle of all of that stuff, going up 21 or going up 55, however they were going to get there.
Exactly what I was talking to somebody about. I'm like, I don't know if that wouldn't be a smart move, because how many people, even, parents and obviously the students, everybody has to, either take 21, which is zigzag anyway, or, Highway 8 to 67 to 55 over, so thankfully that was postponed.
That's what you have to consider. I mean, and I've heard a lot of people get upset, when we had the winter weather, people would get upset, canceling school over potential winter weather. And it's like, well, it's not necessarily just about school buses. I mean, we've got high school students that are having to drive in this, and some of them have to make a real long trek on not so great roads.
Right.
And you have to take all of that into consideration when you're running a school district, and decide whether or not you want to cancel school. I mean, if you're going to have school and it's treacherous weather and you have a bunch of students wrecking, or a school bus gets wrecked, I mean, that is a nightmare scenario. And boy, if you thought parents were mad at you for canceling school, if you don't cancel school or an event or anything like that, and somebody gets hurt, oh man, it's just awful. So
yeah, and just to go further, I mean, we're talking Fox High School in Arnold, power lines down at Jeffco and 141, and debris everywhere in the city. Chili's Texas Roadhouse area, if anyone's familiar where that is, got hit really bad. That's some confirmed reports out of Jefferson County, Missouri tonight.
Oh, so that'd be right there at the Arnold Commons then.
Yeah. Let's see. Merity's in Farmington. She's saying thunder, heavy rain, strong winds, and lights are flickering at her house there. So it's
certainly worth paying
way.
attention to. Even though there's no warning there, we've had circumstances this evening where warnings were not issued. But the stuff, no question. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see some of the wind returns. While you all were talking, I was analyzing multiple different layers out of the radar, and for those of you watching, I was kind of circling some different areas to kind of highlight while those two were talking. And Farmington, no doubt, is probably getting, or no, probably. We're looking at the radar right now. You're seeing it just as we are all seeing it. That's
just moving into the area.
Yep. No warning it is, at least as of right now, still below the threshold of anything severe. Certainly worth monitoring, though, for sure.
Give me just a minute, guys. I was asked by somebody who runs a page for like St. Francis County and surrounding areas. They would like for me to post our information so people can follow. So I'm going to step aside.
Absolutely.
And go do that.
I'm going to post that real quick, and then I'll jump back
While he is doing that, the National Weather Service in Paducah has just issued another tornado warning for northeastern Carter County and central Wayne County until 11:30. At 10:51, just about 3 minutes ago, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles east of Garwood, or 7 miles southwest of Piedmont, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado. It's an observed tornado, ping pong ball sized hail, considerable damage threat, and a particularly dangerous situation. Yet again, another PDS, Sam A. Baker State Park. What we were telling you about, you got 15 minutes. If you're listening to us, watching us, depending on if you're looking at social media and our YouTube channels, we're streaming live video, but also on our apps, Show Me Live, our apps. If you're listening and driving and listening it through your vehicle's radio system, Sam A. Baker State Park in Greenville, 11:10 p.m. Lodi at 11:15 p.m. Piedmont itself, about 90 seconds ago. Other locations impacted will include Mill Spring as well. So, folks, this is certainly something to watch as we are continuing. And you can just, it's just, I don't know if Kyle mentioned the rain wrapped on this particular one or not, but it certainly wouldn't shock me on this one either.
He didn't.
Let's take a look at that.
And while you're zooming in on that, some other interesting news that all the storms in Arkansas have all but one or two have tornado warnings attached to them, which is a scary situation.
That's the concern that we have. Because all of that, and I just zoomed out using the Paducah radar. In fact, let me go to the Little Rock radar here for just a moment. Or actually, give me just a second. Bear with me for just a moment here, because I'm actually going to give you, if I'm not mistaken, all the different radars at this point. At least it's kind of the hope. I'm gonna work on it.
Yeah, and while you're doing that, I'm just looking. I know it's Arkansas, but there's tornado warnings being issued left and right there.
Well, the key that makes it relevant for our area is obviously a chunk of those, basically anything north of Little Rock to the Missouri state line, because of the way that the storms are moving. You're looking at stuff that is eventually, at bare minimum, hitting the Missouri boot heel. But quite honestly, I mean, you're talking Poplar Bluff, Sikeston, Dexter, places, Charleston. That's kind of what we're looking at right now. This is what the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center was very concerned about: a broken line of supercell activity. It is turning out to be exactly as planned, or as predicted, I should say. And so the key is for this, certainly an area of concern. I'm going to go back into what we've got here. Folks, I know that you all have an observed tornado warning on the ground, large and extremely dangerous, confirmed. A large and extreme, I'm going to highlight this for those of you watching, large and extremely dangerous tornado. And so folks in this particular area, if you are more or less, this right here, I question whether or not it's actually a debris field. This area right here, that is at the upper end of what the radar has for a color code as far as a legend, that's moving toward the upper end of what the radar. It's either a hail core or it could potentially be a debris of some sort. It is tough to tell because, again, the radar is so far away from this area, but it's the best that the Weather Service has at this moment because there's not another radar to kind of fill in the gap between Springfield and Paducah. It's something they've advocated for years, and it's where we are right now. So we have two developing situations right now. We have one where you have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous, particularly dangerous situation tornado on the ground right now in Wayne County. Then you have a separate warning for a separate storm cell throughout Madison County right now with an inch in hail. Then as Meredy, one of our folks, was talking about, we've even got lightning, thunder, and lights flickering in Farmington, and there are no warnings there.
Matt, let me cut you off real quick. A tornado warning for Poplar Bluff, Fair Dealing, and Naylor, Missouri till 11:45. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Large, damaging tornado in progress. Take immediate shelter if you're in the warned area.
We have confirmed tornadoes on the ground now in 3 areas of our listening area. Confirmed tornadoes in 3 areas of our listening area currently. I'm going to flip over to the Paducah radar at this point. Actually, I may go over to the Memphis radar.
And I was seeing I've seen pictures of the Van Buren tornado, and it was pretty scary, pretty massively wide. So we'll have to wait a few days for them to assess that and get.
Do we have permission to share those on the air?
We don't. I've been trying to find official footage of that, but it's just, stuff I'm finding on social media that I doubt it would be an issue, but we don't have permission, so we better be safe.
No, we want to get permission first. So Poplar Bluff 1120. Poplar Bluff 1120 is what they're calling. Right now, Poplar Bluff, you're not even getting rain. About 20 minutes, about 17 minutes from now, you're going to have a tornado, a confirmed tornado, if it holds itself together. And there's no reason to think that it won't at this point. The atmosphere is very prime for this. We are basically seeing the exact scenario that was predicted, a broken line of supercells that have confirmed tornadoes on the ground, Madison County, Wayne County, Butler County, on into Carter County, the Doniphan area. And then folks in Dexter, Sikeston, Malden, Charleston, you're probably still seeing stars. It's very possible. But the fact of the matter is there are multiple storm cells in northeastern Arkansas that will be moving through the boot heel, Dexter, Sikeston, Charleston, really in the next hour, couple of hours or so. And so that is what we're going to be keeping a watchful eye on. The other storms that we had talked about earlier that started along the I-44 corridor, y'all are in the clear right now. And honestly, the St. Louis metro area, once the thunderstorm warning for the Metro East expires in 43 minutes, you're as far as any warnings, I should say, for the moment, you're all in the clear. But for still some rain and thunderstorms, that's still active. Gosh, there is. Can you see? Buddy, are you seeing? You got all this going on.
I've got chills.
I mean, Folks, that's a rain-wrapped situation. If that's really the true radar returns, that is a rain-wrapped situation of a confirmed tornado on the ground. What that means is you may hear it, but you're not going to see it. And once you hear it, you have seconds. You don't have minutes. You have 10 seconds, 20 seconds max. That's all you've got. So if you are not already in your place that is a safe storm shelter area, you're probably not going to make it. This is why it's extremely difficult. Confirmed tornadoes on the ground at night, rain wrapped. It doesn't get much worse than that when it comes to weather in the springtime across the Midwest. That's where we are right now, and that's what we've got going on. Yeah, buddy?
What I am going to do, because I am finding videos across social media of the tornado that struck Rolla, of how the destruction, I am going to share that on our X page. I'm just going to reshare that on X. It's
Sure.
Show Me Live Radio at X. So you follow us there, you'll be able to see it. We're going to keep it there because, again, we don't have permission to share it on the air, but it's insane, some of the stuff you're seeing in this. I did see some damage of it looked like a gas station, somebody driving down the road and captured it. I'm going to try to find that one again, but the one I just shared at x.com/Show Me Live Radio, and I will also share that on our Facebook because that's where we're streaming live. I will share that link. A man drove through a tornado that hit Rolla, and there's video of that from his car. Yeah. Oh, here it is.
We've got 4 active tornado warnings, and all 4 are confirmed tornadoes on the ground. 4: Fredericktown on south, Piedmont, Wayne County, Poplar Bluff, Doniphan. 4 different warnings confirmed, 4 tornadoes on the ground. Folks in Dexter, Sykeston, once Poplar Bluff is done with that storm, it is going to be moving toward basically either your area or just off to the north from there toward the Cape Girardeau area. I am growing more concerned, not less, as the night progresses as to what is taking place in the atmosphere. Normally, what you would get in a situation like this is a situation where as night progresses, things start to calm down a little bit. The atmosphere slowly stabilizes. That's not happening here, and there is no reason to expect it to happen at this point. We are seeing exactly what forecasters indicated they thought would happen, and it is most definitely something for us to really keep a watchful eye on.
Yeah, so at 10:54 p.m., a confirmed and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Saco, which is about 16 miles southwest of Fredericktown, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. It was radar confirmed. Quarter-size hail is included with that. Again, that was about 10 minutes ago over Saco. Cobalt, Fredericktown, Junction City, and Marquand are expected to be be impacted in the next 10 minutes, so about 11:15 there.
So that one warning has gone down to a radar indicated, and I want to talk to you folks in Madison County if you're watching and listening. This has a history, as in just a few minutes ago, of producing a confirmed tornado on the ground. It is maybe radar indicated at the moment, but that does not mean that a tornado at any given second can't happen in this area. Fredericktown, Marquand, U.S. Highway 67. Here we've got a brand new statute sweep circling through here and see if it's going to give us anything new at this particular point. That's what we've got. Radar indicated. And there we go. I'm still just genuinely concerned for those of you. We've just got so much going on, and I do not expect this to disappear. And look, we're getting some more redevelopment around Washington County. Let me go back up here. That's a little concerning. You have there's no warnings whatsoever right now on that. Zero. But I am a touch concerned.
Sorry, not to cut you off, but you're crackling a little bit. Are you possibly getting lightning at your location?
No, not getting lightning. When you say crackling, is it perhaps talking a little too loud?
No, it sounds like a short cable, but we've had that experience before where you're getting lightning and it kind of interfered. So that's kind of what made me wonder.
Is it kind of gone? Is it gone now?
It's every once in a while in the last, I don't know, 15 minutes or so. So that's why I was wondering if maybe you were getting some lightning, but it's good right now.
Yeah, will definitely keep me up to date on that as well. We just got so much.
Yeah,
you know my present location. I am getting nervous even for my own self in the coming couple of hours as well.
Yeah,
and so we're this may be a Buddy and Kyle situation in the next
Kyle's
couple of
gone,
hours.
so I think it might be a Buddy situation on the West Coast.
He is going to be coming back.
I know.
So regardless, we will be keeping you informed. We will be keeping you up to date with everything that is taking place, even if the voices do change. Not saying we've got a couple of hours, but I am growing concerned, even for my own well-being at this point in the next couple of hours of exactly what's going to happen. Folks in Poplar Bluff, 11:15 is what we're talking about right here. There is an actual confirmed tornado on the ground. A warning until 11:45. If you are in... you have like 6 minutes before this storm is going to be over your head in Poplar Bluff, which means for those of you just to the west of Poplar Bluff, time's up. That's what you've got going on. And so for folks in the Poplar Bluff area, it's a confirmed tornado on the ground. Again, I'm going back up to the tornado warning in Madison County. Here's the deal. In Madison County, yes, it's gone back down to a radar indicator, but this exact storm cell minutes ago had a confirmed tornado on the ground. Don't take it for granted and say, oh, well, it's over. No, you are still under a warned area and a tornado warned area at this point, and that tornado could fall right back down. The only difference between a funnel cloud and a tornado is because it has touched the ground. That's the only difference between a funnel cloud and a tornado. So you have a situation here with very strong rotation, confirmed tornado on the ground minutes ago, and now you're looking at Madison County at this point with a radar indicated rotation and a radar indicated tornado. Please take this very seriously. Junction City, Fredericktown, Marquand, basically Buckhorn, 12 Mile, Zion, Central, Cherokee Pass, Creek Nation, 10 Mountain, all these areas right now, Castor Station, Cornwall, Klondike, this in and around this area, there is an area of sincere concern at this point. Now, I'm going to say this. Folks in Bowling, we have a brand new warning, it looks like. Sure do. We've got a brand new tornado warning. Bollinger County, Wayne County, and southwestern Cape Girardeau County until midnight tonight. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. I'm going to highlight that for those of you watching us. And an 1.5 inch ping pong ball sized hail. It looks like a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Greenville, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Again, radar indicated rotation. That's what we've got. Greenville, 11:15. You got 4 minutes. Grassy, Cascade, 11:25. Grassy, 11:30. Marble Hill, 11:40. Leopold at 11:45. Also, Zalma and Glen Allen as well. So those of you in that area, we have more warnings coming out. I was just getting ready to say, for those of you in northern Bollinger County and portions of Perry County, possibly the southeastern little squiggly area of the K in St. Francis County, may be under a situation very shortly where there is a potential expanded warning for you all. That's going to be remain to be seen at this particular point. You folks in Dexter, you folks in Sikeston, heads up. You got a confirmed tornado on the ground off to your west. It is near Poplar Bluff right now. And there are a couple of minutes from now, it's going to be right over the top of Poplar Bluff. And it's going to be continuing. Again, confirmed tornado on the ground, moving toward Dexter, moving toward Sikeston, moving toward the real estate on I-55 between Sikeston. There's the latest update. Let's see what we've got here. And yeah, I mean, that's what you've got going on. You've got different situations as the little notches in all of these independent supercells, and I think it's arguably to say confirmed, supercells. We've got long track tornadoes confirmed on the ground, independent cells. They behave quite differently than a straight line of thunderstorm activity. They just do. And so this is something obviously to watch. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active tornado warnings going on right now, going from basically the St. Francis County line all the way down to the Arkansas state line with Missouri, and then off to the south from there. Folks in the Boot Heel, Malden, Dexter, Sikeston, Scott City, Cape Girardeau City itself. Listen, you got a lot of storms off in Arkansas. I'm going to flip over there for just a moment. You need to be aware because these storms, again, independent storms, putting it in motion. Take a look at that. Look at what's happening. In fact, look at how strong the storms are in Fredericktown and Piedmont. The Little Rock, Arkansas radar is picking up on those returns. That's an indication that the storms are quite tall in nature. So you look at all of these storms in Arkansas, that's going to eventually roll right into the Boot Heel, Kennett, and I know that's the edge of our listing area, but Poplar Bluff and Sikeston, definitely not. Cape Girardeau, definitely not. We're watching that very, very cautiously at this point because so far, all of these storms have proven to be pretty intense, and they have many of them produced confirmed tornadoes. So take this very seriously as you go on out and about. I'm waiting to see if the National Weather Service at this point is going to extend a tornado warning into Perry and northern Bollinger County at this point. We're going to have to do a wait and see on that and see if the National Weather Service office in Paducah issues for Perry and for northern Bollinger County. St. Francis and St. Genevieve would be the St. Louis Weather Service office's responsibility on that. So we're reaching kind of that fringe boundary area between two weather service offices. And sometimes you get meteorologists that are in agreement in both offices, and sometimes you get them that where it's like, we're not going to do anything with that, but the other office will just let that warning kind of go by the wayside. Tonight, not really been the case a whole lot for the vast majority of the part here. So folks in Poplar Bluff right now, 11:15. That is whenever this storm was expected to be right over the top of you. I do have a lot, and you're very welcome. We're getting comments. Actually, I just noticed this, and Buddy, and Rance, you're very welcome of keeping you informed as well. So, and I appreciate Ursula telling us hailing in Farmington as well.
Yeah, I'm monitoring. Yeah, I'm monitoring social media. I didn't see what Lance wrote, but I do have a report out of Farmington. Heavy winds. Still, it's really cooled off. Thunder and lightning. I actually have a video I've convinced our own Merity to allow me to share out of Farmington. If I can
probably had to twist her arm quite hard. She's difficult to deal with.
All right.
She wasn't happy.
You've got your camera on there, Kyle. So we're gonna pop back there for just a minute. There we go.
I don't know how that happened. It just automatically did that. But this is out of Farmington in the last 5 minutes. I don't know if you could hear the audio as well, but she allowed me to finally share it. Said it's not that exciting, but hey, it is, because look at the lightning.
Is what it is,
showing
right?
you that the storm is rolling in to St. Francis County at this hour. There you go. It's about 45 seconds. There you go. It's about 45 seconds long in the last 5 minutes or so in Farmington. You can hear some thunder, wind. See the lightning there, and
I've turned on a couple of things here. I can't show the things on the radar here. We'll go ahead and go on back to the radar there for just a moment. But yes, that's what you've got going on in Farmington. We have actually storm.
Can you take that back, Matt? It's not allowing me to turn that back over to you.
Yes, I can. Give me just a moment.
Or I just don't know how, I guess. Technology, people. It happens.
Buddy broke it.
Yeah, blame me.
Stop sharing your screen, and then I should be able
not.
to get...
It's an actual video I uploaded.
There
you go. I
All
don't
right.
know what you did, but there we go.
I pushed a bunch of buttons until something worked. That's what I did. So we do have some trained storm chasers, actually. I can't show the live video because we don't have broadcasting rights, but we've got one basically right here, just south of Perryville. We also have some cameras, stationary cameras in different areas. I am monitoring them off-site. We're not allowed, we don't have broadcast permission. That's the key. But I am monitoring, we're finally getting into some spots where there are some cameras. If I am not mistaken, that is the, one of these is actually the government, the city of Poplar Bluff, which obviously city is a little bit of a different story as far as being able to take them. So bear with me for just a moment. But you are seeing some different stuff there. We have several cameras that are just simply offline. And so we've got one camera that's still working in Poplar Bluff. And you've got a lot of lightning going on there. And I know that that's and a lot of sideways rain in that particular area. But obviously just so much going on there. I'm going to take off those things where you can't see them at this particular point anymore.
All right, Kyle, you got something for us?
What I was just going to say is I walked on my back deck and I was looking straight down there to Farmington and to the east of St. Genevieve, and it is quite the light show with the lightning. And then I was looking, at or just noticing also the wind. It is definitely noticeably cooled off here in Deloge, and then the winds are still very, gusty here. So,
yeah, it looked like it was some pretty intense lightning that Meredith shared with us.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm getting reports from Dustin saying not even raining yet in Bonne Terre as of 2 minutes ago. Missy's watching. Thank you, Maya, and everyone else tuning in. Glad to be at your service here, getting you through these storms as it now begins to start really coming into the central listening area here.
We're not going anywhere. If you're just joining us, thanks so much. We're here to just keep you informed and keep you ahead of what's going on there. My name is Matt McLean. That's Buddy Jan. We got Kyle Douglas here as well. Normally you would hear Kyle on some of our sports broadcasts, but doggone it, he's also a trained weather spotter, come to find out, with the National Weather Service. So we recruited him since the ball game in Potosi for the what was it, the quarterfinals? What was it in Potosi this evening?
It was the quarterfinals. If the winner here goes to Columbia next week.
And so that has been postponed until 4 o'clock tomorrow. We'll have that on Show Me Live as well. But for those of you watching and listening right now, here we are. Here's what we've got going on. Got a lot of stuff, an awful lot of stuff. And it is a little bit on the crazy side with the amount of warnings that we've got. Some of them are radar indicated now, but also labeled as a particularly dangerous situation. It's not often you see that. It's quite rare. We've got a confirmed tornado on the ground with that particular warning. Let's go ahead and zoom on in for that. That is for southern Butler County, and that is for folks at confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado located near Maynard, northeast at 55 miles an hour. Gosh, just so much stuff going on. Let me move out just a little bit here on the screen, go back over to the St. Louis radar for just a moment here. And as we were talking about, remember just not 10, 15 minutes ago, we were talking about you folks in the Boot Heel of Missouri toward Sikeston, as well as Dexter, and in toward East Prairie and Charleston. It's getting closer. In fact, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground in the Pocahontas area of Arkansas. It's outside our listing area, but it's about to become in our listing area because that's how the line goes. So in folks in Missouri, that's what we're looking at. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 active tornado warnings right now. I'm going to say that for folks in the St. Louis metro area, we did have a earlier. It almost looks like I wouldn't be surprised if the TV stations there have gone back into regular programming or are darn close to it. We have a brand new thunderstorm warning just issued for southwestern Jackson County in southern Illinois, northeastern Bollinger County, Perry County, and northwestern Cape Girardeau County. until midnight tonight. A severe thunderstorm was located near Alliance, or 12 miles southwest of Perryville, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping-pong ball-sized hail. That is an expansion or a continuation of an area of severe thunderstorms that have produced tornado warnings in places like Madison County and northern and Iron County a little bit earlier this evening. Could very quickly another rotation spin up? Absolutely. The storm has a history of it. It is not impossible to see something very similar where that thunderstorm warning, and we have seen that all throughout the evening. We understand that as storms move through, our listenership and our viewership changes. Those of you in the Cuba area, Sullivan, along I-44, that's how we started off this evening. Rolla, Salem, Viburnum, Potosi. A lot of that has basically now moved in toward the St. Francis, Perry, Fredericktown area. We have a whole new set of listeners and viewers because the weather has shifted and moved. And so we understand that. But for this evening, a lot of storms have started off as thunderstorm warnings and ended up getting upgraded to tornado warnings. And it is not impossible for these situations as well. For those of you in the Poplar Bluff area, somebody was taking a breath. If you need to speak or want to speak, please feel free. But we...
Oh. Just breathing, but a high wind warning has now been issued for much of the listening area till 1 a.m.
I believe that. I'm just
wind
looking
advisory,
here.
actually. So
I'm just
yeah,
looking
wind
here.
advisory.
It looks like there's. I was looking here at Channel 4. It looks like there's a large tree down on the road. Trying to see where that's at. That was on Channel 4. They're not saying where that's at yet.
Two confirmed large and dangerous tornadoes in Donovan and Marquand as of 11:05.
I just read one from 11:17. Radar indicated rotation 7 miles south of Womack or 8 miles east of Fredericktown. So that would be probably this system here you were discussing, buddy, that just came across.
Right.
So that was been a few minutes, but it's that just same song, different verse with these storms. They're just spawning up and then they lift up and then they spawn another one that's just kind of moving right on off towards the northeast there. So let's see. I'm trying to pull one up here.
Okay,
there's
so
a pretty good notch there, just to the east of Fredericktown. It looks like. I don't know if
let's take a look
can,
at that.
Zoom in on that one or not.
Are you talking near the Sedgwickville area? No, you're talking. You're talking. Hold on. Let me circle that.
Right there, right where your mouse was. Yep.
Yep. That's. I mean, it's under a tornado warning. Let's take a look at it. It's radar indicated, but again, radars are far away from this location, no matter which direction you go. So,
I know what I was going to say while you're looking at that. You were talking about how there's like 3 radar systems: Springfield, Paducah, and St. Louis, and then kind of right here in this little triangle area, kind of like just down around Fredericktown area and kind of on south. There's like a big gap, and I always was curious and wondering. Would it be something for the National Weather Service to put a radar in, say, like Fredericktown or down south a little bit of Fredericktown, or maybe even in the Perryville area?
Matt and I have discussed.
I can shed a little bit of light on that. The National Weather Service offices have advocated for that, both Springfield, Paducah, and St. Louis, to the best of my knowledge, and it's just a matter of funding. And they recognize that probably there's a little bit of a gap area where the radar isn't as strong as it needs to be. And it is something that even the meteorologists at the different TV stations across Paducah, Cape Girardeau, Carbondale, that particular TV market, St. Louis, Springfield, everybody's kind of in unity about what needs to be done. It's money. And the money just wasn't there, unfortunately, at this point. I'm curious, Kyle, what we've got some different kinks going on here. This is actually velocity. This is actually wind. That is a huge thing. Can
you zoom in on a couple of those?
Yeah, let me zoom in. I'm looking at this at large screen, so my apologies on that. I'm trying to be cognizant of the fact that people may be watching this on mobile as well. But basically right here and right there these are areas that I am curious about. That notch that you were talking about earlier, this is what it looks like right now, at least as far as from the Paducah radar site for wind. And it may just be having a difficult time penetrating through the whole storm to see on the other side of it. That can happen sometimes as well when it's looking for wind. Those are, again, we have tornado warnings here, and we have a tornado warning here. This is, in fact, if I'm not, radar indicated considerable there. And then we have another tornado warning there, radar indicated. That's what we've got going on. And now we have a tornado warning for Perryville. That's just issued there for Western Jackson, Bollinger, Perry County, Cape Girardeau County until 12:15. If you recall, a few minutes ago, we had that thunderstorm warning, and I said, hey, it has a history, could turn into that, and that's exactly what's happened.
Tornado warning for Perry County, Missouri, and Jackson County, Illinois.
Yeah. Yep. As well as northwestern Cape Girardeau and northeastern Bollinger County. And no, you're good.
Trying to read and find.
Better to have it twice than not at all, right? So we're all good there. 12:15 in the morning is when this particular one expires, moving to the northeast, 14 miles east of Fredericktown, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail, radar indicated situation. The good news, that's actually a wrong way of putting it. This has not yet been labeled as a particularly dangerous situation. And I don't know if that's really good news, but it's slightly better news than being where we have been the past hour or two with tornado emergencies and PDS type warnings that have been issued. Again, it's still a tornado warning. It's very, very dangerous. Please seek shelter. But the hope is that as we continue on, Perryville, 11:30, well, basically now. Daisy, 11:40. Altenburg, 11:55. Appleton, Silver Lake, Gorham, Longtown, Froda, and Sedgwickville, Old Appleton, I should say, and Sedgwickville, as well as mile markers 115 through 133. That's about 3 miles or so north of Perryville, and making your way down almost to basically exit 111 on I-55 in northern Cape Girardeau County on I-55 there. So this is, if you're driving through that area and listening to us by way of our app on Show Me Live, that's where you're going to want to be careful about, especially if you're driving. It's dark, can't see it. And Kyle, take a look at this if you're still with us.
I am.
Right there. That's what we're seeing. That's an area of concern. I'm going to zoom in on it.
And the National Weather Service in Paducah 6 minutes ago issued that thunderstorm warning for, Northeast Bollinger, Perry County, Northwest Cape Girardeau, and Jackson County in southern Illinois.
So go ahead.
I'm right there in Perryville, so that would be exit 129 if you're on I-55. I've driven that road enough to know, going to SEMO and Cape and all those places before, so I've kind of memorized where a lot of those places are. But it was
Matt's very familiar too.
There's a tornado that went through just to the north of Perryville, and you can still see like the scouring and the after effects of that tornado, where it went through a bunch of farmland and hit a couple of businesses. Right there, just north of mile marker 129. I want to say it was around the 130s, maybe. But yeah, if you're right there in Perryville proper, exit 129 and around, I would definitely be aware.
Oh,
yeah.
There, that I just switched over to the St. Louis.
Goodness.
It's a whole lot more, because remember, the radar from Paducah is looking through the storm to the other side. St. Louis is seeing the other side through the storm where the rotation is at. So, wow.
Look at that.
Do I even need to circle that?
Circled enough.
Not really. I mean, the answer is I don't really need to circle that. It's a very obvious thing. By the way, for those of you watching and listening, we are looking at wind return and rotation, not actual reflectivity. In other words, how much rain and hail and whatnot. This is actual wind. So when you see red and green, one is moving toward the radar site, the other is moving away from the site. You look for that rotation, and all of a sudden, that's what you've got. All right, well, now what we have is basically some of these returns going off the charts for the most part, to the almost maximizing out. A lot of times that's an indication of debris. And I hate to say that, because that's someone's home, that's someone's business, that's someone's farmland, that's what it is. And it is really, it's a sad situation, but it's a reality of the situation. So honestly, it's something this strong, that's what it's an indication of. That's a very large situation going on there.
Now, Matt, let me ask you this. Looking at that radar, I mean, does it look like to you St. Francis County may actually miss the bulk of anything?
I was just looking at that, buddy. I'm not with the National Weather Service or anything like that, but just in looking at the radar, I'm going to say that, St. Francis County, for the most part, looks to be in the clear. There's a little system behind the cold front. It's getting ready to pass
building
through
up a little bit
now. It looks to be moving off to the northeast. So, I mean, you may get a little, maybe a little wind, maybe some rain, some thunder, maybe some heavy rain at times, but I'm not seeing any warnings with that system. But once that's through, it looks to me like St. Francis County, Washington County, the western part of Iron County, Crawford County, all the Dent County, Phelps County, they look to be in the clear at this point from what I'm seeing. So, I mean, I'll let the National Weather Service or, your guys like Steve Templeton in St. Louis or Chris Higgins on Channel 2, I'll let those guys make that call. But I'm seeing it looks like, we're pretty much going to be clear. I found it interesting, though, that it seems like this whole storm system, it kind of like split St. Francis County for the most part. And
it's like it missed pretty much the core of the county where we're broadcasting from, basically, but it's getting everybody else around it. It's rather interesting because that's kind of rare as well. Usually St. Francis County is right in the middle of it all as it's moving through.
Yeah, this time it has either gone north or south of the county, no question.
We're
no
kind of
at all. Those of you, I tell you, once we get out, we're getting a live update here. Once you go through all of this, and that's going to circle all the way back around and get us into the Perryville situation there, and let's see what the latest return is on that. It's going to take a moment. I can see things on my side screens with this radar that are not visible to those of you watching. Give it another 10 seconds, and that around Perryville will suddenly just move off more toward the east and look more uniform. The statute sweep, there it comes. There it comes. All right, so what we've got going on there, let's see what we've got. It's moving, and that's what we have. We have a situation there that, I mean, it's radar indicated, but again, it's a doozy. I mean, that's just what it is. Let me go back over here. I want to see.
Large data on the ground in Poplar Bluff or near Poplar Bluff.
Goodness. I mean, that's a long ways away from the St. Louis radar, but wow. I just, wow. Folks in Longtown, Old Appleton, actually, we're about 10 minutes there. Let's go Rockwood, Sandridge, Grand Tower. You've got minutes, and that's just the honest truth. This return on the bottom, it says 11:25:53, which means it's about 10 minutes old. So basically, what you see here is probably about over here right now, give or take. It's already probably passed over I-55. Let me see if I can get a better view. 11:31.
While you're looking there, I want to read this one. This is for Ripley County. This would be the Poplar Bluff area. 11:28. Confirmed large and dangerous tornado located near Milltown, or 7 miles west of Poplar Bluff, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Poplar Bluff, take cover. Dangerous situation. So another one of those life-threatening
PDS.
situations. Weather spotters did confirm this tornado. They said 11:35. So right now, Poplar Bluff will be getting it, and then I believe this is going to be a small town called Fisk and Rombauer by about 11:45. If you're listening, take cover because they said this one is about like the others. It is really, really dangerous.
And the worst part about, I mean, obviously a tornado's bad at any time, but I mean, it's dark out. You cannot see this thing unless it lightnings and it reveals itself in that way. So don't mess around.
Even if it's lightning, if it's rain wrapped, you may not see it. So
exactly.
So I mean, and there's seems to be a lot of heavy rain involved with these systems tonight. So I would say
what I'm seeing is right over Poplar Bluff. Matt, I don't know if you can zoom into Poplar Bluff a little more, but very heavy wind, a lot of lightning right almost over the city of Poplar Bluff there.
Yeah, let me get on level 2 here, and if this is holding true, it's basically
that's a pretty good indication right there.
Ooh.
There are no working cameras anymore in Poplar Bluff that I can attach to, and they're all offline.
That's not a good sign.
Well, I wasn't going to say that out loud, but you did. So, I mean, you're right. It's not. It's not the best sign at all.
I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, but
yeah, that's
Kyle. There's your bluntness is coming right out.
We have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued. It is observed. It is on the ground. Northeastern Butler, Central Stoddard County until 12:30, 11:37 p.m. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Poplar Bluff, moving to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. It's a particularly dangerous situation of a storm, damaging tornadoes. Weather spotters confirming this tornado. And so what we are seeing on the returns,
Bloomfield, Puxico, Bell City, all
boy, and poor old Puxico, they just had that large fire that destroyed a big section of their downtown a few weeks ago, and now they're having a severe weather running through there. I mean, but the good story and the good feeling for them is I believe their team took third in state for basketball just recently. So,
and then a very significant tornado on the ground southwest of Perryville. I'm seeing that as of the last 30 seconds.
What'd you say again,
from
buddy?
a report.
Say that again.
Very significant signature of a tornado on the ground southwest of Perryville.
That would be that one that was going through
near Old Appleton. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's going to be towards. That's going to be like mile markers.
Chester.
140, 130. Yeah, Chester, Illinois probably looks like it's going to miss most of St. Genevieve. So
yeah, we just had just a minute ago, a tornado warning confirmed, observed, particularly dangerous situation if you live in northern Cape Girardeau County, southeastern Perry County, Bollinger County, Jackson County, Union, and southern Illinois until 12:30. That confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Marble Hill, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Daisy, Patton, Millersville, 11:45, Altenburg, midnight, Grand Tower, 12:05 a.m. As well. So, yeah, we've got a few cameras that are coming back online in Poplar Bluff.
And I'm seeing the Poplar Bluff tornado was moving at 65 miles an hour to the northeast.
Yeah. I mean, there's right there. You've got sideways rain on this particular camera, and it's lost its connection again. And so
horizontal rain.
Yeah, it's.
And guys, we're obviously we've got a week now before we hit spring, so. This is really the first major storm of, we'll just say, the season, because the weather doesn't really know seasons sometimes.
Well, here's what we've got right now. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 active tornado warnings in our coverage area, 1 thunderstorm warning in our coverage area, and potentially additional tornado warnings once the warned storms around Pocahontas makes their way into portions of southeast Missouri. That's what I'm seeing. Let me go up to Marble Hill for just a moment. We've got a little bit of a debris signature going on here, so give me just a second here. Let's see if I can get that on right about here. All right, that's about 10 minutes old. That's not going to do. We need something a little bit newer. Right there. That's also a little bit. That's even older. So, all right. So we're not able to see 11:31. We're still off, but we still have. Let's see what we got here. Marble Hill. I mean,
thanks to everybody tuning in all
absolutely.
over where we're streaming.
What do you think, Kyle? Right about in this area?
Give us your reports.
I would say right where the top part of where your two lines kind of intersected there.
Right about.
There's a pretty good little. It's almost very similar to that squarish notch there. Yeah, I would say that's a very good place, and even to the left of that a little bit, we can see a bit of a notch on the backside, which is unusual for me. Normally, you see that kind of stuff on the front edge.
That's the key.
We're seeing some of them on the backside of these storms too. That's kind of a new thing for me.
It's also misleading to those of you watching, and because Kyle's right, but we're not seeing that tonight. So just because you're not seeing it when you are feeling a tornado, hearing when you normally would as these storms go through, that doesn't mean that something isn't going to happen. And so it's almost a false sense of security that we're talking about here right now. He's right. I mean, it's not often that you see that. We've just got a lot of stuff going on. Unfortunately, our level 2, that's jargon. Essentially, what that means is a live feed from the radars, or as close to live as you can get. It's not functioning as well as it ought to, but it's been quite busy this evening as well. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. And let me see. Let me get anything. I'll take 11:37. Well, not exactly what I would have wanted there, but it's better than nothing. I hear. Let's see. High-res reflectivity. All right, so that's what we've got. We're just kind of seeing a filling in here, and I'm genuinely concerned for those of you in southeast Missouri, basically from Perryville. That looks like basically from Perryville on toward the Boot Heel, from Poplar Bluff on toward just east of Fredericktown, and all the way to the Illinois-Missouri state line, all the way from the Boot Heel through Perryville. That's where the main area of concern right now for those of you driving and listening on the Show Me Live app and whatnot, and you can't see what we're actually trying to describe on the screen from our other sources on video streaming. That's what we've got going on.
Let's remind people, please don't try to watch. We appreciate you trying to watch and tuning in. Just listen if you're driving. Don't try to watch our screen and
we have apps
drive at the same time.
We're a full-blown radio station. We have apps for that, Apple and Google and all of that. It works with Android Auto and all of that stuff. Listen, don't watch if you're driving. Please, for the love, be safe.
Search Show Me Live Radio on the apps. You'll be able to find us. We are also streaming on Facebook, and you can access that on the app as well. I'm looking at it right now. Our page is there. You could hit play and watch the video. Again, not if you're driving, but
please,
and then share.
Caution there. All right, so what
share
we have
your
right
reports
now,
as well.
Just a little bit that confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Poplar Bluff. That's the issue that we've got kind of going on right now. Let me pull open the Puxico camera here for just a moment. Lots of lightning, awful lot of lightning. Wow, a ton of lightning.
Yeah, it continues till midnight for Poplar Bluff, Fisk, and Rombauer.
So that's,
according to Paducah National Weather Service.
That's what we've got going on at this point. So, folks in Perryville, it's not quite all clear yet, but it's not exactly. You're on the tail end of being in an all clear situation. Not all clear yet. You got a few more minutes, probably 5 to 10. Folks in between Perryville and let's say Jackson, boy, you got a lot of stuff going on there. And we have multiple warnings overlaid on top of the other warnings at this point. So you kind of have to dig down a little bit. And let's find out what's kind of going on. I'm gonna do something here. I haven't done this in a couple of hours, but I just kind of want to see what we've got going on here. Basically, it turns.
I need to get me a radar like that because I really enjoy whenever I've seen the news stations do this. They'll go and they'll kind of come in from the side, kind of like what you just did there. It actually shows how tall those clouds are.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Everything. I don't know. The nerd in me kind of comes out there, and I'm just like, oh, I could sit there and watch that for hours and study and analyze that.
You may or may not be able to see it. If you look at the slices, that's an indication. That's actually designed on purpose. There are slices in the color code so that you can see exactly how tall these things are. There's a method behind that madness, if you will. It's not just all. But there's an actual method there to take a look at that. And now that we're getting closer back toward more closer radar, it's a little bit more accurate. Again, you get down toward, go ahead.
At 11:44 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Wapapello, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour.
That's awful.
That might have been the one that was down there by Poplar Bluff, I would imagine. Unless that's a new one.
State Park. I honestly don't know. A hazard damaging tornado.
No, actually, Kyle, this is a brand new one and a brand new cell. I thought the same exact thing, and
that was reported at 11:44, so about 4 minutes ago.
Goodness.
So here's a brand new one for at 11:47. A National Weather Service issuing a tornado warning for southeastern Bollinger, southeastern Wayne, and northern Stoddard County until 12:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Wapapello or near Lake Wapapello State Park, moving northeast at 45. And you're saying, buddy, that you have seen an indication that there may be a confirmation of that? Is that?
They're reporting confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Those aren't my words. That's just what I'm reading.
That is for northeastern. Would that be for northeastern Butler and central Stoddard County?
Just says located near Wapapello or near Lake Wapapello State Park, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. No counties were mentioned. Just that area. Again, there's about 22 tornado warnings and 11 PDS warnings all at the same time. And I didn't chuckle because of that. I'm just saying that's like unheard of.
I think.
Did you find it?
Possibly. If it's not this one, then it must be this one. And that's crazy to say it that way, but that's what, there we found it. I found
you
it.
Have to,
you literally have to zoom in because they are overlaying.
Thing.
Yeah, they are overlaying on top of each other. Weather spotters confirming that tornado. Which one are we talking about?
Nighttime. Tornadoes aren't good anytime, but nighttime could be rain wrapped. So if you see lightning, it doesn't mean you're going to see it. If you're listening to us and you heard Wapapello or Butler County or anywhere in southeast Missouri like that, it takes shelter and be on alert all night because obviously this just formed. This storm just formed with this tornado when we weren't really expecting another round for that area.
At least 3 confirmed tornadoes on the ground, and all of them are indicating particularly dangerous and large tornado. Large. There's another one there.
That's the scary part.
Now we've got a particularly dangerous situation near Jackson, Marquand. Yep. I'm going to open up that one for Bollinger Perry Cape. There it is observed. At 11:38 p.m., confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over near Marble Hill, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. That's observed.
The one for Wapapello, though, Advanced, Puxico, Curdton, Eggy, Arab, and Greenbrier are in the path of that storm.
11:40 p.m., a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Perryville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. That's been approximately 10 minutes ago. PDS issued on that one as well, particularly dangerous situation. So we have almost lost count. 7, 8 confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. Am I overextending that just a touch?
Well,
at least 6.
I had last I thought you said 3, so I guess I dozed off there for a second, or
yeah,
more have come
I'm
about. Yeah, there's too many
1,
right now.
2, 3,
Very rare
4,
thing to happen.
5, 6. There are six confirmed tornadoes on the ground simultaneously. And
In Missouri only, right?
Correct. Yes. That is just in our list. That's in our listening area.
Right.
6 confirmed tornadoes on the ground, according to the National Weather Service, right now in our listening area, southeast Missouri, and so that's what we kind of have going on. It's just almost unbelievable. Just kind of
really
keeping
is.
an eye on.
And something to bring up here to go on the amazing part here. Normally, you think once you've been, you get to nighttime and the atmosphere starts cooling off a little bit, from the sun. We've had a lot of warm weather the last few days. You would think with all this, with the nighttime and the air cooling down just a little bit, it would weaken these storms. But we've actually seen the exact opposite of that. They've actually maintained and even strengthened at some points. That just tells you how much energy was coming out of the south and how potent the cold air was that's coming behind this. I mean, typical spring, summer patterns here whenever you get talking about that. I mean, it's just because it gets nighttime doesn't mean it's going to lessen the impact of the storms or anything. Now, eventually, they'll probably run out of juice as they move further off to the east, northeast, and hopefully, these things start losing their punch. But I mean, this was this I believe was the storm that was coming up out of Arkansas, hit West Plains, Van Buren, came on up through like Des Arc and south of Annapolis and all that. I believe this is that same system, isn't it?
So what you are seeing right now on your screen is from the Stoddard. It's a live image from the Stoddard County Emergency Management Agency. And Stoddard, this is, if we look very carefully, and Kyle, you're a trained spotter, take a look in the bolts of lightning.
Mm-hmm.
This is a live image from the Stoddard County Emergency Management Agency. And in the bolts of lightning, look at what you are seeing off in the distance. We don't need a radar to know exactly what's going on.
Certainly a wall cloud there. I'm not seeing anything coming down just yet, but that doesn't mean it. I mean that's that is very, very active. Wall cloud.
Yeah, it's just honest to goodness.
And Kyle, to your saying that usually this eases up as nighttime rolls. Well, looking at reports from the Storm Prediction Center, substantial tornado risk for Kentucky, Tennessee, Indiana, and Illinois into tomorrow.
Heads up, Matt. You're next. So
it's a constant. It's a line that isn't. It's just a storm system that isn't seeming to lighten up anytime soon. So
this is also from the Stoddard County EMA as well, a different camera angle. Kyle, I don't know if it's a lot.
I'm not really seeing much there, other than maybe a few those real low clouds that look that just fly on by, look almost like feathers or something going by, or little fingerlings going by. Those are what they call scud clouds. Those don't typically do much. Those are clouds that kind of got separated from the main body there. But I'm not a lot of lightning for sure, and everything.
Yeah, but definitely talking.
Well, I'm really glad because my parents left out for Florida yesterday, and they were going down south, and they were asking me. As a matter of fact, they were tuning in and listening earlier, and they were trying to get me to. Hey, make sure you can move your truck, to somewhere safe or to somewhere sheltered, or anything like that. And I said, well, I'm watching it right now. I don't think I'm going to be okay.
Dunklin County, Missouri now has a tornado warning till 12:45. That's in the Boot Heel.
Yeah, that's probably an extension. Sure is. Right around the Malden area. That's an extension off the storm that we've been seeing blowing through Pocahontas. And I want to bring your attention to something. Take a look at this right here. These are reports. 11:10 p.m. Emergency management. A tornado report. Roof blown off a home. You've got little dots. These indicate that tornado reports. That is where this storm was. And that's what we've got going on now. So this is
in Randolph County, Illinois, as well has a tornado warning.
Yeah, this is around that Malden area, a little bit around that Malden area, but I don't see a whole lot there. There's just so much.
Too many at once.
Just so much. It really is. So we've got some active warnings. Obviously, now moving into southern Illinois. Basically the home of Popeye, Chester, off to the south from there, as well as a lot of other, and we have some trained storm chasers on I-55 right now as well, kind of sandwiched in between some warnings. I suspect that I'm trying to remember his name. He'll be probably moving.
Reed Timmer, perhaps. I know he was in Bakersfield, Missouri.
Nope, Aaron.
Earlier,
Aaron Jajak probably will be heading. Not sure if he's heading north or south on I-55, but. We've got what we've got right now. What is this one? Puxico, and the camera is offline.
Well, we haven't seen Mike Seidel, so I think we're okay there. That running joke.
Jim
with
Cantori.
No Mike Seidel or Jim Cantori. So,
you're okay if they're not showing up, so to speak, is what they say. I am seeing a video now, and I will share this on our X account. A tornado did not hit downtown St. Louis, but one did pass over the area around 10 o'clock tonight. The view I'm looking at is from the river, across the river from the St. Louis Arch. And so I just shared that video on our X account at Show Me Live Radio. I'm sharing a lot of stuff from there because that's where I'm finding a lot of these reports. We just don't have permission to air them. But Matt is pulling up some video, government video around the area too, to show some live stuff.
This live video right now, it's again from the Stoddard County EMA, Emergency Management Agency. It's their camera. It's a live view. The storm has not made it to them yet. It is about to. So I'm genuinely curious. There is supposed to be a confirmed tornado on the ground moving basically very close to this camera angle. And if I am not mistaken, it's been a minute since I've driven through where this camera is at, but it hasn't been that long. If I'm not mistaken, it is angled toward the direction of how the storm is moving in toward this area. And I'm genuinely curious at this point as to whether or not we're going to be seeing anything. Just quite literally, in just a couple of miles here, you're going to be seeing different stuff here. And I'm going to push that off to the side just for a minute here and see if I can move in through there. You've got a lot of stuff. You got temperatures that are falling, obviously.
Yeah.
But you have this area right here. And if I am not mistaken, it is this camera in the Dexter area that I have pulled up from the Stoddard County EMA. And if I am not mistaken,
it hasn't quite made it there yet.
It hasn't quite made it there yet. This radar return is approximately 5 minutes old, so it is very close to making it right here. Now I'm going to bring to your attention again, look right here on the bottom right-hand side. Flags are flying very, very vehemently.
Could you blow that up perhaps a little bit?
Sure can, or at least I can sure try. Let's see what we got going on here.
Yeah.
Those
flags, look at those flags.
Oh, yeah.
On the bottom right-hand side. So I don't know if Kyle, if you were here or not, I drove through there not too long, just a matter of a month ago on some of those streets. And if I'm not mistaken, the storm is just a couple of minutes away from where this camera site is at, as confirmed by the radar. There is supposed to be a confirmed tornado on the ground, according to the Weather Service, with this particular storm that's about to blow through. And if I'm not mistaken,
could that be right directly? Behind those bright lights?
On the left-hand side of the screen?
Yes. It's just a massive black It's hard to tell because it's pixelated a little bit.
It is. I'm going to let Kyle work on that avenue just a little bit, but I'll tell you what I am seeing are those flags on the bottom left-hand side. The storms are basically just now arriving here into Dexter, where this particular camera is set up, and so within the next several minutes.
Nope.
Did you saw a little bit of a dip there. Yeah, I'm watching here.
It looks concerning.
It's about a quarter from the screen ish.
I was looking straight on the screen and then to the right, and boy, it's
well, if we start seeing some power flashes, we will know. I mean, that's a good indicator of, and the power flashes, we won't get too many of those before the camera goes dark.
Definitely some low clouds there from that last lightning shot. I'd love to see a better look at that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just have what I have with this particular angle. I can't move anything around. But
while we're talking about this, I mean, I will confirm a Planet Fitness in Rolla was destroyed. That video I just shared on our X account as well.
I was watching a little bit of that St. Louis from right there, looking at the St. Louis Arch that you posted, and then that disconnected me here for a minute, so I had to jump back on.
Oh, no. I'm seeing some other tornado footage, but it's not clear where it's from, so I'm not going to share it. But when I know it's within the area, I will gladly share it on there. So hate to send people to multiple accounts, but if you pull up our app, you should be able to access all of that as well, right there on the Show Me Live radio app, and see at least click the links and take you to those as well, or the live video on our Facebook at the moment. And we've been on for almost 4 hours now. That's how massive this system has been impacting us, and storms popping up just as we thought we were done in certain areas. Another one pops up out of the blue, and a very dangerous situation here, especially in the dark, with tornado warnings and extreme circumstances where they issue, extreme dangerous
something else
warnings
to mention.
out there.
Something else to mention. We're sitting here. It's midnight, 12:03 Central Standard Time here, and a lot of people, may have gone to bed thinking they were going to get out of this tonight, and hopefully, if you're in an area, you can hear, the warning sirens and things like that, and they take cover and everything. But that's not to be discounted. I mean, you had people up and people probably going to bed at this area now, but down there in the Boot Hill, Dexter, Cape Girardeau. Oh, I just saw a little thing over there. Could have been a little bit of rotation. I'd like to see another lightning strike. Come on.
On the right-hand side?
Uh-huh.
Boy, I wish I had control of this camera. Unfortunately, we got what we got. But yeah, I see. I think I know exactly what you were looking at there.
It may have been a scud cloud going through just at the right time. But boy, let's see there.
It sure did look like something. I agree with what you're. It definitely looked like something.
The Drury Inn sign in Arnold got wrapped around, bent around a pole it's posted on as well from that storm.
Yeah,
did you see the double?
Little
looked like it was a double cloud there.
There's, boy, I don't want to sit there and speculate, but here goes somebody's actually, I can see on the camera there, somebody's actually driving away from town there.
And they're going pretty fast, which I would be too.
I would be too.
Well, I'd probably actually be the idiot driving towards it, knowing me.
Okay, I just didn't want to say that.
My craziness.
Matt, I'm going to remind you of something at the previous location we were employed. Came in from college. I had my camera. We had another part-timer, and there were tornadoes. You were anchoring, and you looked at me and said, go out. You gave me a microphone and a tape recorder. You go outside. Never mind. You're too hysterical. You looked at the other guy and go, you go outside and film.
I don't even remember that.
And I had my camera and I went outside anyway, running around when Farmington was in the middle of a tornado warning. But yet you didn't even get the full sentence out to me. Just decided I was too hysterical and I shouldn't be going out there to cover it.
Okay, I'm looking back more towards look like the right side of the screen. It's kind of clear now.
I'll never forget
left.
that, but very funny
Yeah.
situation.
And I am not controlling this camera, but they are moving it around.
Finally.
The Stoddard
Now,
County
there we go.
Emergency
They're
Management.
moving it right where I wish they'd have moved it about 2 minutes
5
ago.
minutes ago. Yeah.
So they must be seeing
Ooh.
something if they're going over there.
Oh.
Boy, I
There it
can't tell
is.
if that's just rain
Yeah.
squall there. But I'm
That looks like
noticing back. I could see the lightning behind, but it looks like the lightning's almost distorted behind that cloud there. So that would indicate that's either a lot of heavy rain. Oh, I'm just
I
seeing.
think it looked like
they're
right where that light goes out right there. It looked like there was something.
yeah, a
there.
little maybe a little tower there, a cell phone tower perhaps, or.
It's flashing. It looked like it went out earlier, but yeah, I see it flashing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, there's a lot there, no question. If you are just joining us, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. You're listening to and watching Show Me Live. Extensive severe weather coverage. My name is Matt McLean. The other voices, Kyle Douglas and Buddy Yon, joining us right now for extensive severe weather coverage that's been ongoing now for hour number 4. We appreciate you very much, and we are here to keep you informed of everything that is going on. And while this and this screen obviously is in Dexter, Missouri, from the Stoddard County Emergency Management Agency. Wow, it's a lot of lightning going on. I am monitoring a couple of other warnings and stuff, guys. I do have
Champaign and Douglas County, Illinois.
Yep. And I've got
Tornado
other
warnings,
screens that are paying attention to make sure that we don't miss anything. But it's been a hot minute since we've been able to pull something like this up on our screen, live video. We're just getting into spots that have a network of live video cameras while these storms are rolling through. Not a lot exists in southeast Missouri.
I'm kind of surprised they have one, honestly.
There's a whole network across portions that are like this. I mean, the power is still on. Typically, if you have a tornadic event, you usually see green sparks, flashes of green as transformers are going. But the thing is, and here's why we're focusing on this. If you're just joining us, has been a confirmed tornado on the ground in basically just to the west of where this camera is at. So we've just been watching it now. We're going to keep watching it. I'm gonna take a look here, pull the courtesy aspect off, and then I'm gonna actually pull in here for just a moment, and we're gonna go back onto these things. And I'm gonna monitor that off onto the side, and let's take a look at some of these warnings here. I'm gonna keep watching that. If I see anything, guess what I'm gonna do? Immediately go back to it.
Turn it back on.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we do have multiple tornado warnings. That's just one of them. 1205 is the latest sweep here that we've got. What radar site are we on? We're on the Paducah site. That's where we need to be for this area. We have, again, observed and considerable. Observed tornadoes. Multiple warnings here going on.
Even Jonesboro, Arkansas, under the gun right now for a tornado warning moving northeast.
Again? Sure is.
Yep.
And Paragould. And, yeah, I mean, that's... If you look at the one for Paragould, it's going all the way to the Missouri state line, right there, just to the west of Kennett, where Sheryl Crow is from. And so that is brand new sweep going through there. Let's pull that off and let's see what we've got going on and see if there's anything that looks a little weird and notches and whatnot that are very easy to see. Brand new tornado warnings just around the Carbondale area. For those of you in and around the Carbondale area, Heron, Marion, West Frankfort at this point. I've got friends who live there. A lot of stuff going on. I got friends that live all throughout that area. This is radar indicated situations that are going on right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at what it's a little bit. It's almost out of our listing area. Northwestern Williamson, southeastern Jackson, southwestern Franklin, east central Perry County, that's southeast Missouri, until 1 a.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Grand Tower, 11 miles southwest of Murfreesboro, moving to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. This is a brand new fresh warning. A radar indicated rotation, Murfreesboro, Carbondale around 12:15, DeSoto and Hurst 12:20, Royalton, Elkville, Heron, Cambria, and Carterville 12:25, and West Frankfort around 12:35. That is certainly an area. They've issued the one for Perry County, but right now, basically, they've issued that because the notch that we're talking about here is, well, right here. Here's another update.
Yeah, tornado warning for Mississippi, Scott, and Stoddard till 1.
There it is. Radar indicated. Yeah, actually, for southwestern Pulaski, Alexander counties in southern Illinois, Mississippi, Scott, and Stoddard until 1 a.m. Radar also indicates straight line winds of up to 85 miles an hour.
Jeez.
I mean, I know it's a radar indicated tornado, but a straight line wind of 85 miles an hour is not exactly. That's borderline Category 2 hurricane force winds is what you've got going on there.
Yeah.
It's a strong Category 1 hurricane. That's the equivalent in your brain if you're able to compute that and go on through. So,
yeah, Franklin, Jackson, Williamson, and Perry counties until 1 a.m. as well. Tornado warning. Yeah, till 1 o'clock. So another 45 minutes. Again, these are long warnings. They're usually 10, 15 minutes long, sometimes 30. Now they're 45 minutes to 50 minutes.
And you know, the indication of that, it's very simple. You don't expect them to weaken. That's why you're issuing a warning that goes over that much real estate.
Right.
And so basically what the National Weather Service meteorologists are indicating whenever they issue a warning of that length, atmosphere is prime. There's enough fuel in the atmosphere to keep these storms alive, and they have a history of not dying out. Think about how long we've been following these storms, these exact storms. How many counties, how many warnings, everything from a tornado emergency in Van Buren to, I mean, you name it. That's what we're talking about here, and they are still producing warnings. I have one little sign of hope with these, but it's not much. We were talking earlier about how these storms were individual little storm cells like you're still seeing in Arkansas, but now across southeastern Missouri and southern Illinois, you're starting to see the line kind of fill in. Unfortunately, the characteristics of what we are seeing with a lot of different activity and rotation, it's still very prominent. We have two areas of clusters of warnings, if you will, around Sikeston, Scott City, Cape Girardeau, Dexter, Poplar Bluff, and then another from Perryville all the way through Carbondale, Heron, Marion, Benton, West Frankfort, and beyond. And so that's kind of where we've got the two issues. I think I heard Kyle or somebody click back in.
He did, but did you mention there was another tornado warning for Cape Girardeau?
I did rattle that off, but I didn't go through it. You're right. It was just issued just about 2 minutes ago for Union, Alexander, Bollinger, and Cape Girardeau counties. 2 of those counties in Illinois, 2 of those in Missouri till 1 a.m. This is a tornado warning. Radar indicated a hail of about 3/4 of an inch in size. Delta 12:15, Dutchtown 12:20, Cape Girardeau and Scott City 12:25 a.m. East Cape Girardeau, that means it's going to go right over that bridge between Cape and East Cape, Allenville, Whitewater, I-55 between mile marker 92 and 97. If you stop and think, mile marker 99, that's about that main mall area of Cape Girardeau. Well, actually, yeah, right around in that area as well. So that's
and this
a lot of
one's
stuff.
This one's confirmed on the ground, I believe. The one down there in Cape near Bloomfield.
Yeah, there's 2 different warnings. One that was issued for Cape Girardeau City, and then one that is just south of downtown of the city and parts of Cape Girardeau. And the one going over the city is radar observed. The one, I mean, just a mile or 2 south isn't observed. You're exactly right. Thank you for bringing that up. It's moving east at 45 miles an hour. Confirmed tornado located near Bloomfield. damaging tornado. Weather spotters confirmed tornado. Bell City 1220, Benton 1230, Olive Branch and Horseshoe Lake Conservation Area 1245. Here we go with another statute sweep. Let me zoom out and let's see what we get here.
While you're doing that, apparently people have been reported trapped in Butler County from a tornado.
Not surprised, given the returns that we've seen off of this.
Scary, and I hope they're okay.
You can also throw. It looks like it's right there by Bloomfield. I'm looking there now, but that's going to include Oran, Benton, Kelso, Scott City, Chaffee. Then it's going to cross the river right there on State Highway 3 there in Illinois. I mean, I've traveled that road, and Matt, I'm sure you have several times too. There's a lot of unincorporated little towns out through there.
Yeah.
You got Mounds, Cairo, down that way, Thebes.
Apparently, there is a tornado reported on the ground just north of Newport, Arkansas. I'm not sure if that's close
actually
to Missouri, but
it's actually right here,
further
buddy.
down. Okay,
yeah, it's a little bit further down. However, let's put it in motion.
Yeah, it's
folks. It's headed straight for the boot heel. So
it's headed there.
That would be like where's that would be Kennett down that way, and
it would be
and everything. So they're not out of the woods yet either.
No, and that's the same thing. Like some of these areas have been hit twice now, like Perryville, Cape Girardeau. They were out of one, and now suddenly they're back in one. So these things are rapidly forming almost on top of themselves, it seems, and then fastly moving northeast.
All right, West Frankfort. Just so much going on. Really is an awful lot.
Yeah, so National Weather Service reminding everyone a tornado warning continues for Advance, Missouri, Bell City, Missouri, and Brownwood, Missouri till 12:30. So another 12 minutes. Morse Mill, Missouri, multiple structures damaged there.
Those of you in Sikeston, Charleston, Orion, Morley, Chaffee, Scott City, the Cape Girardeau Regional Airport is Scott City area. I don't know if you guys, gentlemen, can see this or not, but there are so many tornado warnings on top of tornado warnings. It's very difficult to see.
Stoddard County Emergency Management reports a tornado 3 miles northeast of Puxico as of midnight.
So that would be.
That was near our.
That's
reported near Highway PP, and that's actually what they zoomed in to see on that on that camera. Major damage reported to New Covenant Fellowship Church and a neighboring trailer park on PP Highway in Poplar Bluff, 2 miles west of Poplar Bluff. Emergency management reporting that. So guys, those of you listening, listen, there's an awful lot going on, and these storms mean business when they start moving through your area. And I realize that they're about to move out of southeast Missouri. Here in the next probably 30 minutes or less, it's going to be an all clear for Show Me Live. And so that's that. We can get eventually back to regular programming. And probably within the next 30 minutes or so, we can kind of get back into that situation. I say that we're going to monitor what's going on in the boot heel and see exactly kind of what takes place there.
Because there is a tornado on the ground in Paragould, Arkansas, and that was the one heading towards the boot heel.
That's the one heading, and if it keeps moving in that general direction, it may move. I guess I maybe spoke out of line. 30 minutes may not cut it because it's going to head right for Sikeston.
Yeah, and another likely tornado to be confirmed in Greenwood, Missouri, which is on the Missouri-Illinois border.
Yeah, this is... I'm looking... I'm sure the St. Louis media has gone to the... back to regular programming.
They have.
Paducah,
Yeah,
Paducah, Cape Girardeau, and Carbondale Well, Paducah and Cape Girardeau, Carbondale laid all their meteorologists off, but
Well,
the ABC affiliate did, the parent company of that affiliate did, but Paducah and Cape Girardeau television news media, they're all over this as well. And the key is, yeah, I'm monitoring all of that. I got 4 screens around me, and I have about 8 different TV stations / whatever weather channel. I've got all of that going on. We've got our broadcast going on. I have stuff off onto the side, like these cameras that I'm monitoring. And then I have 2 more computers directly behind me with their screens on, with different stuff pulled up that are auto updating, trying to keep track of it all.
Ask Tony Gans at Mineral Area College. I think he retired now, but ask him what would happen when tornadoes would be issued, because I'd have all 4 computers in his office with storm warnings and radar, and I'd forget to close them. So he'd come in the next morning and know I was in there, because weather would be all over.
Yeah. So, it's part of life sometimes, but. So, all right. So here's what we've got. We've got these confirmed tornadoes on the ground, and it is by now. I sure hope that at this point everyone is paying very close attention. For those of you in the path of this storm, but I understand you don't pay attention whenever the storms are 100 miles, 200 miles away in a different part of our listening area, and I understand that. So we rotate listeners throughout severe weather and viewers, and we get that very clearly. Mm-hmm. So these are the things that we're looking at right now. The southeastern area, moving toward the Boot Heel, Cape Girardeau, Jackson, still very much in the prime of our listening area, and on into Carbondale. That's about the last, the Heron, Marion. That's basically what we're talking about right there. And then once, if we can get that as to an all clear, then our listening area can go back into regular programming. But we got a little bit more time here.
Yeah. I'm also seeing reports of structural damage from Perryville. And we all know they were hit by a long track violent EF4 in 2017.
On the south side of Perryville, law enforcement reporting that 1 mile southeast of Perryville.
Yeah. Just trying to go through, this day and age, when we worked radio 20 something years ago, it was all community where you make phone calls. Now you use social media to help with the reporting and get these eyewitness reports. And that's what we're doing here tonight. Very beneficial, because you can't share video and pictures on the radio, but you can in the manner of what we're doing. And if you are following us anywhere, you could go to X right now at Show Me Live Radio and see some of the stuff that I'm resharing on there, because we just don't have the authorization to share that on the air, but we can share some of the live cams that Matt is finding for us. Champaign, Illinois, Urbana, Illinois, Savoy, Illinois, all a warning again till 12:45. I mean, this is there's even photos I'm seeing in Mississippi from large wedge tornadoes. So this is a huge line or storm system that is just affecting a lot of states right now, with more in the path of it. I mean, you're looking at Kentucky, Tennessee, and others, Louisiana and stuff tomorrow as this makes its way eastward.
Kyle is awfully quiet. What are some thoughts, sir?
No, I'm just kind of looking through some different things, trying to find some different reports while you guys were covering that. Just kind of trying to see out there. It looks like most everybody's kind of trying to pick up the pieces and everything. So it's getting pretty quiet on the social media front, at least from our friends that were out to the west of us and everything. So that it looks like we'll probably know a lot more in the morning as people wake up and it gets daylight out and they get to take a look at what's what has been damaged, what hasn't been damaged, and trees down,
Tornado warning canceled for Butler County. Event is no longer active, is what I am seeing here. Multiple reports of that.
That's good news.
Yes.
For
Matt, did
for
you want to
Butler
confirm
County.
that? Right.
Yeah, let me get back over to, I was looking at the actual broadcast screen, but hovering my mouse over there, wondering why I couldn't move the radar for a moment. Let me get back onto the actual radar. There we go. Now it's moving like it's supposed to. And so yeah, we've got a lot of stuff going on there. We still have an active warning radar indicated for a small amount of Dunklin County until 12:45. A thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Glennonville or near Chalk Bluff Natural Area, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Tornado and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated rotation as well. So that's really kind of right on the edge of our listing area. I am sincerely amazed. I am looking at some cameras toward the mall area of Cape Girardeau. And the cameras are shaking pretty good. So there's a lot going on there.
Yeah.
Also,
I do want to give some updates of some damage reports throughout Arnold. It seems like they've been one of the hardest hit areas tonight too. Some roofs have been reportedly gone. Many big trees completely uprooted. Power lines down. Looks like a tornado may have hit around Lee May Ferry from the southwest and crossed I-55 near 141 around 9:30. Many roads blocked, and somebody said the Applebee's in Arnold, their husband works there, and the roof got blown off, and it was actually hailing inside, and they smelled a gas leak. So they had to turn off the gas and evacuate. So we'll have to investigate that a little more in the morning. And hopefully everyone's okay.
Buddy, I just found one. There's a Facebook page called Tornado Alley. They shared a thing from a storm chaser in West Plains, Missouri. They actually have a picture of one of the tornado rolling through in that area. I'm gonna send that to you. I'm gonna send that to you.
We can share if it's posted on something like that. We can share it. Hopefully, it's not a.
I'm sending it to you on Facebook now.
Sure. Hopefully, it's not a private page. But also, Merity, as let's give her some props. She's been working quietly behind the scenes while she takes cover.
We got a lot of folks on tonight.
Yeah, she sent me something. So it's funny, Matt. I know you lived in Florida a while. There's a page called Florida Weather Watch, and they've been sharing a lot of storm footage from around our area. Heartbreaking devastation in Cave City, Arkansas, from an intense tornado. I'm gonna see if I can't share that. It's a public thing, so I'm gonna share that on our page. Just did that. If you're streaming on our Facebook, you can see it there.
I just found another
nasty
one.
Looking thing.
This is from meteorologist Eric Graves. He just
I've
posted
seen
a picture of a plane that was taking off, and there's a tornado in the background. I'll send that to you also.
Yeah, and I because we're sharing stuff on Facebook, I just pinned our current broadcast, even though it's 4.5 hours old, on our page, so that way you can you don't have to scroll through too far to see it. Of course, you can click the live button as our story there in our profile, and you'll get to us. Just checking out your attachments here, Kyle. I cannot see that first post you sent. I guess I have to be a member.
Yeah, you may have.
If you want to screenshot it, because it is in there, we can, share it that way. I think we'll be okay.
Yeah,
we'll share the screenshot. The plane flying in front of a large tornado in Maryland Heights. Yep, this is the one I called the airport about, but they said they were not affected. It went by them, but not on the ground. I didn't get much information out of him because not only were we live, but it sounded like he was pretty busy, and I didn't want to hold him up anymore if he was, doing his job there. Good fine people there at Lambert. But there you go. Matt, you should check that out on our Facebook page. A plane is literally right in front of it taking off with this massive tornado in the background. Very very interesting photo. There's a money shot right there if you were to call one. So yeah, we're just sharing some info or some stuff here, Kyle. I'm going to put you back on.
Yeah,
there you go.
Had to log off just for a minute to send it to you, and then I just popped back on. So
yeah, no worries.
Screenshot there of what they saw.
Yeah, Tornado Alley. So interesting. I will have to join that group. But yeah, if you're listening to us on the our live stream over the internet, many of you have asked where you could hear us on the dial. You can't, but you can still Bluetooth us. We have an app. You can also go to streamingrules.com, click listen live there, and you can also stream us. It's just your Bluetooth. Just your Bluetooth there, and listen to us as if you were streaming Netflix or Hulu or anything. So we appreciate it.
Several people over the last few weeks when we've been covering the district championship games and the various teams. Like I know we went down to Arcadia Valley 2 weeks in a row, and I had several people asking me, "Hey, where can we find you?" Because they're there at the game, but they actually wanted to put headphones in and listen to the broadcast so they could hear how many points were scored or anything like that. And I said, well, it's not an actual radio dial. It's an app you can download. And they said, oh, well, how much is it? And I said, it's a free download. It doesn't cost you anything. All you need to do is just be able to have an internet connection and you can listen. Or if you don't have the app, go to streamingrules.com and you can listen to us that way. And I said, and we don't just do sports. I mean, once we're done with sports, you can tune in. You're going to hear some, good music, country music. There's other shows you can listen to that are on there. I mean, we've got a lot of different things. You can even go to the website and click on stories that we have. We try to update those as much as we can. It's harder for me being, full-time employed teacher and coach.
Yeah.
So I don't get to get on there and do near as much as what I would like to do or would normally be able to do. But I've had a lot of people just within the last month when we've been covering stuff saying, well, who are you guys? Where'd you guys come from? And
we've been here for about a year, haven't we?
Yeah. We're just trying to, support the communities and save lives with.
And I mean, I've had a lot of coaches, when Meredy would call the schools, she gets this, well, we've never heard of you guys before. And then when we come down there and cover them, I'll have either the coaches say, hey, we really appreciate you guys coming down and covering us and everything. The kids really appreciate it. And I've had several coaches just mention how, how much they appreciate the coverage and everything.
Yeah.
And I've even had my own athletic director out there at Viburnum. She listened both nights last week when we were covering the St. Genevieve, the district games there at St. Genevieve. She tuned in and I asked her, I said, okay, so give me what you thought. I mean, how'd it sound? Good, bad, whatever? She goes, it sounded great. So we're getting ears. That's good.
The other beauty about it is
warnings here really quick.
Sure.
Let me we've got a brand new thunderstorm warning that was just issued listen, I'll take a thunderstorm warning even in spite of the fact that it's got 60 plus mile an hour winds versus what we've seen so far this evening. This is for northern New Madrid and southeastern Stoddard County until 1 a.m. With 60 mile an hour winds moving to the northeast, screaming at just racing off at 65 miles an hour. Sykeston, Morehouse, Bernie, Malden, Parma, Matthews, moving in your direction right now. I want to focus again very quickly. Thanks for letting me grab a breath here for the first time in 4 hours. I appreciate it, guys, very, very, very much.
That's why we have team coverage, so we can all take little mini breaks.
Everybody's had that, but I do want to kind of get into some things. I've got some reports now coming out of West Frankfort. That the sirens are obviously going off, West Frankfort, Illinois, and also it's hailing. Fortunately / unfortunately, there is a tornado warning that is warranting of that, but just barely. So we're going to zoom in and around this particular area right now. And while basically just a portion of West Frankfort and I-57 is more or less under that warning. It's right on the edge, but that's a polygon warning, so it could very well be extended as we go along through there. And so let's go ahead. The major area of concern right now, and what I just flipped everything over to, is actually a radar velocity, the wind. So where are we seeing some rotation? Well, first of all, before I do that, it's been 4 hours. Let me make sure that this is up to date. That's about a 5-minute old. Okay, well, that's close. So basically what I'm seeing right now is a little bit of rotation possibly around the Carbondale area, just north of Carbondale. So like that Amtrak station, SIU Carbondale campus, just off to the north from there, north of town, just a little bit of rotation possibly. And Kyle, if you're seeing anything else, I'm happy to yield just a little bit, because my eyes, I'm telling you, it's been a night. So that's the
I'm telling
that's
you,
the general area.
Mine are starting to get heavy, and I've got to run a daughter to catch a bus in the morning for a band concert, and then my son has his final basketball game today, and then after that I'm jetting out to Potosi to cover baskbasketball out that way. It's going to be a full day tomorrow, that's for sure.
Well, if you need to
Yeah,
go, we totally
no
understand.
question.
Matt and I'll be here, hanging
Yeah,
out till
I'll take a look
how
at
long
this
we
here in a
need.
minute, and I'll probably jump off here in just a few, because I'm thinking we're pretty much for the most part cleared in our general vicinity. So
We are getting there.
Yeah.
I do see potentially for folks, those of you in Southern Illinois,
I'm
I
looking
do
at
see
that now.
it's a very large, notchy kind of an area, but it is what it is,
Not
and it's tough.
well. It's not well organized. It's not super tight like you would see, but there is definitely
Some rotation.
Yeah, right there, just to the looks like, is that Carbondale that you had circled there?
Yeah, right here.
Murfreesboro.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here, let me zoom in just a
just
little bit more.
to the west there. There's there's some pretty tight rotation there.
Look, there's some really dark yellow there for that wind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could
Right
be
north of Carbondale, but yeah, that could
So-
just be a blip.
It's
Yeah,
hard
we
to
are
say.
still seeing radar indicated only. We do have a brand new thunderstorm warning, and it's a big one, big polygon. It is 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat. This is for Perry County, Cape Girardeau County, Scott County in Missouri, and then Alexander, Jackson, Williamson, Johnson counties in southern Illinois until 1:15. Severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from near Altenburg to Cape Girardeau, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. The Cape Girardeau airport just reported a gust to 77 miles per hour.
Jeez.
Trained weather spotters expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes and roofs. So, folks, here's the fun. It's not a fun part. Apologies. This is the part that we've got going on right now. Even if there's not a tornado warning going on, what you have going on is a lot of straight line winds, and that was to be expected.
Straight line winds can be just as damaging as a small EF0, EF1 tornado. So
basically, yeah, the smart thing in my brain was always to treat something like that as a tornado, because the winds are the winds, and that's what does the damage. A roof being ripped off, it doesn't really matter if it's a straight line wind or a tornado. The roof is being ripped off. It doesn't matter after that point. And so, at least in my view, I mean, you've still got a problem to have to worry about. So that's an area that's brand new. It's a brand new warning. But for folks in West Frankfort right now, and Heron and Murfreesboro and Carbondale, we do have some notches to kind of look at, but it's nothing extremely well organized. And the radar is close enough to the West Frankfort, Carbondale, Murfreesboro, Carterville, Heron area to where I feel like we're getting probably a fairly good quality return on that. Go ahead.
You might have just heard a little sound on my computer. That's because tornado sirens are going off in Champaign, Illinois.
University of Illinois territory there.
Yeah, and it's a nasty looking. I'm going to share that as well, but the nasty looking lightning and a short video there on our X account for those that want to see it. Champaign, Illinois, right now.
This is very unique. This is extremely unique of a situation that we have had. It has been now. Look, it's springtime. It happens, and this is just what we have. It's springtime and it happens. But it's been a hot minute since we've had such an organized situation of such lengthy tornado warnings. And so many of them all at once. But here's what's also somewhat unique. It's been 4 or 5 years, to my knowledge, since we've had so many confirmed tornadoes on the ground in one storm system like this. A bare minimum, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've forgotten one in the past year or two. But to have the quantity of storms that have produced confirmed tornadoes, it is going to take the National Weather Service a minute or two to be able to send out assessment crews and survey crews in the next couple of days to really kind of find out what has taken place, because that's a lot. It's a lot to do.
I've seen a lot of people asking if they know how strong the tornadoes were or anything like that, and it's what I would tell people there is, give the Weather Service people time to evaluate this. I mean, they have to get in a helicopter, they have to get on the ground, they have to find these tornado tracks, and they have to survey the damage. It's going to take, you probably won't know until probably Monday on some of these, unless it's just so obvious to them. But they'll do a comprehensive check on all this, and it may be Monday, it may be Tuesday for some areas, but they'll anytime they get a report or anything like that, they will send crews out to survey these things, and they'll give you a good idea of what it was.
Yeah, I just shared a video on our X account where a gas station was destroyed and flipped over a semi-truck in Villa Ridge. They seem to have been hit pretty hard tonight. It is being called a destructive and significant tornado. I don't know if the National Weather Service has like a method or where they'll start, but they might hit some of these, heavily hit areas first.
Generally,
places like Villa Ridge, Poplar Bluff, things like that. They may hit to see, what those are, and then move along. We'll just have to wait and find out. But
generally, how I understand it is like each designated areas. So you got one in Springfield, Paducah, St. Louis. I think they actually have people that will go out and look. So they'll probably start where their coverage area is, where they got the first reports, and then they'll start surveying on up that way. And that's why it takes so long. I mean, we're talking covering ground maybe from Rolla all the way up through past Bus and into Illinois, and then you have to move down into the Steelville and area and everything. So, I mean, this is going to be they're going to have their hands full for the next few days. I would not want to be a weather survey. I mean, actually, it wouldn't be such a bad job, but I would not want to be the one that has to sit there. I mean, you're going to have a full notebook and folders worth of reports you're going to have to go through, and of course they will examine each one of those, and eventually they will post that. I usually find them on weather.gov.
Right.
Whenever
not to cut you off, Kyle, but Pemiscot County has a tornado warning till 1:30 just issued.
And Dunklin. Dunklin and Pemiscot until 1:30, and also their neighboring counties in Illinois that's outside of our listening area as well. Radar indicated.
Anytime there's tornado warnings or anything like that, you can feel free to cut me off, because we're just kind of giving everybody a break here and just kind of
tornado warning for Kennett, Missouri.
That's that one that was down in Paragould. I bet.
Matt, I don't know if you want to zoom in on that. It looks pretty raunchy radar from what I'm looking at on a screenshot.
That's a new word to describe a radar.
When you've been on for 4.5 hours, you can
you have to think of other words.
That's
you don't want
to
you don't want to lose people by repeating the same words sometimes.
That I suppose is fair.
Well, it
what do you think?
can't be near as bad. Whenever I was using big words the other day describing a game, and I kept getting these side glances from Merity, like, "Where did you get that word from?" I'm like, "Hey, we're here not only to broadcast but to educate. We use expanded vocabularies here."
And it's live radio, so you can't help it.
Of course. I mean, I got to show off. I mean, I got a big head, so I got to show off that big brain every now and then. So.
What
really
you got
tough
for
to
us, Matt?
see. It's really tough to see. I've kind of gone into that 3D mode again to kind of look at things. But if there were going to be any kind of a notch worth potentially, it's probably going to be. I'm going to go back to 2D mode. It is probably going to be right.
Yeah.
Possibly either right there. Let me circle. Actually, let me zoom in and then circle. Probably. Kyle can correct me if he thinks I'm wrong, and I'm happy to yield. But probably one of these, possibly that, but probably not really. I'm thinking kind of one of those two areas may be the area of concern. I can't get it. It's too far away from a radar. I can't get an accurate velocity.
What about right underneath that one? That bottom one.
Like that one? Is that what you're talking about?
Right in there. Yeah, right in there, that notch.
It's not as well defined as the other two. He circled up there where he kind of made that 8 with his things there. And there's another notch.
There's a bunch of notches.
Yeah.
That's a little,
Stand by. Take a look at this. What do you think about that?
That's what Buddy and I were just pointing out is over to the west of where our initial thing. I mean, there's more rotation potentially right there. I mean, that's
becoming a classic.
A lot of these storms, these rotations are on the backside of the storms, and it's
odd.
Very strange to me. And maybe I just didn't pay attention before, but
right. This is apparently the storm that did pass through East Paragould, Arkansas. It's an ongoing large tornado. Marmaduke, Rector, Greenway, Holcomb, Kennett, and Wardell are all in the path of it. So that's why that has been issued.
Just got a bit of a good sweep there for a velocity. And that area that we had circled initially, that's what we're seeing, the possibly. But it's far enough away from the radar to where it's really tough to see a really tight wrap there. But, I mean, that's basically right around in this little area right here. That's kind of what you're seeing. So oh, wait, there's an update.
Nope,
let's let it go.
There it comes. Oh, there it goes.
That right around in here.
Just saw that.
So if I coordinate that with going back over to...
Yeah, it's in northeastern Scott County in southeast Missouri. Another tornado warning.
And 12.
Pulaski, Alexander in southern Illinois, and Scott County till 1:15.
Right there. Yeah, that's what's going on. Base reflectivity. What are we at? We're at 2 minutes old. I mean, basically, it's this area right here. And I'll explain that just a little bit for those of you watching right now. The 1241 was the latest update for the wind velocity, and it had everything right about here. This is 1246, 5 minutes later. So this is what we're talking about right around in this area. So basically, it's a radar confirmed tornado. Here's what I'm hoping is happening, and believe me, I am hoping. Because I would really like to put a cap on this night and be done, is that some of these storms are beginning to, in theory, slowly begin to morph into a little bit more of a winding down situation. Now, I say that and you're like, wait a second, man, you got how many warnings on the screen? Well, you didn't see it an hour ago if you're just joining us. Trust me, this is a winding down compared to what we've had. And so the key mark that I'm wondering about is that even though we have a lot of tornado warnings, that's outside. A radar indicated tornado, but I do believe that is just, West Frankfort. Considerable, particularly dangerous situation.
And did you hear me
Oh.
about Scott County, Missouri?
I did not hear you about Scott County, but a large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Ziegler or near Christopher, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. A PDS, particularly dangerous situation. A tornado will be near West Frankfort right now. Rend Lake area, McLeansboro at about 110, but West Frankfort is right now. That's new. And then we also haven't observed, see those changed. They morphed and changed a little bit. They went from radar confirmed to just downright confirmed. That's what we've got going on there. Very quickly.
Just an update while you're
notation.
looking. Just an update while you're looking there. Looks like there's a lot of power outages over in and around the Viburnum area. I'm seeing a lot of people saying they're still without power there. So
and I'm hearing multiple fatalities in the tornado damage in Poplar Bluff, according to KWOC, citing the Butler County Sheriff. Major damage has been reported in Butler County. Sheriff Mark Dobbs says news that there are multiple fatalities as a result of the damage. Reports have come in that heavy damage to the homes and businesses in the area reported at New Covenant Fellowship Church, which you mentioned, Matt, and a neighboring trailer park on PP Highway. People are being asked to stay home. Multiple power lines are down throughout the city too.
I'm here. So I'm also reading. Looks like about. I would say I'm looking at some person, a friend of mine's Facebook page. They live in St. Louis, Missouri. Don't know exactly where in St. Louis, but they're up in that area. But they had looks like maybe almost just short of baseball size hail in some parts of St. Louis tonight.
Matt, Gifford, Illinois, does that sound familiar in our area? Because there's a tornado for them as well.
It is getting there, and Kyle reminded me. I took it off earlier this evening on the screen because it's so convoluted, but I actually just popped back on. Every county you see fully shaded in, that's power outages. And if you click on one of them, like Reynolds County, for example, 1,391 out of 4,181 customers. I'll tell you where you really have some damage. Almost 70% of Wayne County is currently without power right now. And Butler County, about 25% is without power. You have almost 70% of Monroe County, Illinois, which is adjacent to Jefferson County, without power. Perry County, there's about 15%, about 1,900. You got a lot of power outages going on. Cape Girardeau right now, so far, about 2,500 customers without power. Madison County, Iron County, about 20%. Reynolds County, about a third of that county is in the dark. You've got Rolla, like you were talking about there, about 4,300, about 36% of the county's in the dark, and they've been out in the dark for hours.
Matt, I'm going to stop you for a second. Sykeston, Charleston, East Prairie, Missouri, till a tornado warning till 1:30.
I just saw that. And guys, I'll be real honest with you here in just a little bit. If that's continuing to be the case, yours truly will have to also take shelter given my present location as well. So I am monitoring that personally very closely, understandably so.
We fully expect you to turn your cameras on and get full coverage out there.
Oh, you got to go out. You got to go out, man.
As you're being sucked into the tornado, we will accept nothing but that.
I haven't done that part, but I will tell you
this is a radar indicated tornado from Mississippi, New Madrid, Scott, and Stoddard counties, by the way.
Yep, that's I'm zooming in on that right now,
buddy. I don't know if you got it or not, but I sent you one. There was one that went through.
I can't see it.
Paragould. Oh, that was from that same one, the Tornado Alley one.
Yeah,
it was a dual tornado. They had two multiple vortex tornado going near Paragould.
I am actually
about
going
45
to try
ago.
See if I cannot join that group now, so I can try to see these things as well. So we were talking. We thought we might be done wrapping things up, and more are
Sure was
forming.
hopeful.
Um,
It looks like they were
I'm
just
just
regrouping,
concerned,
and that makes me sad.
right? And I'm concerned for you, Matt, because I mean, they're not slowing down. It seems like they're picking up steam as they head that way.
Seems to be, doesn't it?
Yeah, in the middle of the night, of all things, those are the hardest ones. It seems. Didn't we? The one that hit Mayfield and all them a few years ago, weren't those in the middle of the night? And they hit pretty hard.
I wouldn't say middle of, but they were after dark. Yes.
Yeah.
Roughly about 8, 9, 10 o'clock, depending upon what part of Kentucky. That one went through the Boot Heel of Missouri, Northwest Tennessee. It went through 165 miles of Kentucky and also into Arkansas. The total path, it began right around Little Rock and ended just shy of Louisville, Kentucky. For one tornado, just a single tornado, a single storm cell. It went above the ground, thereby becoming a funnel cloud for just like a quarter to a half a mile as it was crossing from Tennessee into Kentucky. Otherwise, it would have been a contiguous tornado from Little Rock to basically Louisville.
Wow.
So
yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, that's what we've got. So we have let's see, we got too many more warnings is what we've
Sorry, Kyle, I'm trying not to have you hop off to send me things, but what's happening?
It's fine. I was just doing that. I'm like, well, I'll send that to him real quick so he can at least look at it. And
yeah, I got it posted. I'm sharing it, and I'm marking it screenshot from that page. I unfortunately cannot tag it, but it's actually a meteorologist sharing it, so people can see the attribution, whatever you want to call it, right there on the screenshot. So I think we're okay. Trying to see if anything else. Yeah, it's just all. I'm still in awe that St. Francis County got basically jumped, so to speak.
There were warnings all around it, including Washington and
Perry.
There's been a thing with St. Francis County over the last few years. I've talked to several people about this, and there may be something to this, but it almost seems like a lot of times it takes a super organized system to really hit the heart of St. Francis County, the Park Hills, Deloge, Farmington, proper areas. A lot of times we'll see these big, impressive storm systems coming up from the southwest, and then they hit Iron County or just the western part of the county, maybe they're the southern part of Washington County, and it's almost like they will weaken to the point that it's almost like they hit just a big patch of dry air, or there's something that moves them just to the north or to the south, or splits it up entirely, like we saw that here. I mean, we saw a lot of organized systems, but they never really got organized enough to where they could come up and hit us directly today. So that seems to be a prevailing thing. And I was reading some other reports on it, they're calling it the St. Francis County bubble or whatever. And there may be some truth to that. I mean, there are a lot of hillsides, and I wouldn't necessarily call them mountains, but there are hillsides around that could push some of that stuff around and kind of halfway, unless it's just a direct line and it can just keep up its speed and everything. It could be something that kind of protects St. Francis County a little bit. So
that is interesting because we're obviously around the same age, and growing up in that area in St. Francis County, we used to get hit all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed like every time there was severe weather coming into the area, we were in the middle of it. And I'll be honest, when I was like a younger kid, I was scared to death of it. And then I had a family member, a cousin, come all the way from Farmington one time into Leadwood, pick me up on a Sunday night, and go to Farmington Airport and just shoot the weather, storm chasing. And my mom wasn't real happy with my dad for allowing that to happen as a high schooler, but I got over my fear of storms and started really getting into it and chasing them and being crazy myself before cell phones were what they are. I would go up the streets of Leadwood where, if you've been there, if you go up in town by the what used to be the police department and stuff, where they used to have the street dances, and just that
Mm-hmm.
slab. It was a tall hill. You could see a lot from there. Next to the city hall, it was just a big slab of whatever was there, and you could just see for miles. And I'd have radar going. I'd have weather radio at the time, where you had to have a separate device for all that. The radio going, and filming in my little tape 8mm camcorder.
I will tell you,
Yeah.
Another really good place. If you don't even have to go to Farmington to see this, or anywhere. If you go to the sports complex there in Park Hills, you can see
Oh yeah.
all the weather coming in from Bismarck and even down south. I remember, might have been last year, or year before, we were up there for 4th of July watching fireworks, and we saw just this massive thunderhead going through what we thought was headed this way, but it was actually going through like the Fredericktown area and kind of the areas down south. But it looked like it was right on top of the mines and everything.
Right.
It just tells you how tall that cloud was, and you could just see the lightning. You had the fireworks going off, and you had lightning going off. I'm like, well, we're getting 2 shows at once.
There you go.
So, and then you could see, of course, that was when I was younger. We still had the chat dumps there until they knocked those down and covered them with rock. But you could,
Yep.
see, up towards, the Festus and Bonne Terre areas. I mean, it's just a really good place if you like to weather watch or anything like that. Man, I've gone up there several times and watched.
I never went to the chat dumps for that, because Leadwood, they would, I think they would start ticketing people if they saw you up there, although people would do it anyway. But yeah, there were some spots. I do want to update everyone that a tornado watch remains in effect till 3 a.m. for 16 counties in Illinois and some in Missouri. I had that on here. Kentucky's now included. Indiana, yeah. Missouri counties, we're looking at Bollinger, Carter, New Madrid, Ripley, Wayne, Butler, Dunklin, Pemiscot, Scott, Cape Girardeau, Mississippi, Perry, and Stoddard counties. Again, tornado watch till 3 a.m. still for those areas. And then in Illinois, I know a lot of these are outside of our area, but I'm just going to list them anyway. Alexander, Gallatin, Jackson, Massac, Pulaski, Wabash, Williamson, Edwards, Hamilton, Jefferson, Perry, Saline, Wayne, Franklin, Hardin, Johnson, Pope, Union, and White counties, again till 3 a.m. But you're looking at a very large tornado watch for now moving eastward through very eastern Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, Illinois. So 4 states there. As these storms continue to make their way eastward. Matt stepped out for a second, checking. Let's see. I think he's back now, but not seeing really anything updating. Wow, I'm going to share right now a repost on X. The backside, there's video of the backside of a large wall cloud from the current tornado warning in northeast of Jonesboro, Arkansas. So I don't know, maybe Matt can zoom in on that and make sure that's not heading towards our listening area, but it kind of sounds like it might be. And if you go to our X at Show Me Live Radio, you'll be able to see that. Kyle, that might be something you're interested in. Just a massive storm there.
I will do it in a minute so I don't get disconnected from you guys.
Yeah, that's right.
But I'll be signing off here probably within the next minute or two, because I've got super early things I got to get going. But hey, this is my first time covering severe weather on radio before. I hope
got a lot of firsts this year on radio, don't you? I like it.
You know what's crazy is I thought Merity was crazy when she said, "Hey, would you like to come down and help us cover some radio, some sports radio down in Arcadia Valley for their tournament and everything?" So I'm like, sure, I'll come down there and do it. And I'd only talked on radio maybe once or twice before, so I didn't know what I was doing, how to do any of that stuff or anything. And I just called the game as I thought, I just wanted to paint that picture, as I say, for everybody so they could kind of imagine it in their mind. And then the next thing you know,
right.
I think Matt was actually down there for that game, because I believe Bismarck was playing.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
And so we got done. We were kind of in between games there, and I'm just sitting here going, man, I hope I sounded better than what I did, when Luke Turnbow interviewed me for baseball whenever we brought the baseball team back at Mount Burnham, because I sat there and listened to that video or that interview. It was 30 minutes long, and I'm sitting here self-critiquing, like, my gosh, if I say the word anymore, it's good. I'm going to set the Guinness World Record for it, and I just hoped it sounded good. And Mary's like, I think that went okay, and Matt's like, dude, you're a natural.
You are. Now we have to slap Merity for the ums every once in a while. You'll hear it. We're just messing with her. A quick update. A red flag warning has been issued for parts of the listening area, including Rolla. They are included in this through 6 a.m. today. Very strong winds and dry conditions. Go figure, for portions of southeast Kansas and southwest Missouri, but Rolla is included in there.
And a lot of people,
humidity as low as 10 to 20%.
To quote on that for a minute, a lot of people say, well, we just had rain move through the area. Look, this was fast rain. This was rain that lasted 10, 15 minutes, and it was gone. I mean, a lot of that rain's just going to run right off. It did enough to just get the ground a little bit wet. You may have, a little bit of mud out there or anything, but it's still going to be super windy, and there are still a lot of places that did not see significant rain. So,
St. Francis County, for example, did
exactly
not get what we would have expected. Okay, Matt, I want to update Portageville, Missouri, New Madrid, Liburn, tornado warning till 1:45.
All right. Let me get the red flag warnings off on here, and
I know we're kind of moving fast paced.
So much that we can toggle. There's so much that we can toggle on and off on this radar. It's I see it.
It's beautiful.
It's interesting you say that, because right now, as you guys are talking about red flag warnings, I'm actually watching F1 qualifying in Australia.
So they're like a whole day ahead of us.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like in F1, you talk about sport, just to divert away from the weather for a moment if I can, but you talk about a sport that's suddenly just taken off in America in general. Formula One has suddenly gotten huge in the United States, and whether you like racing or not, I mean, that my brother-in-law and sister have gone to a couple of Formula One races now, and they said it is an absolute trip. They went to the one in Las Vegas.
I was about to ask if they did.
They sat right next to the Sphere.
Yeah, I don't like it because they actually closed down the roads on Las Vegas Boulevard, and they charge thousands of dollars for tickets for what should be free walking. It's a big thing we'll get into off air, but a lot of people really like it.
Well, and I mean that now it's for the longest time, Formula One was just a European sport, and they would dab their toe a little bit maybe in Japan and Australia and places like that, but it was primarily a European sport. And now you look at it, they run 24 or 25 races a year, I think, and they run at least 3 now in the United States. They'll be in Las Vegas, they'll be in Miami, and they'll be in Texas. But there's talks about adding a race maybe in Chicago or New York. I don't know how in the world that's the logistics, how they would figure that out in New York, because I've been to New York, and I'm just going to tell you.
I have too.
You talk about super narrow streets and things like that.
No way.
There is no way.
Matt, also, I know it's outside of our listening area, but just showing how fast it's moving, Fulton County, Kentucky has a tornado warning till 1:45.
It's actually the little uvula. It's attached to New Madrid County there in Missouri. It's the little uvula that sticks out around the Mississippi River. You can't actually access that portion of Kentucky from Kentucky.
Oh, really? Well, and that's a word you don't hear every day.
You have to go through.
Meredy's going to be looking that
Tennessee.
one up.
Yeah, the little uvula
you know what?
in the back of your throat.
I think that's what. And to kind of divest again, when I was in Missouri a couple of years ago, and we drove to Nashville, due to traffic in Nashville, it diverted us from We went into obviously the regular, through Paducah and all that. Then when we hit Tennessee, it took us back into Kentucky briefly and back into Tennessee. Somewhere, some back roads that I had never taken as many times as I've been through that area living there.
I actually have it on the screen right now. Sikeston is directly above what you just mentioned there. And
can you zoom in a little bit?
This is the part that you mentioned, Fulton County. This is the little uvula that kind of sticks out there. Okay. You can't access it from the rest of Kentucky. You got to get into Tennessee and then come back in. So like when the Kentucky Transportation Department needs to get into to this part of Fulton County, because there are state highways, they can't access it unless they go through Tennessee. So there are actually parts, because of the way that the Mississippi River has moved, where legally portions of Kentucky are actually on the Missouri side of the Mississippi River, believe it or not. It is very odd.
But they still can't claim it as Missouri because of the borders.
But exactly. But it's very minuscule because of the way the river has just moved over the past 100 and something years, or a couple hundred years. Directly above that little uvula of Fulton County, Kentucky, is Sikeston and Charleston and East Prairie, Mississippi County. That is where there's a tornado warning in effect right now. But also in New Madrid County, we're almost out of our listing area, just about there for the most part. We've got the Boot Heel, we've got New Madrid County, we've got Sikeston, Charleston, and we do also have, let me get back over to the Paducah radar. There we go. The Dongola area, Vienna, that is on the fringe of our listing area as well. There's a tornado warning there, and somebody was about to say something. Please do.
Just sharing on X a video of the tornado that went through Kennett, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Once
I should say a tornado that went through, because I know they've been inundated tonight. I'm not seeing anything new at the moment outside of those. Screen just refreshed. Okay, Clark, Edgar, and Vermilion County in Illinois. That's outside of our area till 2 a.m. So it is moving. Okay, where is, you might know this better than me, near Bragg City, Missouri. Bragg City, Missouri, where's that? There's a tornado in progress there.
I have driven through Bragg City, and now I got to...
all right, so here
we just had a thunderstorm warning issued for...
Bragg City is by Hayti.
That's it. I just literally drove through it last week, and I couldn't remember.
Hayti and Kennett.
And you know what? Right. Google Maps now shows there's tornado warnings issued. So Pemiscot County, Dunklin County, Missouri,
We just had a thunderstorm warning just go up until 2 a.m. for Mississippi, Scott, and New Madrid counties in southeast Missouri. Also Alexander and Pulaski counties in southern Illinois, and also Ballard County in western Kentucky. That's just outside our listing area. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, that's the problem. And so I-57 in Missouri, between basically all of I-57 in Missouri, markers 1 through 21, that takes you to the bridge in Cairo. Then I-57 mile markers 1, which is Cairo, through mile marker 14. And also I-55 between mile markers 62 and 78. That's basically between Sikeston moving toward Cape Girardeau. That is the area that we are talking about there. That's a thunderstorm warning. Here's my hope, and boy, is it ever a hope, because that is essentially replacing, for the most part, a tornado warning that still has 16 minutes left for where Sikeston and East Prairie is at right now. It is technically on a different portion of the storm cell, but I have not seen them expand. They may. It's possible. If they do, it'll cover the rest of Mississippi County and Missouri on into Cairo and Alexander County, and then probably a portion of western Kentucky and Ballard County. And it's just kind of weird, the geography of that. Storms don't care about where state lines are at, and so the way things are kind of drawn between Illinois, Kentucky, and Missouri, it's just a little goofy there. So you have that kind of a situation. So there is hopefully a light at the end of this tunnel for our listing area. It is the hope. We just have one warning expire. I'll take it. And we've got one more tornado warning for expiring in 15 minutes for Union, Pulaski, and Johnson counties in Illinois. And then we also have that thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, not great, not a good situation. But I am hopeful that things are going to slowly, please, fingers crossed, I would really like to see it, calm down just a little bit. I mean, it's certainly very much a serious situation. I don't mean to make light of it at all, but compared to what we had a few hours ago, it is starting to calm down a little bit.
Right. I do want to update some damage in Arnold, and I keep going back to that because I keep finding more damage. Arnold
sure.
Commons, Lowe's and Dearborg's shopping center off 141 was that's where a confirmed tornado hit. Lots of power lines down on Jeffco Boulevard. Apparently, it looks like a ghost town. All dark from Telegraph to the bridge crossing into St. Louis County. I have family live right in that area. The Gulf gas station right up the street from this person is apparently wiped out. The roof is completely torn off and on the ground. Multiple buildings, businesses, and cars were damaged. And Captain D's and the Dollar General from Jeffco Boulevard all damaged. Debris everywhere, trash, trees. I have also shared photos in that post on our X account. The photos are, pretty extensive damage there. A stop sign in front of a Spectrum storm is limped over. And whatever this store is that I'm looking at might be that might be the Lowe's. Looks like the side of the, I can't tell if it's the garden center or something, but a lot of damage outside of it. Lots of stuff. That is Lowe's. And a Lowe's truck flipped over in the parking lot on its side.
Yeah, that's certainly not a good situation. Vehicles are not the best situations to be in. Whenever you have these, sometimes you don't have a choice, and I've had to do that before. I have had to get in my vehicle and head north or south, east or west of wherever it was at, just because the building that I was in, I wasn't in a situation where I felt like the building that I was in was safe. And so I've been there.
And then, now seeing that western Ohio into central southern Indiana, central Kentucky, a broken band of severe storms will spread eastward. Of the current tornado watches, Matt, you might have stepped out when I mentioned the 3 a.m. watch that's still in effect for the very eastern portions of the Missouri listening area, southern Illinois into Kentucky and Indiana. A new watch may be issued by 3 a.m. Eastern from western Ohio into southern Indiana and central Kentucky. So it is just spreading.
Yeah, it'll just continue on. I actually just put the watch boxes back on the screen. It looks like the tornado watch boxes have been pared down. So you folks in St. Francis, Madison, Iron, Reynolds, in the clear. I mean, when I say in the clear, obviously there's a red flag warning off to the wind will still continue. But as far as severe storms in the clear, I'll specify that and clarify. But everything that you see in yellow on your screen right now, that is still an active tornado watch box. And let me look at Perry County here. The actual tornado watch box expires, unless they extend it, in approximately until 3 a.m. And we've just had a brand new tornado warning. I was so hopeful.
Kennett, I don't know if is it the Kennett one?
No,
confirmed tornado in Kennett
for Mississippi County in northwestern, southeastern Missouri, I should say. Scott County, southeastern Missouri, and then also Alexander and Pulaski County in southern Illinois, and then northern Ballard County. Again, it's in Kentucky. That is in effect until 1:45. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Horseshoe Lake Conservation Area, or 8 miles north of Charleston, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. It's a radar-indicated tornado. It'll be around Mound City, Cairo around 1:25 a.m., and Karnak at around 1:40 a.m. Other locations include Dealstadt, New Grand Chain, and Olmsted as well. Interstate 57, both in Missouri and Illinois. So that is a radar-indicated tornado, brand new tornado warning. That is unfortunate. I was really hopeful we were slowly, but it more or less kind of takes over overlays where that thunderstorm warning that I was really hopeful we were
Right.
starting to see, but here we are. It just here
Yeah.
we are.
They're not as frequent, but they are still popping up. And yeah, so even in Tennessee, there's some dangerous, another particularly dangerous situation with the 60-mile-per-hour storm in Tennessee near Leachville. So some have moved out. They're moving out of the area, but obviously still. Apparently, a tornado formed right over Kennett, a dangerous tornado on the ground still. I don't know if you want to zoom in on that radar.
Where?
Kennett and actually Bragg City, north of Bragg City, there's one. So there are two right now confirmed
yeah,
in
you
those
can
areas
see.
in Missouri.
Here, let me stop that. Take a look right
Stop
here. You got right here where you've got a little bit of a notch area, a little bit of a messy drawing on
Like
my
a
part. Let me draw that again.
Thumb sticking out.
Basically, yeah, you got a little bit of a notch area going on here. So what you end up happening is, and I did this about 5 hours ago and haven't done it since, you have a little bit of a rotation going on. That's why on radar you start seeing that signature comma coming out. Did you say that it was confirmed? Yes, observed.
Yes. And then a large tornado has been reported on the ground near Bragg City, near the Mississippi River.
Till 1:30
Affecting-
for East Central Clay. Confirmed
Yeah.
large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Kennett. And that's out of Memphis, Tennessee, the National Weather Service office there, moving northeast at 45, a PDS.
So we actually have
That
four
public-
yeah,
the public
we actually have
confirmed
four
that's
National Weather Services that service our area.
That's a nasty little notch area there going on for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be real honest with you. That's the one I'm most concerned about, given my present location. That's the one I'm concerned. I'm not concerned about the Sykeston. It's going to go north of my present location, but that one out of Kennett might be a different story. So I'm gonna monitor that one really carefully.
Definitely. So still a warning continues. Tornado warning continues for the cities of Hayti, Clarkston, and Holcomb, Missouri, till 1:30. So you got about 8 minutes left of that one. Mississippi and Scott counties till 1:45.
Gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and
Yeah,
I literally
yeah.
thought we'd already lost you.
nope, I'm still listening. I was just checking out some other things. I found there's apparently some street flooding up in St. Louis. They had so much rain and hail was like on top of it. I didn't know what it was at first, but it was actually so much water trying to drain with hail floating right on top of it. It looked like almost like an iceberg up that way. I'm not sure if I'll try to send that one to you, buddy, so you can kind of look at it. I'm not sure if it will share or not, but I'll try it, and we'll see how that goes. But yeah, so gentlemen, hey, good job tonight, guys.
Well, hey, you as well. Your first
Thank
time
you.
doing this. Hopefully, we'll have you again. You know.
Well, we'll try to do it the nights that I can, and just happen to catch me on a night that I could. So and then I'll always try to, if we know we've got, and there'll be other with turning over in the spring, we'll have more nights and days like that.
I'm sure.
I'm worried about being available for those nights when we do. we just gotta make it work as we can. So
anyway.
widespread damage coming in from Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi. Tornado, fatalities in Poplar Bluff.
I just read that too.
Being called a violent tornado outbreak.
Confirmed?
It was confirmed, I think,
yes.
by the sheriff's departments down there. I will not quote that yet, but I thought I read where it was their emergency services or their sheriff's department had posted that on Facebook. I'll see if before I turn in for the night, I'll see if I can try to confirm that, and I'll send it out. So, but anyway, well, Matt, I know you're probably gonna be getting some weather your way, so stay safe, brother. And
what we've been covering all evening is about to come right through the area that I happen to be in right now. So
there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
First-hand
It should
experience.
be fun. there you
So,
go.
There you go.
all righty,
I can
well,
hardly
gentlemen,
wait.
you have a good one, and we'll try
We'll
to
do this again. Surely.
we'll try to do some justice tomorrow for the quarterfinal game in Potosi. So
There you
Yeah,
go.
you guys are live at 3:45, right? 4:00 kickoff.
yeah, I
Kickoff.
believe it was a
Tip-off.
3:45, 3:50. I'm not sure exactly what time she set up, but I think it's just going to be me and Lucas there. So I'm probably going to
Yeah.
get there plenty early so I can at least get it set up and make sure it's working. So
Okay. Yeah, Merity
we'll
has plans, so unfortunately she won't be there to color commentate for you, but you'll have Lucas there, and you
yeah,
got Matt and me back at the station,
we'll
helping
figure
if,
it out.
you need it. Absolutely.
All righty,
right.
well, gentlemen, you have a good
Have
night.
a good night. You
Thank
as
you.
well.
You too. All right,
All
and then
right.
there were two people on the air, and yeah, we are basically at the point of winding down for the coverage area.
Right.
I will, of course, be taking shelter myself here very shortly, so that is something to keep a watchful eye on.
Yeah. You'll have to just
Yeah.
keep us informed too. I'm sure you will. I mean, I let's just say this too. Hopefully we'll stay on the air. The station will be on the air. That is a
do have ways
possibility.
we do have ways, right? So we can
Right.
figure that one out for sure.
I'm just checking the National Weather Service again. Yeah, no updates on this end. Central Illinois has what is this?
Didn't know you could do that until just now. Julia, in West Frankfort, house was sounding wild here in West Frankfort. Lots of creaking and cracking winds have been intense. Here's another one. Did not know this was even an option. Dustin Gray didn't even get rain in Bonne Terre.
Okay, you'll have to show me what you did there.
Yeah. These are from earlier this evening. Ursula, hailing in Farmington. I will have to show you what I did there. I didn't even know you could do that till just now. So there you go.
There you go.
All right. Well, listen, we do have, and this is at the fringe of the Show Me Live listing area. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. It is for southwestern New Madrid counties, and Madrid County, I should say, in Missouri, and then obviously over into Kentucky, Fulton County there. A confirmed tornado was located over Wardell or near Portageville, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Oh, that was just a couple of minutes ago that it was confirmed. Weather spotters confirming that. Portageville and Marston around 1:30, Howardville and New Madrid around 1:40. Then it goes into the Hunter-Dawson State Historic Site at about 1:45. And then it moves into kind of the Kentucky side of all of that eventually. Tallapoosa and North Lilburn, that's still on the Missouri side as well. It includes I-55 between mile markers 33 and 51. So basically just south, about 10 to 12, 15 miles south of Sikeston, all the way toward almost about 33 miles north of the Arkansas-Missouri border. So we've got statute sweep going through here. Let's see what it does and kind of figure out what it is that we've got going on there. And yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing with that little notch area that's taking place. I know we have some radar indicated tornadoes right there. And I know we've got several of those in this particular area. Basically moving toward and being out of the listing area at this point, but Sikeston and Malden and that very much is still within our listing area.
Right.
We've got what we've got, and the only one that we have confirmed on the ground right now. And wouldn't you know it, that's the one that very well may be moving straight for where I am currently broadcasting from right now. And we'll just kind of have to hold our breath and make sure that anchor yourself down to the floor or something. I don't know. But nevertheless, I have broadcast through many tornadoes. I have broadcast through a handful of hurricanes, and they are not fun. And it is what it is. So
right. Because you don't have a basement where you're at, do you?
There are not a lot of basements here at my present location due to very high river levels. Even under the underground, you can't really do a basement here, so it's not much of an option.
Yeah, same
So,
here.
yes.
California, I don't think we have any at all.
Why earthquakes? Is that
Good
the reason?
question. I presume. Well, I mean, obviously, if you have a mansion, you probably have like you're on a hill, you can
Something.
build downward a little bit. But yeah, when you're flat, like I am, it's I have a 1-story house and yeah, no basement. I guess that would be why. I'm not sure. Power lines too are under the ground. Most of them are out here under the ground, so maybe that has something to do with it. I am not sure.
Yeah, that's looking pretty ominous. That is certainly some rotation, very strong rotation, confirmed on the ground, no doubt. You're going, well, what in the world are we talking about? Not you per se, but those of you who may be watching
Right.
right now. I just circled it in a blue circle there. That's
Golf ball size hail reported in that storm too, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour.
yeah. That is going to be a rain wrap tornado. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's what that's going
Yeah,
to be.
I'm trying to see. Let's see. Yeah, Simpson, Illinois. I'm not sure if it might be further out. I've not heard of that before. Yeah, there's a lot going out. Even the NWS office in Chicago issuing tornado warnings for those areas. So it's just a massive line impacting everybody. Trying to find out more on that one. See if there's any reports, if anything.
So
On the
this
one
is
that
kind
you're
of what
looking at in
Buddy is
Southeast
talking
Missouri.
about
Oh,
here. I've just activated all the radars across the country onto one sweep, and those little red circles with like a little those are reports of tornadoes so far. So if you put it all into motion and you take a look at everything here, this whole area, that little reverse circle in Des Moines, Iowa, Sioux City, Sioux Falls, that's all one system. That it is basically from the Canadian border almost all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. And this one system is creating quite a little, wreaking a lot of havoc. And I do see that tornado warning in Chicago. You did say, yep, there is one. South, right there in the Portage area, Gary, Indiana. That's what you're talking about there. I see that. Did anchored news there for a hot minute. So I get it in Chicago. We got what we got here.
Yeah.
We are almost out of the listening area. Once these are right on the edge, we're going to call it and go back to regular programming, at least on the radio side. I might stay here and continue on. For those of you watching in Western Kentucky, and maybe not, we'll all see. I may also be seeking shelter myself, and that's kind of where I am leaning toward right now. That does have me a little.
I don't blame you there. I'm going to step out a second, so I'm just going to let you take over.
Yep, there you go. And so as you can see right here, obviously, we've got, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. And this is what that looks like on radar. And the reason why you've got red and green, red is, one color is heading toward the radar site. The other color is heading away from the radar site. When you see them together like that, moving in different directions, then you have a confirmed area of a rotation. And then sometimes, as the case has been tonight, you have a very different situation in that this particular storm is confirmed. It has been observed. People have seen it, and that's that. And so this is where you've got these particular warnings here. Let me see. Moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. Put that back in motion for a moment. That's about accurate. And that's where we are. That's what we've got going on right there. Population about 95,000, just under, potentially impacted by this. Potentially, and again, we say potentially, but it is on the ground right now. And it is certainly something that we are monitoring very, very carefully. Now we've got a brand new tornado warning. This one is issued for portions of McCracken County in Kentucky, Massac County in southern Illinois, Ballard County in Kentucky as well. In fact, I hear sirens are now going off where I am at.
Oh, really?
I doubt that you'll be able to hear them, but it is going off just for the moment to the north of.
I think I hear something.
Yeah. So, for the storm that has a confirmed tornado on the ground, it is still about 68, 70 minutes away, somewhere in that neighborhood, 66 minutes away. I've got, it's about an hour away, and that's where we are.
So what do you want to do? I don't want to keep you on the air.
I tell you what, we've got viewers, we've got folks, and I know that there are probably folks here in Western Kentucky. Here's what I'd like for you to do. For those of you on Show Me Live and listening, here's what we'll do. We're going to go back to regular programming there. Already in progress, and return you back to some music. And thank you very much for listening. On the video side, I'm going to hang out here for just a little bit longer because, it is outside the listening area, but certainly not something that we are incapable of covering. So for all of us here on Show Me Live, those of you watching, stick around. We're not going anywhere. Those of you listening, on the other hand, going to toss it back to music, and we will, of course, break in if anything else happens. But for Matt McLean, myself, Buddy Jan, as well as Kyle Douglas, Meredy Lawson, and a multitude of others behind the scenes, thanks so much for joining us this evening, and have a great evening. All right, back here on the video side. Thanks again for hanging around. We are what we are, and that's what we've got. So simply because we've gone back to regular programming, here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to pull off the Show Me Live design right there, and since Show Me Live is back on regular programming at this point, and we're just going to kind of cover this just a little bit longer. And see kind of where we go from right there. Technically, the Boot Heel of Missouri is still the Show Me Live listening area, but really for the most part, the vast majority of that, while the warnings are technically there, the majority of storms themselves, to some degree, have moved more in toward the Kentucky and southern Illinois area. So you do see a storm plotter that I've got on there. It's a little outdated at the moment, only because we have a brand new tornado warning. For those of you in Fulton, Hickman, as well as Mississippi County, New Madrid County, and southeastern Missouri until 2 a.m. That was just issued moments ago. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Portageville, moving to the northeast at 55 miles an hour. Radar indicated tornado as well. So that is a brand new issue there. 55 miles an hour. It's what we got. It's what we've got. So the one with the confirmed tornado, it is set to expire in approximately 6 minutes. The other is until 2 a.m. So that one is actually short-lived. Is that the same one right here? Yep, that is the same one. So we've had a little bit of an overlay thing. I'm going to stop the movement here for just a moment.
Let me check. Okay, yeah. So some tornado watch has been issued till 10 a.m. for much of. Let's see. It looks like Indiana into Kentucky. Yep.
Central. Okay. Yeah, I was like, for a moment there, I thought for like Missouri or whatever. I'm like, really? But yeah, that's...
I just had to check before... Oh, that was weird. I clicked... So even Cincinnati, Dayton, Ohio, all of them. Yeah, so I think you're out of the clear for there.
That's to be expected. Interesting that the Weather Service is still hanging on to that tornado watch in places like Perryville. It is basically in the clear. They just haven't dropped those watch boxes, I don't think, as of yet. There should not be any further development for that area. But
yeah, I'm not seeing those dropped either. And they're pretty quick at dropping those. Yeah, still, and well, there's tornado warning still going on for, southern Missouri there. Wind advisory for some of those areas too till 4 a.m. Cape Girardeau.
Here's a brand new sweep for those of you in Charleston and Cairo, the center. This is kind of like the coverage after the coverage type of a situation where really we're not on the air on Show Me Live as we would normally be. It's more or less moving out of the area, but nevertheless, we're here. And we do have a tornado that is confirmed to be on the ground. And for those of you watching, we're going to hang around here for just a little bit and see what happens.
Yeah, it's very active night.
That's an understatement. Look at that,
and I mean,
buddy.
But
just
for it to be the first,
just south of Poplar Bluff.
Jeez. So are we going to have to go back live on Show Me Live? Perhaps?
I don't think so. We don't have any warnings issued yet, but it's basically a redevelopment right there, just in Butler County, heading toward Dexter. It is a very active night. Maybe that's why the Weather Service hasn't dropped those watch boxes quite yet. But
maybe. But I'll tell you, usually when we get this type of storm, it's not the first one of the season. And it's
Agreed.
it's a pretty heavy thing right now. So, I mean, you've got all this this massive storm that you showed everybody earlier, actually over Des Moines, and it's just circulating that moisture over our area, and it's just pushing very fast out of the area as well, or out of the counties that it's in, and then it's kind of redeveloping at times, where we've seen tonight something very rare where there's multiple warnings over multiple warnings. It's very
take, for example, right now there are 10 active tornado warnings going on, more or less across the country. But all but one or two are focused on southeast Missouri, western Kentucky, and far southern Illinois.
Right.
When you really look at it's giving you the locations: Dunklin County, Fulton, Pemiscot, Fulton County, Kentucky, Pemiscot County, Missouri, New Madrid, Missouri, Scott County, Missouri, Mississippi County, Missouri. Some of these expires in 2 minutes. The ones that I've read, but you see what I'm saying? Like the vast majority of them are in this across the entire country. The vast majority of them are right here in this area. So yeah, I mean, we did go back to programming on the radio side, but right here we're going to keep it for just a little while and see kind of what happens. It is what it is at this point.
Can you zoom back into that Poplar Bluff area one?
It's starting to look a little ominous, isn't it?
And it's moving fast northeast towards Dexter right now in Bernie, Bunker Hill.
I
don't see any warnings issued though.
Given the quantity of storms that have blown through, generally speaking, it would begin to stabilize the atmosphere.
Right.
That is something. To see anything developing after the wall of storms more than once that have moved right across Poplar Bluff, Donovan, Piedmont, Ellington, Winona, the Dexter area. The very idea that here we are, you've got yet another round that has developed off behind the storm warned cells. Cluster of cells that are directly in front of it. That's rare. Typically, the atmosphere stabilizes right behind something like that, and you don't have further development. But here we are. That's not very often that you see something like that.
Yeah, and it's a bit scary because, we're just going to say the middle of the night right now. And
it's
these
definitely,
things are,
yeah, it's almost
these
2
things
in the morning.
these things are not settling down. And I mean, if you look at the one at Poplar Bluff and Piggott, they're about to merge.
Well, let's put them back into motion here for a moment.
Or it sure looks like they're about to merge, I should say, in
They
each
may
other.
have been
But then,
one to begin with, and now they're separating. Or it's to be determined for sure.
and then even the one at Kennett almost looks like that could merge with it. But I mean, it is going very fast, at least 55, 60 miles an hour. I keep refreshing stuff in my, I'm not seeing anything new. Okay.
Up to 80-mile-an-hour
Still
wind
nothing.
gusts right now. For those of you in New Madrid, Scott counties, Missouri, Pulaski County, Illinois, Alexander, Illinois, Ballard, and Mississippi County, Missouri, Ballard County, Kentucky, up to 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts expected under this particular severe thunderstorm warning. And that's hurricane force winds. That's what you got.
Oh, yeah. And we were talking off air this morning. We were really concerned about up to 100-mile-per-hour winds. I called my mom and I found out.
Center
I'm like,
was saying that, that's what they
I called
were
my mom
indicating.
in Arnold. I'm like, you guys, you guys have everything you need because this is not going to be a good night. And she's like, yeah, we're batting down the hatches and we're bringing stuff in from outside that we can. What you got?
Just issued. This has a destructive tag. This is a destructive storm, thunderstorm warning, 80-mile-an-hour winds, severe thunderstorm warning for Scott County, Missouri, Mississippi County, Missouri, Ballard County in western Kentucky, Alexander and Pulaski counties in Illinois until 2:15. 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts as well. So with the tornado watch in effect for at least another hour. That's a destructive tag is a big deal. They haven't existed forever and a day. They're fairly, I won't say fairly new. They've been around for several years, but it's not like they existed 10 or 15, 20 years ago. That's a little concerning, to put it mildly.
All right. I am going to check for you. Looks like you're under a tornado watch as well.
Most definitely, and I have a tornado warning
Till
actually
4
just off to
a.m.
my till 4 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Central, so we've got lots of stuff going on here for sure. We got a lot of thunderstorm warnings overlapping each other, like around the Wycliffe in New York, Kentucky, by the way, not New York City.
I was about to say, what you jump?
You can see both city limit signs of New York in one at the same time. So very different New York. They're on Highway 286. But that destructive
Probably won't get mugged
tag,
easily there either.
I am quite a bit concerned about this destructive tag with 80-mile-an-hour winds for Pulaski, Alexander, Ballard, Mississippi, and Scott counties in 3 different states there. But if you're from this area, you know those counties till 2:15.
Oh, yeah.
I am very, very concerned about that. Extremely concerned because that's you don't have basically a destructive tab indicates and symbolizes that there is something that is for sure going to happen, and that is a little concerning.
And where is that?
Here?
Did you? I've been looking myself, but on the radar, where is that destructive cell?
It is. Can you see? Do you see the very top one there that says destructive? It is basically this. It's hard to tell because they've got watches overlapping each other, including a tornado warning. But more or less a wall of wind, and I've got some thunder going on outside my aspects here as well. But you can see right here, and we're very close to the radar site, so this is fairly accurate. Right here, this is a wall of wind. And that's what they're talking about, potentially up to 80 miles an hour. And sure enough, on the key legend, that's what that's going to indicate is pretty much something along those lines. So it's a little concerning, to put it mildly, for those of you in and around that area. And it is continuing to develop. I'm not so worried about that from my own self, per se. That's going to go a little bit off to the north of where I am currently sitting at talking to you. This, on the other hand, that might be a different story, but we're about to figure that one out. But yes, wow, and look at that around Malden and Dexter. I'm concerned that they're going to issue another warning on this.
Well, it kind of looks like it might, because it's gaining intensity from what I can see.
Quite a bit. That's
so.
And for those of you watching right now, that is so rare for that to happen.
Yeah.
That just simply that usually does not happen.
Especially this late at night. You know, you might think it may happen at 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Only time that I can see something like that happening, yes, 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock, when the sun comes out and starts stirring up the atmosphere again and refuels it. Not in the middle of the night. This is just unheard of.
Well, National Weather Service just issued a tornado warning for Hickman, Kentucky, Fulton, and Mississippi, Missouri until 2:36 a.m. and ending at 3:06 a.m. Yep, Hickman right there.
And until 2 a.m. So another 10.
Well,
10 more
it
minutes.
says 2:36 a.m. and ending at 3:06 a.m.
Are you on Eastern time or is that CDT, Central Time?
Well, it does not say.
It's 2 a.m.
So 1:36 to 2:06 a.m. is
what
it
it's currently
is.
about 1. It's and folks, we've been on the air for a long time. It's late.
And
it's
I think that's what happened
right now.
Yeah, I think that's what happened earlier. Is some of these are not telling me
it's time zone.
EDT, time zone, and so it just I'm not looking at the timer. I have to add 2 hours anyway, and it kind of throws me off when you've been on the air for 6 hours.
Yeah, the tornadoes sirens are going off here in my respective location, but that's because a portion of the county,
Logan County, Kentucky,
that's way out of watch. That's nowhere near me.
Okay, not near you. Just kind of reading stuff as I see.
We do have a brand new tornado warning for Kennett and Carruthers. Seriously?
Wow.
146, issued just a few minutes ago until 2:15 for Dunklin and Lake counties. That would be Lake County would be Tennessee, Pemiscot and southeastern Dunklin being Missouri. So severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Deering or 7 miles east of Kennett, moving northeast at 70 miles an hour.
That's the fastest we've seen tonight, I think.
That is, and ping pong ball size hail on top of a potential tornado. Is also
you're not going to be able to see that thing.
Concern. Nope.
Being dark and likely rain in the middle or surrounding it. Yeah. So let's see. I'm still scrolling through. I'm trying to get some eyewitness reports here on things. That's what we'll see when I start reading this stuff. It is coming from other outlets as well that are sharing it, and then I try to verify it with the National Weather Service. But I don't know some of the areas because I don't live near Kentucky, but I'm not seeing anything new. Just that one for Hickman looks like it's till 2:45 a.m. Mississippi and New Madrid County, Missouri, 2:45 a.m. Central. Yeah.
Fulton, southeastern Carlisle, Hickman, Mississippi and New Madrid radar indicated until let's see, 1:53 a.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Clayton, or 9 miles southwest of Hickman, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. Darena, Big Oak Tree State Park, that's in Missouri. Tawasagi State Park, state historic site, and Casey, Kentucky. I can never say that right, but I think that one is in Tennessee. Clinton is in that would be
even
Clinton,
read that.
Kentucky.
Right.
Tawassauga is, I think, is how it's pronounced.
Tawassauga,
I have had to say that over the air before, and I never do quite get it right. But Bondurant, Columbus, and Arlington as well. Those are all in Kentucky.
Right.
Well, this looks interesting.
Yeah, it's getting
real for me, and those of you in Western Kentucky, those of you in Southern Illinois, we do have some viewers. I'm keeping a watchful tab on that, and we'll stick around.
Right.
We'll keep covering it as we need to. We did go back to music on Show Me Live, but then again, Show Me Live is a Missouri-based, Southeast Missouri, Southwest Illinois station, and predominantly, for the most part, things have moved off into the non-coverage area, and so, but we are sticking around here as we've got it here, and we got what we got.
Welcome to Friday night, Saturday morning, where the party never stops.
Joke, right?
Yeah, I mean, I am personally looking at the NWS forecast office out of Paducah, and you just see a slew of red. Most of the warnings are tornadoes with, I believe, 3 or 4 thunderstorm warnings. But again, that's even tough because they're overlapping, like you've said. Now, what camera are we looking at here?
This is Metropolis, Illinois. It is by the government there, and Massac County government, and this is actually facing toward Kentucky, and they are moving the camera around. So this is what's going on. What did you do?
I tried to remove the Show Me Live logo and removed your...
It's okay. I put it back up there.
Oh, my bad.
I put it back up there. So there we go. See if that works.
Live TV and radio for you folks. It did not, so I don't know what I did. Here, let me try that. There we go.
So this is looking more toward the Kentucky area from Metropolis, Illinois, Massac County. This is what's going, and for those of you, this is what's going on. I do not live in Metropolis. I actually live in Kentucky, in Paducah. So this is going on over the top of my head right now, and this is what I am seeing out my windows currently from my own studio here. So
are you able? Are you comfortable or able to share your video?
I cannot by computer. I can only access it. The security cameras. I know what you're talking about there.
Gotcha.
I cannot, for whatever reason, the system that I have will not allow me to view it on a computer. So I cannot, unfortunately.
Oh, that's interesting.
I thought so too. Maybe if I wasn't so cheap. I don't know. It just kind of is what it is.
Hell, it happens. I'm trying to see if there's any other updates because that's a nasty. I'm waiting for something to pop down from there just by looking at those clouds. And they're really active on that camera, moving it around there.
Yeah, well, they sure are.
They
sure are.
Wow, that Villa Ridge tornado that hit. That tornado hit Villa Ridge and Rolla. Just reposted that on our X link at Show Me Live Radio because that is a pretty gnarly looking storm that ran through there and caused some damage tonight there for our Missouri listeners. I'm trying to see. Might hear the dogs barking a little bit. It's all past our bedtime as well. Let's see. Yep, in
a lot
Illinois,
of scud clouds coming out there in the corner there. If you're looking on the screen right now, those little fingerling type things that are coming down there. A lot of stuff.
I have to tell you, the weather's been crazy lately. I think I shared with you guys off air last week. I was a little irritated that apparently, as we had some, we've had some rain here in California too. A funnel cloud was spotted by my house last week, and I missed it. Or on Monday, something like that. And I was out and about, but I wasn't looking for it because, it was kind of cold and not something I was expecting, especially here. And missed it. So these things can pop up anywhere at any time. I mean, you just have to be alert and have a plan of action. Wow. Look at the lightning there.
That is what's happening right now.
Yeah.
That is what I am experiencing for the most part. Now, again, these guys, this camera is about 15 minutes north of where I'm sitting right now, but predominantly the radar returns are. This is pretty much one and the same.
Well, yeah, if it's 15, I mean, I didn't realize you were that close to Metropolis, but that's still, that is on your doorstep.
Yes, it is. And the way that they are angling the cameras, it's actually looking to Paducah and Western Kentucky because that's how the storms are coming in.
Right.
Yes,
okay.
There's that much lightning. It's crazy amount of lightning.
Jeez. West Union, West York, Kentucky, till 2:30 a.m. a tornado warning.
Ooh.
Hudsonville, Illinois, West Union, Illinois.
Like that.
Sorry, that's Illinois, not. What'd you see?
Well, take a look at these lightning bolts toward the left-hand side of the screen, and you'll see what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Looks like a big, to the right of me at least, it looks like a big, big nasty cloud.
So yeah, that camera is, see that where it's at, it's supposed to say Metropolis. That camera, Emergency Management, Massac County Emergency Management, that is where that camera is located on the map. I am across the river here in the Paducah region. I'm not going to give everybody my exact address, but I am. I'm in the Paducah area. We'll put it that way. And so that view, they are basically angling this camera to look off toward this direction.
And it's all surrounding you, and even it's all surrounding you.
Yeah.
So what is your plan of action?
I don't have one really for the most part. You write it out and you see what happens and you hope nothing crazy goes on. That's where it's at.
Are you going to plan to write it out on the air or play that by ear?
Might as well.
Okay.
I mean,
you did a 180 from an hour ago.
Well, what else am I going to do at this point? Go to bed?
Well, are you in a safe area if this thing hits you?
Well, like I said, most homes here do not have basements. Mine does not have a basement, so I am in as about as safe as I'm going to get. How about that?
Well, but I do have an idea of where you are at your house, and I'm not sure that. Just wondering if that was a pretty safe area.
I will say this. I can get to the safest part of the house within about 10 seconds, and I am trained to read a radar. I know exactly what I will do if I need to do, and if you hear me running, then you'll know.
Yep.
You will know.
No hello or anything. Just, okay, he's gone.
No, buddy, back to you, and here we are.
Yep.
That's where we are. I'll yank the IFB out of my ear, and if the mic stays open, it does, and if it doesn't, it doesn't, and then there we go.
Oh, it stays open so we can hear it. Hopefully.
Sure.
Yeah.
I will not be surprised if the power. Let me throw the power stuff back on here.
And that's a bit concerning because you're hosting the stream, but you can only do so much.
Yeah.
Okay, so get this. The tornado watch for Dunklin, Mississippi, New Madrid, Pima, Scott, and Stoddard County, Missouri has been expanded till 4 a.m.
The what?
The tornado watch.
What was it? The tornado
for Dunklin, Mississippi, New Madrid, Pima, Scott, and Stoddard County till 4 a.m.
We need to keep an eye on what's going on there in Dexter right now. Then I guess.
Yeah, it looks they've expanded it for a reason. Oh, okay. I want to make sure we're looking at the right thing. You said the right of the screen. Can you circle that, what you were talking about?
I can't circle. I can only circle radar. I can't circle video.
With the mouse. Well, can you move the mouse over it?
Well, they've moved the camera. I was kind of looking.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's a shelf cloud for sure, but.
Oh yeah, look at that.
We're going to keep monitoring that.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's any. It expires. A warning expires in 10 minutes. Spotters did report a funnel cloud rapidly developing with this storm 7 miles northeast of La Center, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. La Center, by the way, is in Ballard County. So 7 miles northeast, moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour. That's going to put it in Massac County, which is where Metropolis is at. And they've got that camera basically pointed in that direction.
You've had Reed Timmer. We all know him as a famous storm chaser. He was in Bakersfield, Missouri. He 48 minutes ago posted a video of a destructive tornado in Kennett. So
that's the storm that's right here right now.
Yep, he's gone right through all those storms tonight. I'm going to reshare that. Yep. Also on our X account, some people not being too kind to him, although he's knows how to read these things and knows what he's doing. As much fun as craziness I've done doing it, it's not safe doing it. You got to know what you're doing.
After tornadoes in the Ozark Mountains, no less, where you can't see straight ahead for more than a few. Not the safest way to do it, but when your terrain is what it is and the roads are curvy, you got to be super extra cautious, because if you don't, the curvy road you're on may take you right into the path of the doggone thing.
Oh, and you know what?
Dangerous.
My dad took me one time. He didn't want me driving, but he took me, and we headed down Highway 8 from Leadwood into Potosi. And I said, we need to get out of here, because if that's going to drop, it's right there. And yeah. So we got out of there and went back home. Because it wasn't looking very good, and it was dark, so it wasn't the smartest thing. But you're a teenager, kind of enjoying craziness, and that's kind of what you get into. Okay, just looking. Devastating tornado tears through Butler County, Missouri. Multiple fatalities. Poplar Bluff in ruins. That's a report I'm reading as of 20 seconds ago. I'm afraid what we're going to read in the morning when daylight hits.
I do agree with you on that one.
Yeah, it's definitely devastating. Just trying to witness reports here. Not seeing a whole lot of that we already haven't discussed. So thunderstorm warning for Crittenden, Livingston, and McCracken County in Kentucky till 2:45 a.m. And then severe thunderstorm warning for Gallatin, Hardin, Johnson, Massac, and Pope County, Illinois, also till 2:45 a.m. So it looks like that big cluster right there is what they are issuing. That was issued in the last minute. You got some other live video there?
That's the same Massac County EMA.
Gotcha.
Excuse me.
So PAH, I'm assuming that's Paducah?
That is Paducah, yes.
Issues severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, damage threat, considerable wind, 70 miles an hour, radar indicated with hail, 3/4 till 2:45 a.m. Just trying to figure out what county that is. Okay, you got that.
It's Massac County, Massac, Hardin, Massac, Pope, Johnson, and Gallatin in Illinois, and then Crittenton, Livingston, and north central McCracken County in western Kentucky. McCracken being Paducah proper. 70 mile an hour wind gusts. Dixon Springs to Metropolis moving east at 55 miles an hour. Let's see.
It's headed. One's headed for our friends in Mayfield as well. Unfortunately, it looks like, according to the National Weather Service Paducah office, the warning boxes, Mayfield's right in the middle of it. Not there yet, not issued yet, but it's heading that way. Let's hope what they've been through the last few years, they don't get hit again. It's devastating for anybody to get hit, but when you've been hit and you have to rebuild, you don't need a setback from another massive storm, taking things out again. So let's hope that they all throughout that area, that these radar indicated tornadoes don't actually touch down.
Yeah, that's a new.
Now, what is this?
Drew.
Okay.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah, I can hear that. So you got thunder.
You should have heard that. That's a lot of thunder.
I did.
Yes.
I did. And it rumbled a little longer than it's still rumbling. I hear it.
It is
wow.
rumbling, yes. So it's getting
bowling.
It's getting very interesting. Yeah.
Everybody in heaven is bowling. At least that's what I was told growing up. Lightning was the strike that they, hit.
I see.
Okay, so it's now officially over you.
I wouldn't say it's officially over me, but I know where I'm at on this radar. I'll put it that way. The thunder, yes, it's very, very audible at this point. No question. So,
right, someone is reporting. Someone's reporting that it's slowly weakening as it moves closer to Louisville. That's on the other side of you, so that's not really effective. See, and I don't know. I didn't hear static, but when that lightning struck there, your audio kind of paused for a second. So,
I'm sure.
Yeah, it might be affecting you soon with that. Yeah, it's over Bardwell right now. Still in New Madrid. Oh, look at that one over Burney, Missouri, and just east of Dexter now, south of Sykeston.
Yeah.
It's definitely growing.
We'll keep it here for a few more minutes. No question about it. Now, folks, in Harrisburg, there is an observed tornado on the ground in Harrisburg, Illinois. And also, goodness.
That's in the listening area.
Over toward Mount Vernon. Yeah, it is. Just outside, basically. Yeah. We just outside
of our 30 county, yeah.
Yup. Yeah, lots of stuff going on here.
I don't hear thunder on your end right now.
Well, give it a few more minutes and we will.
Let's see. Okay, this is a lot of Indiana now. So it looks like the line actually, from what I'm understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not looking at radar. I haven't really looked at radar outside of what you have. A couple of lines, because you've got the Missouri, Illinois line, and then now stuff's in Illinois or in Indiana. So it looks like it kind of had a couple different lines formed there, because we already know the Arkansas one formed as well. And it's just pushing that one is actually pushing into your area from Missouri and Arkansas. So NWS Paducah spotter code Tornado sirens going off multiple times from around 10:45 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. No confirmed tornado on the ground, but wind gusts of up to 56 and pea-sized hail. Not telling. I guess that's Paducah because they are posting Paducah there, tagging the National Weather Service, but it wasn't stating specifically Paducah. And I mean, even Mississippi getting hit too. So it's just a nasty line. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi and New Madrid County in Missouri till 3 a.m.
I see that.
That's concerning.
With the considerable threat on it. It's actually multiple counties area till 3 a.m. Alexander, for those of you in Cairo, all the way up to East Cape Girardeau, Fulton County, Western Kentucky, Carlisle, Hickman, Ballard. That's right along the Mississippi River. Mississippi County in southeastern Missouri, New Madrid County. Thunderstorms, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Thunderstorms are along a line extending from near Fahrenberg to 6 miles southwest of Big Oak Tree State Park, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. Radar indicated as well. Lots of stuff going on.
Yep, I'm going to step back a little bit. I got to go let one of the dogs in. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem at all. And lots of stuff going on there, understandably. A lot of different stuff. A new thunderstorm warning over for those of us in the Paducah area as well. So, yeah. Yeah. Considerable threats on several different things here. McCracken County, as well as northwestern Graves County until 3 a.m. Severe thunderstorm located near Lovelessville or near Bardwell, moving to the northeast at 70 miles an hour. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts are an area. Barkley Airport, Lowe's, La Center, Blandville, Barlow, Kevel, Lonoke, Metropolis, Paducah, West Paducah, Brookport, Lovelessville, Ledbetter, and Reedland. That is an area of concern. And then I-24, basically throughout mile markers 1 through 12. That's pretty much all of McCracken County. With exits 3, 4, 7, and 11. I-24 in Illinois, mile markers 31 through 38. That would be Massac County all the way to the Ohio River. I'm really kind of going to watch this for a potential situation that we've got going on here and see kind of what happens. And kind of go from there. So we have been on the air now for what seems like forever and a day, and for the most part, it's been
a long time.
Yeah, we've been on the air for what, 6, 7, 8 hours?
6 hours and 7 minutes as of now. 5 of those on Show Me Live. A little over 5 on Show Me Live.
So yeah, for those of you watching in Paducah right now, specifically Paducah, Barkley Airport, Metropolis, Paducah, West Paducah, Brookport, Lovelessville, Ledbetter, Reedland, Kevel, Lonoke, basically all of McCracken County, the Paducah and its proverbial suburbs, if you will, and off in toward portions of Ballard County where Kevel and La Center is at, the airport. It's in the path of this particular storm. It has a considerable threat to it. It's getting into quite a bit of a population base there. 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts could lose some power. Going to keep a very watchful eye on that as well, because that could put you in action, buddy.
Yeah. Do you? I don't have access to what you have, but are you getting rain at all right now?
Not yet.
You know of? Okay.
Not yet. And there are no power outages here as of yet. Now, there are way over there, but there are so far none here. That doesn't mean we won't have some.
I am honestly hoping we don't have to stay on that long. That it will.
Me too.
It's not looking like it's going to die out, but yeah. Let's hope we don't have to stay on that long to wait for a power outage to happen and me take over. I know it's late there, but it's way past my bedtime that I'm used to here. I know it's Friday night.
It's after midnight there, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
And I know it's later there, obviously, but
yeah, it's 2:19 in the morning. Congratulations.
I'm just not used to being up this late.
Yeah. If I am up this way late, it is not usually that I am active on like doing something on the air or where I have to physically think.
Right.
Not like this. So for folks in Western Kentucky, we do have the tornado warning. I'm just keeping it up on the screen right now. We're getting our stuff. It's a radar indicated tornado. Golf ball size hail. Casey, Kentucky, Hickman, Clinton, Towasagi. Got it again.
There you
Now
go.
I remember. Towasagi State Historic Site. I'm like, I have said that over the air many times, and for whatever reason, I couldn't remember. That's around 2:10 this morning, basically 10 minutes ago. And then Fulgham around 2:25. Bondurant, Columbus, and Arlington as well. I knew I would remember how to say that.
There you go.
Eventually, the muscle memory kicks in, and there you go. So, yeah, I mean,
And it's late.
It is extremely late.
But you know what? If you're gonna be impacted, you might as well be watching it and reporting it.
Might as well be doing something, that could be beneficial to anybody else. And we've got some viewers right now, so we're just going to keep it right here.
Yeah.
At the moment, and yeah, might as well be, make use of the time.
Oh, absolutely. If you can, you may want to zoom into like Clinton and Arlington, Kentucky. A tornado could be coming out of that storm from what I'm seeing. It's just north of Mayfield.
Yeah, probably right. Let me circle it. Probably, I'm guessing right around in here is what you're thinking.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
That is certainly a possibility. Well, we've got a second. Yep, that's exactly what we were talking about there.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't
was there a warning issued for that?
That wasn't
yet?
just entered. Yes, it was. It's an update. Tornado warning remains in effect until 2:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Clinton, moving northeast at 55. So yeah, we pegged it just right. Tornado and golf ball size hail. Flying debris, that's a possibility, of course. If there's a tornado, I don't need to go over the duh statements there. If it's a tornado warning, we got problems. And that's just all there is to it in that particular regard. So let's let this live statute sweep do its thing and see if it's going to give us any updated information. Sure is. It's changing over a little bit here and there. I'm seeing a little bit of a difference.
Not much, but yeah, it's
just minor.
Yeah.
That statute sweep is pretty cool. It is showing it basically an 8-second delay.
And that what people don't realize is that's if you drive past, and I've never really driven past a radar tower, but when you do, it's spinning inside of there. That's what you're seeing as it's doing that. It's collecting that information as it spins, but you don't see it because it's in that dome that you're showing right there.
Yeah. This little circular area. There will be no returns coming back from that. And this is actually where Barkley Airport, Paducah's airport, commercial airport is at. The Weather Service is at the airport. So the airport proper itself, the runways don't get any kind of a radar. The radar can't see it because it's too close. Oh, we have.
That is definitely something. What do we got here?
We've got. I feel like we've got some overlays here of some stuff that I don't remember seeing. 213.
Okay, I think you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now in Paducah.
Yeah, we are. We have been for a while. 221. Okay, that was 3 minutes ago. And then yes, this one. Oh, tornado warning just issued.
For Marshall, McCracken, Hickman, Graves, Carlisle. Till 3:15 a.m.
That's
wow. That's you, right?
It is. So radar indicated. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll just keep an eye out. Whatever you feel like you need to do, if you feel like you need to just leave the radar up and me talk and you go take shelter, I mean, you just say the word and.
I will say the word and let you know.
And if you
Yeah,
don't
I've
come
got
back in
my phone's
10
emergency
minutes.
alert systems are going off, and
Can you use your phone? And I know you can't share it with us, but can you look at your cameras and see what's going on?
I can. There's nothing going on outside right now. I mean, that clap of thunder was a bit of a misnomer. There really wasn't a whole lot going on. Yeah, there's some lightning. It's not huge. Yeah, this should be
No
interesting.
structural damage reported in a confirmed tornado in Perryville. I'm going to repost that on our X account at Show Me Live Radio. Hopefully those listening or watching are seeking shelter if you're in any of the warned areas. You know what's kind of interesting is I'm refreshing the Paducah's National Weather Service office and their homepage. Your warning hasn't popped up yet. It's just a thunderstorm.
There is a delay on the websites. It's a server thing. Let's look at this for a minute.
Oh. Bardwell has like a I don't know if I'm reading that right, but Bardwell, like there's a gap in the middle of it.
How fast is this moving? Do you have the tornado warning in front of you?
Which county?
The one for McCracken.
I think I do here. Yeah, I do. This one is moving at 60 miles an hour northeast. It was located near Clinton. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, so it's just radar indicated. Oh, there we go.
You said 60?
Yeah. So Interstate 24 in Kentucky between mile markers 8 and 29 and 69. Interstate 69 in Kentucky between mile markers 46 and 51 are included in the path.
I will say I've got an awful lot of wind that has just kicked up right here.
Okay. Yep, Lowe's was listed in what I'm reading too. Fancy Farm and Simpsonia. Oh, I heard the thunder.
Yeah, I've got my mic on pretty sensitive right now so that...
Yeah, I can hear the room noise, which almost sounds like rain. Let's see.
It's actually the air conditioner.
Oh, okay. So I am seeing a rate. So there could be a possible tornado passing just northwest of Mayfield. Is that the one you're?
That is correct.
That's the one you're zoomed in on. Okay. Yeah.
I'll openly admit I happen to be in one of these spots mentioned on the screen. So that is not okay.
Okay. Like I said, just let me know what you want to do, and I'll anchor it until you get back, and hopefully we'll be able to call it a night sooner than later. Okay, I'm going back to Missouri. Severe thunderstorm warning is still issued for... let's see. Yep, there we're looking at Alexander, western Carlisle, northwestern Hickman, southwestern Ballard, and eastern Mississippi counties in Missouri till 3 a.m. A severe thunderstorm warning with 70 mile per hour wind gusts, radar indicated. Okay, so just want to keep an eye back there because it's moving out of the area but hasn't quite yet. Now, I will say that tornado warning north of Mayfield, that polygon box has been expanded significantly since last time I refreshed this page. The tornado warning that you're under. So between Mayfield and Paducah, the box has been expanded quite significantly.
I am looking at what I believe to be the echo returns, the notch. I know where I live on this map. I do believe it will go just slightly to my south, and I do believe that the wind gust or the wind front for these storms potentially has already arrived at my present location. So I think for the moment, I think I will continue on with broadcasting at this particular moment.
Okay.
But I am glad that we have gone back to music. We're out of the listening area on that regard. Nevertheless,
right.
But basically, here's for those of you who are watching. Here's what we've got going on. What the little notch area that I'm talking about here, and I've put this into 3D mode. Take a look at that, right? So now, oops. And the rain has most definitely arrived at my location.
I do not hear that.
You do or don't?
Don't.
It is most definitely here.
Oh, I believe you.
I am sleeping in tomorrow. I will tell you that.
Oh, absolutely.
It sounds like one side of the office here is actually getting a car wash for free. That's what it sounds like outside. I am looking on the back patio where I do some live shots once in a while for different stuff, and it looks like all of my plants are swinging back and forth in pretty wildly that are hanging. And a lot of the bulbs and rope lights and stuff that I've got are moving around pretty violently. That's not normal, to put it mildly.
Right.
Usually it's somewhat pretty...
Oh, I think I might hear.
You probably can.
I guess I do hear it. I thought it was the air conditioner, but then I hear some
No,
loud
that's not the air
noise.
conditioner. That's
Heavy rain. Wow.
yeah, that's...
Oh, I hear it. I hear it. Yeah.
That window is about 8 to 12 feet away from this microphone. I
Oh,
am a little concerned because I am... Yeah?
Perryville High School hit by a tornado.
I've been to that high school many times for board meetings whenever I covered that for news.
I'm going to reshare that. And I'll share that with everybody at the station here. They'll get that in the morning. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I hear that, man. That is loud.
Yeah, it is. That is not normal.
Right. And we're still on the air, so that's a good sign.
The lights haven't even blinked that I can tell.
Well, that's good. Just checking some eyewitness reports here, seeing what we can find. Yeah, a lot of stuff in Alabama now.
Ooh.
What you got?
Just a little bit of popping, shaking.
Gotcha.
It's windy.
Yeah.
That's
apparently tonight, as of now, 127 tornado warnings have been issued. Not in one particular area, but just throughout the country. The National Weather Service has issued that many tonight. That's pretty intense, and they keep coming. It's also the scary part. I mean, we've been on the air 6.5 hours, so that's when we first came on the air. About 6 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock Central, covering these as the first warnings started being issued. Oh, I hear that.
Yeah, you do. Yes, you do.
Wow. And that's the wind and the rain.
That is not normal.
Nope. Even Nashville preparing to get hit. As this is on their doorstep too, because it's coming, I know, northeast, but yeah, it's heading right there as well. You're only an hour away. Yep. By Sunday, it's supposed to hit like North Carolina.
One of my plants have blown over.
Didn't think to bring them in.
No, I gave that one the boot earlier because it was getting on my nerves. So I put it out on the back patio,
And well, you killed it now.
that's possible. Goodbye, Mr. Plant.
Yeah,
I'll.
It might be there tomorrow. I'll go grab it. I don't know what that plant did to you, but
Nothing really.
just got tired of it.
In theory, it seems to be calming down just a touch, wind-wise.
Oh, good. Yeah, Indiana getting plowed hard too. So there's a lot. It's starting to finally get. Well, it's been in Tennessee too, but starting to affect Middle Tennessee with tornado watches in effect there. So it's moving pretty rapidly, but it's such a big line of storms that seems to be redeveloping at times. That's keeping it in the area longer than it usually would be.
Uh-oh.
What you got? That's never good.
Huh?
You saying uh-oh is never a good sign.
I did say uh-oh.
Did you mean to?
Yeah, I mean...
What you got
mostly,
here?
We do have some power outages here. About 1100, 1200.
Well, we know you're still good.
I'll be real honest with you. The noise that I heard, I pulled my IFB out when I said, uh-oh.
Thought you heard it.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you take over for a little bit.
Okay. All right. Matt might be in a dangerous situation there. He's taking shelter, it sounds like, as this thing appears to be on his back door. He said, uh-oh, and I got goosebumps. You hear him walking out of the office there. So we're just going to keep an eye out. I don't have access to animate his radar, but you can see just how nasty this storm is over these areas. Now we're getting a live update here, so it just kind of populated itself. Well, it kind of disappeared on us. So that also happened. Yeah, it paused. So that also happens when, there it goes. It's coming through. When the radar itself is being inundated with heavy rain, wind, and whatever else. Okay, so he's reporting that he either hears a tornado or extreme winds at his location at this point. So you'll hear probably some sounds go off from my devices, keeping abreast of it all. But yeah, we're looking at this thing over Paducah right now, the heaviest over like St. John and Lovelessville, even New York, Kentucky, just north of Lowe's. Another pocket developing south of Clear Springs. I cannot hit play, so we'll just have to watch the live radar kind of update. I hear thunder. He left his mic on, so you can hear what is going on there. Gonna refresh our social media stuff here. See what's going on with some eyewitness reports. Let's see. Yeah, like I was saying, this is all heading into Middle Tennessee and just a nasty squall line. I mean, it's just running amok through the middle of the country there. To say that 6 hours ago, 6.5 now, when we first went on the air, Paducah wasn't being affected by any of this, and now it's there. You hear it. You can hear the thunder. When he said "uh-oh" earlier and took out his IFB, he wasn't sure if he heard the tornado or just strong winds. So as long as the electric doesn't go out there, we should be good. He said power is flickering. We are still on the air. We're not on Show Me Live at the moment because Missouri seems to not be as affected anymore, although there's still a severe thunderstorm warning for a couple of Missouri counties there. We're looking at, eastern Mississippi and southwestern Ballard counties in Missouri till 3 a.m. So you've got another 17 minutes, 70 mile per hour winds there. Wow, listen to that thunder there over Paducah, Matt's place there in Paducah. So we're yeah, I hear stuff. I'm not sure if he's walking back or what that noise is. That sounds like hail hitting his house. Yeah, that's really hard. Can hear that. I'm just gonna kind of let the storm speak for a minute. Wow, listen to that. Just hit. Sounds like it's hitting his window. Definitely not a soundproof room there, but Paducah, Kentucky getting inundated right now. Gonna go back over the some thunder there. Warnings in effect right now for the area. Looking at a radar indicated rotation around Paducah and Reedland around 2:50 a.m. is when it's expected to hit. So next 4 minutes. Calvert City around 2:55. Other locations impacted by this tornadic thunderstorm include Lowe's and Simpsonia. If you're on Interstate 24 in Kentucky between mile markers 8 and 29, or Interstate 69 between mile markers 47 and 51, you need to take shelter because that storm is heading right for you. Flying debris to dangerous will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Obviously, evacuate a mobile home. They could be damaged or destroyed, and roofs, windows, and vehicles can see damage, and of course, trees also. Yeah, you can just hear that storm hitting his house. He's actually taking shelter inside of his bathroom in the house. So he's not monitoring this stream, of course. But those who are, please, if you're in any of those areas, you do need to take cover now. Move to an interior room. If you do not have a basement, definitely get in from anywhere from outside. For sure, large hail hitting his facility right now, and high winds at least. Cannot confirm there's actually rotation or anything at this point, because that specific radar that is 100% live by about 10 seconds is not active at the moment. We do not have it going. He does not have it moving, not animated. But you can tell what's going on just by listening, which is very interesting. Wow. Like it's growing bigger. Yeah, you could just hear it. Just listen to that. Interesting. Okay. So let's share the National Weather Service radar I've got here. We'll just hit play here over that area, and you can see, those who are watching, the tornado warnings. And some alerts here. Yeah, 2 tornado warnings there, and some 5 thunderstorm warnings too for that vicinity. Yeah, sounds like the storm has dropped some hail. Maybe stopped hailing. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. Get rid of that. Let's see what we got here. Wow, you can just hear that going there. Oh, some thunder now. Yeah. I'm very surprised we've stayed on the air. I mean, we do have battery backup, but you know, sometimes stuff doesn't work like you'd hoped. So there, that ball is the radar itself at the airport, and you see the tornado just, I mean, zooming along there. You can see where the warnings were issued. Slide 10, I'll just pause it there. So this is the most current radar reading. I've stopped it for that reason, so we can kind of just get a closer look at the impact here. Calvert City, Gilbertsville, it's headed there. Ledbetter, you're in the path of it. It's just south of Paducah, but still under the warning, and you just heard that storm. This is what we've been talking about all night, where things are overlapping. So you have a couple different warnings, and then they overlap with the other. And it's a very, very unique phenomenon there, because it's not something that happens too often at all. And it's been it happened in Missouri, it happened in Illinois, Arkansas, and now over into Kentucky it's happening again, where you see that darker red one is the most recent one issued, and then you got the longer, more other red ones, and then of course those are obviously tornadoes, and then you have these severe thunderstorm warnings. Little bitty gap here, not under a warning. So I would really like to know how they determine how to issue the warnings for certain parts of the county and not others, given that this goes into here. There's so many overlapping areas. It's very interesting how they do that. Now, the Ballard Wildlife Management Area getting impacted. I'm going to just try to refresh, because this is as of 10 minutes ago. Of course, you're seeing this because I'm in California, so you're obviously going to see my time. Okay, so now you see that one was issued. The one that was just overlapped there is now gone. Please ignore my dog if you hear him. Thunder again from Matt's side of things. Again, very, very strange that we've stayed on the air. Really expected with the power outages that he's reported that we wouldn't be on the air. So right now, one tornado warning in effect, and it's issued until 3:15 a.m. And I hear noise, but I'm not sure if it's him coming back or the storm itself. Thunderstorm warnings as well till 3:15 and 3 a.m. Okay, I think he's coming back. Sounds like that might have been a door. And he might be rejoining us right now. Okay, he is. He's confirmed he's coming back. He's going to hop back on the air with me, and hopefully I won't bore you to sleep, or haven't. Okay, so again, here's the radar in conjunction to where the tornado warning is issued, and then the two thunderstorm warnings that are currently active. Now we have a 3, 4, more, another tornado warning up there. So now we have 6 alerts. So we got more coming in, but depending on how close I zoom in, they do change. So Matt, if you can hear me now, you see I did pull up the National Weather Service radar to kind of inform everybody what's going on. A bigger picture of all of this is showing.
Can you hear me?
We can. You doing okay there? You doing okay?
I am. I can barely hear you. Hang on.
Yep.
Bear with me.
Yep. give Matt back the... I can do that here. Whoops.
All right, I think I can hear you now.
Okay. I don't know if you want to take back over. I just stopped sharing my screen. I wanted to get some little live radar going there, as live as we could get it, as yours wasn't running. But I just closed it, so they're not seeing anything but the background running. If you want to take back over and share your screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on there.
Gotcha. Tell us your experience while you're doing that. I mean, we could hear the storm,
sure
and it
could.
sounded pretty scary. At one point, I even told them, I'm like, I don't know if that's you coming back in the room or what, and it wasn't. It was hail.
It was hail, extremely high winds. It is still happening. The hail has pretty much subsided for the most part. But yeah, wowza. That's been a minute since I have been shaken up by a storm, and that did it.
You usually, you're like me. You usually don't get affected by it, and I'm
Nope.
crazy where I don't take shelter. I just stay on the air. But it was pretty scary enough for you to go, to your shower. Do you know if that was just winds or a tornado? I mean, how are you going to figure that out?
Honestly, I offhand, I don't know, because it is still in progress right now. And so I came back out to kind of start the broadcast, basically again, on this thing, because I knew I didn't want to leave you. You know what I mean? So,
oh no, I just bored everybody, I'm sure. Trying to, I let them listen to, I was actually wanting to listen to what was going on and try to tell if, your place was falling down or not. But I will tell you, we stayed on the air the whole time.
Well, that's good.
I was surprised. I was really surprised.
I given what I was hearing on the outside of the house, I am actually shocked that I still have electricity. Let alone still have a house. So yeah, there's about a third of McCracken County is out of power right now. Thousands of people, and that will grow because it takes a little bit of makeup time there.
The tornado warning has been canceled for Graves, Marshall, and McCracken counties. So I think you're okay.
Yeah, it's been replaced with a thunderstorm
warning. Yeah.
A thunderstorm warning.
But it's interesting too, because Alabama and Texas are also getting hit at the same time right now. So very volatile air. I mean, for this kind of system to be affecting so many areas in different, relatively central parts of the country, but states away from each other, and it's just really amazing that the storm system came up, and it's been talked about for a week that this could be a really strong system, and it looks like even Chicago had a tornado outbreak tonight, or that area. So and Indiana getting affected. I mean, obviously we've had Missouri, Arkansas, everybody, Illinois, all being affected. A lot going on. I mean, just a lot.
Yeah. I just sent you some of the power outages. Those are the two power companies. One is almost the city, essentially, not quite. It's a little bit more than that, but yeah, we've got
over 3,700. Over 3,700 out of power in McCracken County.
Then,
the first one I'm not able
thousand inside the city.
Yeah.
So, but yes, the power did flicker here. I am impressed that it only flickered multiple times, and the outside of the house sounded like it was being ripped apart. And that is
it might be something you have to check tomorrow.
Or
today.
Very fair. This is a very well-built house. Most homes are built out of 2x4s. This one is built out of 2x6s. It's an extremely solid and soundproof house. So when you hear something I have actually been where I have heard let me rephrase that. I have looked out the window and seen high winds, but not been able to hear them. So to know that I was hearing what was taking place was a little unnerving inside this house. It's a fairly well-built house, and so yeah, I hightailed it out of my office and went into the most inner portion of the house and grabbed my go bag that I encourage everyone to always have for these moments in case of the inevitable or something horrible were to happen. And so that you have, your identification documents and other aspects and food and water and whatnot. So some extra clothing. And so that's where I don't know how long I was in there, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. I'm not sure the time.
Probably about 10.
The time kind of froze there for a little bit in my brain and seemingly like it took 3 hours. So that's not too often that I get all storms don't usually shake me up. They just don't. And I've lived through enough of them to know. This one, on the other hand, it shook me up. Not too terribly crazy, but I also wasn't exactly super happy about it either. I
wouldn't be either, knowing that your house could be, knowing what we know. What happens with tornadoes, things like that happen, unfortunately. Did you, by chance, while you were taking shelter, look at your cameras outside to see what you could see?
I did. And what I was seeing confirmed that I needed to be in the spot where I was taking shelter.
Right. Fair enough.
That was, yeah.
Yeah, well, I will say, for those that may be traveling this weekend south, a high risk, and again, that's usually rare, has been issued for portions of Mississippi and Alabama. So enhanced risk over like Nashville, slight risk for Kentucky. But if you're in a good portion of Tennessee, from just west of Memphis, but Nashville included, Chattanooga, and then you head south, anywhere from enhanced to high risk and moderate risk of a second, yawning because it's so late, a second wave, we'll call it, is being, concerned, I should say, for those areas I mentioned for Saturday. I'm not sure on the outlook of those. Probably looking late morning into the afternoon as it all starts progressing. But it's very interesting pattern that has hit the area tonight. Not seen something like that in a very, very long time.
That makes two of us. It's been a minute, so let me see if I.
And you've been in hurricanes.
I have.
I mean, what's
hurricanes
scarier?
Where the engineers would come by and you would ask when it was time to evacuate the studios, and they said when the water gets up to your knees, and they weren't joking. So I've been through. I've seen some things. This one got my attention.
Water seeping into the studio at all isn't a concern, but when it's up to your knees, hightail it out of there.
Then it is time to go to the auxiliary studios on higher ground in a different location.
Wow, whose lawyers wrote that up?
I just work here. That was my
Right?
saying back then whenever.
Well, because we know cars can barely make it through that, let alone water's heavy. So you're trying to get higher ground as it's coming up and it's up to your knees. I mean, that's hard to fight.
It is if there are
Very
ferocious
odd.
waves slapping the side of the building.
Right.
and sustained category whatever winds going on outside. And a few minutes before, you heard the HVAC unit on the rooftop sliding across and going. They never did find it.
Oh, geez.
It just blew right on off. And so, yeah, I've seen
scary.
some things. That's what I say when I say I've seen some things. I've seen some things, and this one got my attention. I perked up, pulled the IFB out, and said, "Buddy, take over. I'm going to take a little shelter." I've seen
when
some
I heard
things.
you were looking at, it looked like you were looking at radar, and so I thought you saw something there, and it took you a minute to compose yourself to be like, no, I think I heard it.
I'm done.
I'm going.
I got to go for a bit. Bye.
Yeah.
That was not fun. And it's still storming
all.
here.
Well, yeah, it looks like you're going to
it
have
is
it
still
for
storming.
some time. Now, are you concerned at all near Lovelace? The purple, if you zoom in.
That's what I was looking at.
Or Lovelessville, I suppose is what it's called.
Lovelessville, yeah. I think that's actually... no, that's going to go. That's going to go over toward Lone Oak, Massac, Contest Road, that kind of Clinton Road, that kind of a thing. That's where that purple, whatever that is. I am curious. I wonder if the high-res storm velocity is up to date, and it is not. I wonder if any.
Well, that could help you.
Huh?
So that could help you determine kind of what.
Yeah, it's
through.
not up to date though. That's the sad part. And so,
so far, looking
props
at
to the radars, they've all worked hard tonight.
All right, yeah, and looking at social media, I haven't seen any confirmed tornadoes hit Paducah. Like, people are very active at this hour. And I'm not seeing anything that's saying confirmed for Paducah.
The thing is, though, keeping in mind, we've had these warnings for considerable threat tags where 70, 80 mile an hour winds. So when you get to that point, which is actually what this is, the house that I'm in right now is under that style of warning, 70 mile an hour winds, considerable threat. When you get winds that high, tornado or not, you're going to feel it. And it's not going to be fun, So a wall of wind can do equally as much damage as a weak tornado can do. And
right now, a tornado warning for Caldwell, Crittenden, Livingston, and Lyon County.
That is the storm that just
3:30.
blew right over the top of my house here in Paducah. That is that storm system. So it
looks
has
like
moved on.
Yeah,
and so basically, just like we have covered for 7 hours.
Going on 7 hours here in less than 2 minutes.
more storms behind the initial onslaught, so it's not over yet. And I just got somebody messaging me who lives here in Paducah saying it's very scary where they are as well. So, yeah.
How much longer do you want to keep this stream going?
We can basically end it whenever at this point.
Because I guess they're forming back there, but that was a fast storm.
Yes, sir, it was.
And that's what we've been seeing all night. They've been moving, but the warnings have been issued about 45 to 50 minutes at a time for each area because the atmosphere is so volatile. And as we've seen, like you mentioned, especially Missouri, we've seen them redevelop behind there. Some developing right now near Whitcliffe, Kentucky. Even right in Illinois, right across the Missouri border, off to the left, you see I-55 in Scott City and heading to the south. So I'm not really seeing much of anything on social media either about any reports in this area or to the west at this hour. So
we have yet one more round of hail that has just begun here, and extremely high winds yet again.
okay, like we said, it's almost like a 2-for-1. Each warning becomes a twofer because it lets up a little bit and then it comes back.
That's it's like Mother Nature saying, and another thing.
What's the last word?
Kind of walks away, and then and another thing. And that's kind of where I'm at.
Now, are you still? Are you still under the warning?
I'm under a thunderstorm warning with a considerable threat tag of over 70-mile-an-hour winds.
Okay.
And
I'm going to say those winds are coming from that.
I'm feeling this house shake a little bit, and that's not normal.
Well, at least you're on a ground level and not a high rise.
That part is true.
Because if our studios were in a high rise, it'd be really concerning.
That is very accurate.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing confirmed tornadoes in like Indiana, but nothing in Kentucky right now, which is hopefully a
we're
good
in a straight
thing.
line wind situation at this point. And again, that can be very damaging in mass.
That can be just as damaging as a tornado, right?
And in some cases, if it's a wall of wind, it can actually be more damaging because a wall of wind could be miles versus a quarter to half mile wide tornado.
Right.
And that's kind of where we are right now. And yeah. So I'm thoroughly almost half of the county that I'm in right now is without power.
And you still have it. That's amazing.
This is a metropolitan area, and almost half of the county that I am currently sitting in is without power. But will I keep it given?
Well, you might.
Given what I'm hearing outside right now is debatable. Whoa.
What's going on? I hear that.
Here we go again.
Are you going to hang out or are you going to go shelter?
Just in awe. Yeah, you can probably hear it again, can't you?
Yeah, you can. Definitely.
I just turned the mic up.
Yeah, you can hear it.
I cannot believe we're having this much wind all over again as if it didn't happen 15, 20 minutes ago.
It's all night. Every area we've covered practically has had the same thing. It's quite fascinating when you think about it.
The rumble of hail is alarming.
I hope your vehicle is under cover somewhere.
And, it's parked right outside the front here.
Well, guess we'll see some photos in the morning.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm still searching high and low and not finding any confirmed tornadoes in Kentucky, just in Indiana at this point.
That can't possibly be wind. Heck if it's not wind.
It's wind of some sort.
That rumble. Take over for a minute, buddy.
Okay. Wow. Matt taking shelter, I presume. As round 2 hits him within a 10-20 minute period, you can just hear it. He turned the mic up, and you could just hear that is hail. That's not him moving. That is hail coming through. As round 2 impacts him. Again, the radar not on. We'll just leave it there at the radar, and I'll just talk. Ooh. Yeah. That is heavy. Very heavy rain right now over the Paducah, Kentucky area. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect there, issued by the National Weather Service. You know, we don't issue that. We don't have the authority to issue any of those, and we would not do that. We're just going to pass along what we are told by the National Weather Service. And yeah, that is in effect until, let's see, 3:30. So about another 14 minutes being impacted by a severe thunderstorm that was located near Lovelessville, about 9 miles southwest of Lone Oak, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. So it's right through Paducah there. The radar's doing a fresh update. Kind of paused for a second, but it is updating there. And there you go, it's coming through. And Interstate 24 in Kentucky between mile markers 8 and 12 are impacted for this, and a tornado watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. for all of western Kentucky. So about another hour and a half there for that. My name is Buddy On. Thanks for staying up late with us. We've been on the air for over 7 hours. Of course, this started at Show Me Live, as you see there. Our little bug up there at the top. That's our radio station that streams for everybody, actually. But Southeast Missouri and Southern Illinois is our coverage area. 30 counties there. We've been on first 5.5 hours there. Then we jumped over, put that back in regular programming as the storms move through. And we stayed on the air and just broadcasting for those in Kentucky here. Thanks for those who are watching and want to stay up to date. That's what we're here for. We want to keep you safe and do it. Be transparent. I'm in California, so I am not experiencing this, but we did have a funnel cloud that I actually missed earlier this week, and some rain. It was raining earlier as well. As I let the dogs out, I could see that it had rained. Obviously, nothing like this. This is just insane. It's been a long time since anything like this has hit the area, and it's not slowing down. Severe weather outbreak possible now for Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Tennessee, all those areas in the south. Lights he's reporting have flickered in his house, but still on the air. I mean, you're listening, you're watching us, still on the air. Many tornadoes tonight, and it's just taken over. Whew. I apologize for yawning. I typically wouldn't. But we also typically wouldn't be on the air for over 7 hours doing severe weather coverage. We call wall-to-wall coverage because that's what we need to do when you need to have security in our coverage. So the radar, as you can see, is updating again. The storm's heaviest right now is just over I-24 south of Paducah, and some more behind it in the New York area. And just, yeah, got a live update there. Yeah, so again, these storms are just backtracking. It's insane what's going on. More hail, as you can hear. Cranked up his mic and then went and took shelter. As what you're hearing is the actual storm hitting his house. And I mean, yeah, just to show you how insane this is. All started in Missouri. right over central Missouri, moved its way into Illinois. It also developed into Arkansas, even conjoining in Missouri, and it's moved its way east, northeast, and that's why it's over the Paducah area right now, moving out of the area. But the one over, as you can see this over the New York area, and here's some thunder on his end there. Over the, again, New York, Kentucky, which I didn't even know existed till tonight. You could see a pretty big line over there. He's saying lights are flashing, but we're still on the air because the signal is originating from Paducah. So let's, yeah, he's definitely taken shelter at this point, rightfully so. Don't want to risk it. I'm going to check off air here. I'm going to check the National Weather Service radar. We're just going to leave his radar on because it's just easier when he comes back to catch you guys up. I've been checking social media where we can see live updates and reports from people, but I'm not seeing anything confirmed for Kentucky. I mean, earlier today, Missouri Governor Mike Kehoe issued a state of emergency as the catastrophic storm came through. Well, before it came through, actually, it was anticipating for a while now that this was going to be a severe weather outbreak, and they were correct. It's definitely a severe weather outbreak as it has moved eastward now. The bulk of it right now over Paducah, about to get out of the storm. Here's some more hail coming. At least I hope that's him walking through the... yeah, sounds like he's getting back on the air. So we checking back in with Matt here very momentarily. Hearing him walk in made it sound like the house was rocking a little too much. A little scary there for a second. Thought maybe he was being inundated more than what the radar was showing. Matt, you with us yet? Yeah, not with us quite yet. Can you hear me, Matt?
That was fun.
Yeah, round 2.
Yeah. How was that?
Well, we just heard you walking in, and I was just telling everybody that I wasn't sure if it was you walking in or it was creaking. So I actually thought the house was shaking.
It was.
Yeah. Did you go back into the shower?
Normal. Yeah, I did. Like I said, this is an extremely well-built house. This is not normal.
Sounds like it. I mean, you haven't even lost power. We've been on the air for almost 7.5 hours, and not once have you lost power. Now, given the last hour and a half, 2 hours of it has just, been focused on Kentucky, but still, you've had high winds. One of your plants is dead, you think, because you put it outside.
Oh, it's gone.
And,
yeah, no question.
And you've not lost power. From what you could tell on your cameras, any yard debris that you were worried about?
Absolutely. There's even I have a back patio, and for those who don't know, even Buddy does this from time to time as well. He appears on some news networks across the pond in other parts of the world, as I do, and sometimes I use that as a backdrop, depending. And I also do a podcast with Gas Buddy called Over a Barrel, and sometimes I use the back patio as a backdrop. So I have this, back patio thing going on, usually a lot of live plants and everything. And it is very, what's the word I'm looking for? Like there's a window going out of the kitchen onto the back patio and then the patio door. The window never gets wet, ever. And it is dripping, soaked. The patio, there was hail, patio door, there was hail hitting the patio door. Now, let me explain. That means the hail had to go more than 12 feet from the edge of the covered patio, the roofed over patio deck, to get to that patio door and smack into the door. So
Wow.
it was that is not normal, and that is certainly not the way storms normally happen. So at least not here. So that's a little
Right.
bit of a first, at least in this home. And so yes, there is a large amount of no doubt in my mind. I've seen some debris even on the back patio that has blown in, and unknowing exactly as to what's going on with all of that. So, yes, yeah, there's a lot. I just really would like to call it a night, and I'm hopeful one day I would really like to go to bed. It's 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
We've
my
been,
dogs
we've
are wanting
been
me
on
to
the air.
call it a night. They're bugging me. I think they want out or something. So
I think
probably
we
need to
can
call it one soon.
I think we can probably call it at this point because yeah, there are additional storms. I mean, look at that. There are additional storms.
I was
in.
telling them they were reforming to the east, to the west there. Little
Yeah, it's
pocket there.
look, and then look at all these power outages across southeast Missouri. So large, such a large amount.
Yeah.
70%.
Well, okay, go
of
back.
Wayne County.
Go back to St. Francis County. They had wind, but not really any warnings tonight. How many people are out? 1,800.
About 1,800, 6 customers, not people, but customers. 1,700 customers in Washington, 27,368 customers in Jefferson County, 67,000 customers, a little over in St. Louis County, 14,000 in Franklin. Yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Quite a bit.
6,000 customers in Wayne County, but you have to understand there's only 8,700 customers in Wayne County, so almost the entire county.
Most
It's
of
about
the-
70%. Yeah.
And they were
Poplar
hit
Bluff,
hard tonight. They were hit
were.
hard.
They absolutely were. West Plains, it's very similar. It's about 65% of that county is out of power right now. Rolla, all these hours ago, Rolla was about 7 hours ago. Still about a third of that county, Phelps County, is without power right now. Here, like where I am at, it's about 38%. Actually, some of that's not being tracked because there's way more electric customers than that in McCracken County. So whatever's going on there, I'll do a manual search here.
Okay.
Hang on. 4,000. Let's add it up. There's more than one electric service provider. There's actually 4 in this county. 4,062. It is very interesting. I openly agree. 4,062 plus. That's a whole bunch. 5,000. Yeah, about 10,000. About 10,000 customers currently without power in just this county here. So that is inaccurate what they've got going on there. Somebody's not reporting where they're making it available. But I do think that the worst is over where I'm at. I think we're done. I'm ready to call it a night and go to bed.
Yeah.
And hopefully nothing else happens that requires me to do any of that stuff. So I think it's time to call it a night.
I agree. It's I'm not going to say it's been fun because of the circumstances, but hopefully we've helped some people out and kept them safe because they watched or listened to our broadcast.
I know that thousands of people have definitely seen our posts with regard to our live feed over the last 7, and I haven't checked it in about 4 or 5 hours. But at that time, thousands had tuned in at that point. So it should be quite interesting to find out. We just want to just help people. That's what we're here for. So
yeah.
All right, Mr. Buddy, we are. Oh, we're done. We've been on music for a good while. So. The video side is what we're done with now. So I tell you what, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate it.
Well, stay safe, man. And check in with us early. Don't check in with us too early, but check in with us some point
I'm planning
in the morning.
on sleeping in as long as I can.
And I'm sure you'd be also eager once the sun comes up to assess damage if there's any. So,
I
yeah,
suspect. I'm hopeful that the house is fine. Although, like I said, it was interesting, very interesting.
Yeah,
So
we heard it. We heard it all.
I'm gonna shut down for the night. Shut down all the the computers, and we're gonna call it a night.
Sounds like a plan, because my babies are wanting out and wanting me to go to bed as well. So we will reconvene tomorrow, hopefully on better terms. And those who are watching that do listen to Show Me Live, we'll have a live broadcast of quarterfinals boys basketball starting at 3:45, and the tip-off is at 4:00 from Potosi High School.
There you go. All right, we will talk again coming up soon.
All right, everybody have a good night.
Bye-bye.